is twisted, it's all in my head. Cause darling, I know you're the one for me. These voices that taunt me as I lay in bed won't let you in out, they're no good for me. I rule by my heart and it's coming for you. Won't let these doubts drown out the pain I'm falling hard. I'm falling hard. Are you ready? Are you ready for love? I'm here to warn ya that it's coming. explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance, encounter, right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing, just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night? With open arms I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you shall find me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger in the night. Whoa, 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 whoa. Won't be no stranger in the night. When seas get rough, you just give in to the ride. You see, we thirst for danger, but we find no savior. They tug and pull, they push you right to the edge. When all you need is shelter, you just don't seem to get there. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance, encounter, right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing, just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night? With open arms I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you shall find me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger in the night. Whoa, 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 won't be no, won't be no. He walks alone, he wanders deep in the night. Won't teach him for some meaning to explain feelings. Are we strangers in the night? With open arms I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're Searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night? With open arms I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you shall find me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger in the night. Whoa, 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 whoa. Won't be no stranger in the night. When seas get rough, you just give in to the right. You see, we thirst for danger, but we find no savior. They tug and pull, they push you right to the edge. When all you need is shelter, you just don't seem to get there. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night? With open arms I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you shall find me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger in the night. Whoa, 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 whoa. Won't be no. Won't be no. He walks alone, he wanders deep in the night. Won't be some awesome meaning to explain feelings. Are we strangers in the night? With open arms I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you shall find me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger Twisted is all in my head, 'cause darling, I know you're the one for me. These voices that taunt me as I lay in bed, won't let you in out, they're no good for me. I roll by my heart and it's bound for you. Won't let these doubts drown out the pain I'm falling my
3个赛区的话，就 LCK 就普遍强一点嘛。LMS 的话，就这几年发挥得很好。然后 LPL 的话，感觉就
两个人的胸部感，这个画面对不
일단은
对
뭐
啊？
경기 결과가 좋지 않기 때문에 못했다고 생각하고 그 이유 중에는 그런 이유에서 좀 더 영향이 있었던 것 같아서 내일은 일단은 더 좋은 모습 보여줄 수 있게 노력해야 될 것 같다.
我觉得 LMS 在这个周赛表现非常好，每一支队伍都有打出很多自己想要打出来的东西给大家看。因为我们以前 LMS 队伍虽然说实力不输别人，但是在很多战术的选择跟运用上面来说，在比赛
美金给追了，勾到了，交换勾到了，飞车甲加油自己打到。
今天初赛打 KT，是我们第一次打赢韩国队，所以很开心。但是自己有些地方没有做好，所以希望能做得更好。
첫 경기 같은 경우는 뭐 아무래도 저희는 진영도 퍼플일 테고 제일 잘하는 팀이 일단 먼저 나올 것 같아서 첫 경기는 일단 그냥 총 빼내고 저희가 자신 있어서 어제 안 좋은 경기력 떨쳐내고 좋은 모습 보여주려고 1경기 했고
那我觉得他们第一场就派出 W 的话，其实意图很明显，他们很希望一开始就先加一场。但我觉得这一天这两天的表现来说呢，其实他们没有那么容易会赢。
因为明天四队的中路都是很强的选手，那除了把自己的状态保持得更好以外，希望明天的比赛可以全面进步。
나머지 2, 3, 4경기에는 아무래도 다 팀들마다 이제 상성이 조금씩 있기 때문에 대충 이렇게 눈치 싸움이 것 같다고 2, 3, 4경기 어떤 팀이 나올지는.
然后接下来的话，我们其实有很多人的战术可以去运用，来让我们后面很轻松的回胜。
就是把这些缺点都改进，一起与其他战友突破到第4天的比赛。
只能调整好自己的心态还有状态，去迎接比赛。细节沟通都做好一点的话，我觉得就能赢。
Expectations versus performance. It's Rift Rivals 2017 between the LPL, LMS, and LCK. Hello, I'm your host, Indiana Frosker and Black, and joining me on the analyst desk is going to be Barinto Raz Mohammed and Richard Pulse Cam. Again, another appearance. I just get so lucky, Pulse.
I know. I'm the analyst now. Look at me. But yeah, no, feeling pretty good about coming into today. Less good about the fact that LPL currently in last place heading into today. So not so great. But you heard it from Clearlove. If they can fix some of their communication issues, then maybe they can pull out the victory today.
Everything checking out for you down there, Raz?
Yeah, pretty analytical. All right, it's just not fake papers. They're not blank. This guy is coming in pretty hot.
That said, we do have to get some housekeeping out of the way, so let's go ahead and look at the standings because we are coming out of 2 group stages into the semifinals. So, surprise, surprise, the shocker, it's LCK in first place. They will be in our finals tomorrow. But second and third, gentlemen?
Yeah, no real surprise that LCK came in first. I mean, pretty much everyone expected that one. But LMS coming in second and LPL coming in last with only 2 wins. I think the second day was absolutely disgusting. I mean, like, I don't know what happened, but everyone self-destructed at the same time.
Day one was one of the moments where you look at the results and you're like, nothing to see here. This is as expected. Day 2, suddenly just bam, bam, bam. Win after win after win. LMS was coming up ahead.
But that means that the road to the finals start today between LMS and LPL. It will be a blind relay best of 5. So we will just see these 2 regions clash today. The victor will meet the LCK tomorrow. And guys, you said it yourselves. Yesterday was a rough road for the LPL, but it was a brilliant road paved by the LMS, particularly J-Team.
Yeah, you could hear it in the crowd. Gashang was definitely behind them. J-Team stormed out ahead. Strong drafting, strong vision control. We talked about how their early game was stellar for the first 15 minutes, but then they just kept going. Legitimately 16, 17, 18 minutes. They kept taking it to EDG. EDG came out with a very disrespectful draft. Pulse, what happened?
It was just absolutely absurd, Raz, and I was told that I haven't said it enough, so I think it was because of the home field advantage that they had. That sick person in the crowd, of course, and honestly, after every single play, the crowd was going wild, and it was so awesome to see everyone behind their home region.
And it wasn't just J-Team that was going off, it was also AHQ, as you can see the crowd rallying behind Westdoor. Chowie, nowhere to be seen, we saw him a little bit on day number 1, but it was all about the door on day number 2. That Cassiopeia was sick.
I just didn't see it coming. Bringing back the Cassio and the Jinx
competition.
That was going up against KT, to be quite honest. I get that out there, that KT shares a little bit of the blame, okay? So the fact that they went up against them and they realized that, okay, once Jinx started getting kills, once the composition started ramping up, it's like, wait, we can't kill the Jinx. So it's they just started getting blown out of the water. So first day, we saw individual strengths from these players like Fofo. Day 2, you saw teams come out ahead.
Tactical versus individual performance. But today it's going to have to be a mixture of both because it is that blind relay best of 5. So what that means is that we know that J-Team and Team WE are the teams selected by the LPL and LMS coaches, but we will not know the second place teams until after the Nexus explodes, and neither will the other team. So guys, there's a lot of theory crafting around here, a lot of ways to psych out your opponents. How would you go about it?
Yeah, well, what we know for certain is that WE and J-Team will be starting off this one, and we also know that the Chinese are going for a very democratic approach to this one. So all the coaches have 1 point, and WE have 1.5 points. So they all come together, and it's like, all right, who are we going to submit? And they went with WE, and it was pretty much unanimous. And I don't know how I feel about that one, Raz, because it's like you put your best team out first, and okay, maybe you get a win, but do they get soaked up by one of the weaker teams from LMS?
I do want to kind of push back on this. Are we unanimous that Team WE are actually the best team from the LPL at this tournament? Because frankly, I think RNG had the best performance in terms of results. Team WE actually just got blown out of the water. They were spanked by Flash Wolves, and it got from bad to worse against SKT.
That's a fair point to raise, that RNG was the only team really showcasing anything strong, but you still have to look towards their domestic performance and say that drafting for both EDG and WE was just quite atrocious, so you have to say starting off on their best foot. You can tell that WE have something to prove. Otherwise, their votes probably would have mattered a bit more, as you mentioned, so they definitely want to come into this starting off with their own bit of momentum.
I mean, the ceiling is definitely higher for the likes of a WE. We just didn't see it yet, so hopefully we can see it today, Raz.
So Team WE going out first, across from J-Team. Do you guys weight this one way or the other? Or are you thinking that maybe the LMS made a mistake? Maybe you would want to burn someone like Machi, maybe?
Yeah, so initially, there's 2 ways to think about this. Either you start out with your best foot forward and win out the first game so you can start that momentum. Of course, LMS coming in with their own bit of momentum simply because of a rocking second day. I would have started out with Machi. I would have started out with AHQ, just so, as you mentioned, burning out your first team. Maybe they lose. Maybe they get a proper win. Either way, you still get perfect video footage of what they're preparing for. So when you send out your second team, they're ready for their day.
But the difficulty then is just how different Team WE and the other LPL identities are. Like, I get what you're saying, you know, maybe you want to burn Machi, try to grab the best team from the LPL, get some VOD footage so you have a tactical advantage for the rest of your team. But ultimately, Team WE, as you can see them taking the stage right now, they play completely different than any other LPL team. So does that actually give you a competitive edge?
That's a good question. And I think that between EDG and WE, they've shared, I would say, the same strategy coming in with pick and ban. So even with the different identities, we didn't see it on day 2. We just saw outright scaling compositions that felt very disrespectful. So I think that is a fair point if WE brings out today. And I do expect a different WE today. I do expect that Ashe pick. I do expect the Elise pick for Condi if it gets out of the banning phase. So we're going to see something different, I hope. I know Pulse hopes so as well.
I mean, we all hope, right, that WE actually start to turn up today. But that being said, if J-Team do manage to take the win here, it's just like, wow, who actually is the #1 seed when we come into day 3? Because WE didn't showcase it. RNG definitely did. They looked like a much better team going into the first 2 days of group. So maybe then, are they the wild card? Are they the silver bullet that the LPL needs? And then who do you slot in? Because as the series goes on, you need everyone to play first before you can sub in another team. Who's going to be your 5th man to go back in once more and maybe get the win? A lot of the coaches from the LPL were saying they think it's going to go to 4 games to 5 games, so almost certainly we'll hit that scenario.
And we can take a look at the schedule today on your screen. Like we said, the other teams will not be revealed until 5 minutes after the Nexus explodes in that first game. So it is a blind relay decided by the coaches. Yes, it's a democratic style by the LPL, but the LMS coaches, they're grouping up, they're working together.
And the 2 teams I like coming into this from the LMS, J-Team, Flash Wolves, simply because of the early vision control that they can put forward, that they really made it difficult for both EDG and WE on day 2. It's going to be very difficult for WE and EDG if they bring in the same scaling compositions. Like I guess 2 picks to really bring out. For one specifically is Gragas. Like the Gragas coming in for Condi, I didn't like it because he had to abandon his early blue buffs. It was warded out on the second go around too. So he just really was starving out in terms of experience, and he was always looking for reactive plays. He cannot do this in on the third.
Yeah, I mean, the formula was different from what we saw yesterday, Raz, and we just need them to go back to what they had domestically because it worked against pretty much everyone who they had to go up against within their own league.
Yep, let's pump the brakes a little bit and start to look at the lineups here. So let's get the rosters on your screen. I believe it should be, there we go, Team WE starting us off. It's going to be 957 the top lane, Condi in the jungle, Shie in mid, Mystic and Zero in ADC and support.
Yeah, I'm expecting big things to come out from Condi. He is the catalyst for that team. But on the opposite side, J-Team, Morning in the top lane, Alex in the jungle, Fofo manning the mid with Baby and Jay in the bottom lane.
And of course, the two names not on this graphic are the coaches behind them. Steak supporting.
Very similar, Green Tea.
It's Prides. I went through all 4 LMS coaches.
You gotta roll
I'm
around
sorry,
them. They're going to be
Prides.
coming out sooner or later.
Prides is the coach for J-Team, and it's Home, the coach for Team WE. We got there.
So this is going to be great coming in from J-Team because I want to see how they start out with their early vision control. I want to see if they continue to put down the pressure. Where does it start with pick ban? I know right in the mid lane, Fofo came out with an incredible Corki pick.
Yep.
Do we see the Corki once again? Domestically, he had Tilia. And I feel like every single time we talk about the mid lane, it revolves around those 2 picks. Where do you see it coming?
I think you've just got to neutralize Fofo. I completely agree with you, Raz, because if you look along in his lane, he's got Xie there. So he should be able to stop him from getting out of control. And then the rest of the lanes, you have to hope, will just simply outclass them on a one-to-one basis. And from there, WE play the 35-minute game, the 40-minute game, and then they line up the shot, they take it, they get the win. So that's the game plan from WE. Whether it's going to happen on the Rift, that's another question entirely.
But my concern is that J-Team have shown time and time again that they're totally fine taking that 35, 45-minute game plan. If you look domestically at their footage in the LMS, that was pretty much their bag. It's about their mid game that's the weakness. And we know Team WE, they can play a fast mid game. They can hit you hard. But for whatever reason, the LPL teams, maybe they didn't scout appropriately for the LMS. Maybe it's just disrespect. I feel like they're not grabbing the available options.
That's why it's for WE coming in for the first game, they have a lot to prove. You wouldn't have to, like, you wouldn't expect to say that, right? Because they've proved enough in MSI in their group stage. They proved enough when they've gone into... Yes. I said group stage specifically, all right? I understand they went up against G2, but that's why I said group stage. So, and then going back into their domestically, they are the best team, but they have to prove themselves once again why that's the case, and I think it is in their early game. And in 957, he can show that he is godly if he gets his Gnar pick, and I think today should be the case. But of course, if it's, I know Gnar's running around, that's going to be a difficult pick against.
That's interesting that you bring up Gnar. You know, a long time way back, it used to be the pick for the LPL top laners before it even, you know, emerged globally in the meta. This time around, it was really the LCK QV in particular that kicked it off, but we haven't seen head or tails of Gnar in the LPL.
With 957 specifically, I know historically he's gone for counter picks against it. I know if I cast my mind way back when he got into the LSPL, he went for a Morgana pick. Now, I haven't seen that from him since, but it's sound if you go into a blind pick, a blind pick.
We're certainly reaching here.
I'm trying to figure out the champion's name that I just Gnar.
I was blind pick into Gnar. Morgana has been done in the LPL,
That being said, he hasn't, I would say historically, he hasn't gone towards the Gnar pick, so I do expect that to be going towards the LMS side in Morning.
Yeah, exactly. Not yet, but in day 2, we saw a bunch of bans coming in against the LPL and also the LCK with the Gnar, so it's clearly like everyone then realized this is new tech we can bring to the field, and we do have a lot of historic Gnar players, so I think it's still a chance if Renekton comes up there. Still, the meta has remained the same in terms of the Jarvans, in terms of the Renektons, so we'll see from there, but I think it's definitely something that the two teams could now, or the two regions rather, could bring to the table.
For me, it's all about the bottom lane right now. We've seen time and time again that Caitlyn, I think she's made it through once this entire tournament so far, but perma-banned or picked. You got Bebe down there, BB down there, as well as Mystic. We both know that they're hyper carry players. They can reach out to the Varus, to the likes of the Ashe, but they would much rather pick up the likes of the Twitch and the Caitlyn's.
That's fair. And I remember when he did get himself that Caitlyn pick, that he honestly just played PvE. He just constantly shoved out lanes because all of his lanes were incredibly far ahead. And if I look towards what is BB going to play, I still think that Xayah is going to be a major pick for me when it comes to the LMS regions because it has such a high win rate there that they do still value it.
What do you think it is about Xayah as a champion that is empowering her in the LMS region as well as this tournament in particular?
Well, the laning phases is very still like elongated, so a lot of the times the weaknesses comes in the fact that you do have very low range. You get the Doran shield early and you hope that you don't get a lot of the ganks coming your way. But then when you do get into team fights and you do get your crit build going for you, you are still a monster. SMLZ showcased that, and I think that this could be the same case today.
For me, it's yes or no, though, because for the LPL teams, because it is short range, because it is very vulnerable, we've seen people get run over. Yes, SMLZ had some great plays, but at the same time, LPL, they brought out a bunch and then stopped for a long time before Rakan came back, and now they're busting out the Xayah, seeing everyone else do it, but there's been performances where they're just simply being shut down. And when you have an ADC like Mystic, you can't have that happen. And WE, they can't get drawn into this Xayah pick just because everyone else is doing it.
And that's you know, to back up your point, we're probably going to be seeing more Kalista Rakan instead because that synergy is honestly probably stronger, and Betty has showcased that he is very comfortable. So when Flash Wolves come on, we might see that as well. And you know what? LMS has been working together in this tournament thus far, so I might even see that coming into Baby as well.
I know I was having a discussion with Spawn just the other day, kind of this, you know, the PowerPoint of Xayah. Yes, you have these hard engaged supports, and yes, she has an ultimate that allows her to disengage from a lot of the Thrashes running around running around Summoner's Rift. But then you also have to look at the mid lane pool. You know, Orianna is such a highly contested pick. Corki right there. If you're a low range or a mid range AD carry and you're very fragile like that, you know, it's one shockwave, it's a couple of rockets here.
And it always seems like the Achilles heel of the LPL region because it's like, when in doubt, pick a Cogmore. Or like, when in doubt, go towards a hyper carry like Twitch. And then they're just going to get knocked out of the water every single time by these picks from different regions. And that scares me because we have some great ADCs. We have SMLZ, Mystic running around the Rift. But if you just neutralize them because of champion picks, that scares me.
That's fair. And I think the Kog'Maw, with the full scaling composition, if they're just losing 3 lanes, that's also a fair point. With Xayah specifically, if you have winning lanes and if you get into a mid-game, late-game state, you still need to focus on how do you set up for the fights? Because if you set it up for it properly, Xayah is a fantastic pick. But of course, if she's just walking around with low range, she's going to get blasted out of the water. And I think WE and EDG have showcased here, especially WE when they went up against Flash Wolves, their vision control was abysmal, that they could not get a single control word on the map.
Is this indicative of having 0 over Ben in that support position? Of course, Ben unfortunately had some visa problems coming into the tournament. So 0, we've seen him before. I think he played at the MSI stage once, but otherwise he hasn't played head or tails in spring or summer split.
Yeah, I think he was fine the other day, but he wasn't Ben. And that's the big thing because Ben has really been showcasing how good he is in the LPL recently. When you sub 0 into that, it has far-reaching effects. It's not just because, oh, he doesn't have the mechanics, because I think he was fine. 100% kill participation for all of the early game on Rakan, absolutely fine. But he didn't have the synergy with the rest of the map to make it work.
That's a key point because, remember, individually he is a great player, but the number here is 10 games. That's all he's played for the entirety of 2017. Spring split, MSI, competitively, he hasn't been out there for a good amount of time with his team to create that synergy. And that's why you would want a Ben.
And this is also in a meta where you have supports like Sword Art running around just destroying people on Thresh. This is the hard engaged Thresh, Braum. You know, these are pivotal pieces. EDG have said it themselves. They feel that they're empowered by this meta because it unlocks Mako. So if you have a support who's only played 10 games, who's maybe not hyper comfortable, it does show.
Thankfully for 0, historically his most played support pick is Braum. So if he's going to bring anything out, it's going to be Braum. So we saw yesterday that they want to play the Lucian Braum lane. Maybe that's something they go back to. Mystic is pretty comfortable with the Lucian pick. I'm interested in that. Maybe because I love Lucian, but nonetheless, I'm interested in that.
Yeah, that 26-minute loss, interested. But let's look at the other side then. BB and J, you know, across from Mystic and 0, do you guys weight this one way or the other? Is this automatically going to J team's bottom lane just because it is 0? Or do you think that Mystic still carries that swagger of the LPL, that they have the stronger 2v2?
In my opinion, not on mechanics alone. I think that still 0 and Mystic should be able to, if not beat the mountain lane, at least go even and then join the rest of the team. It's never really been the MO of the bottom lane from WE that they're going to stomp out their lane.
Yeah, I think that the main point of focus is going to be Condi playing towards bottom lane. So I think bottom lane, not going to happen.
Okay, guys, with that said, we're going to toss it over to the casters, and we're going down under because it's all the Australians. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Froskerin, and g'day, Cobbers. I am, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Christopher Papa Smithy Smith and Zach Rusty Pye. And yes, 100% Australian, and I think this is the first time it's ever been done internationally.
You'd have to say so, right? And I mean, just before we get into this as well, remember that I just caught this, and I'm hoping that when the LMS throw, the LPL can also catch this, because we're not just Australian, we're LPL fans here as well. At least I am surrounded by LCK.
That's kind of the thing, right? We've stacked the deck with Australians, but not necessarily regional representation the same. You're in the middle. The LPL, they're the ones under the question mark. They come in the 3rd seed. I still feel like they can do it. And that's kind of the weird thing is I still have faith in the LPL to beat out the LMS today, but that could change quickly. And we have such a surreal first game because you want to say Team WE come in favorites. Certainly seed-wise they do.
Yep.
But yesterday, you're going to have to try and write it off and show us a new WE, Rusty, because that was questionable.
Yeah, it's almost like you've forgotten that J-Team almost perfect gamed
Oh,
EDG
I haven't forgotten.
yesterday.
It's blind faith, Atlas. It's blind faith.
Well, J-Team are actually going to throw WE a bone. They're going to ban out the Cogmore this time, so they don't need to dismantle that, and it's going to be Elise and Thresh to start off the champion select here for J-Team versus WE.
You wonder how priority Kalista will be, because Kalista Rakan, certainly for the Korean teams, was the gold standard of a bot lane, but the moment you start banning further AD carries than Caitlyn, something is so likely to slip through. In this case, the Rek'Sai is one of the big picks that is available at first pick, but some teams look elsewhere, and they're just happy to grab Gragas at first pick for JT.
And this is super fair for me, right? Taking it from Condi, but as you mentioned, you have to recognize what can be picked in response to that Gragas being there. The Rek'Sai as a natural pick, if you want to go towards that. Hard farmers in Italy still exist on Summoner's Rift as well.
Yep, so Kalista is going to be locked in here, though, for WE. They could go for the Rakan for 0 once again. No need to pick up a jungler just yet, but it is going to be the Braum, and that's what the desk was talking about. Get 0 under that comfort.
And I think the desk also, when they're talking about the bot lane matchup, BB&J kind of got a free pass with the Caitlyn lane and their big win over EDG to play the PV, to focus on pushing the lane. Team WE can go lane focused. It's not Kalista Rakan, but it is Kalista Braum. So they do have a lot of options in the bot lane. And also level 1. This is a fearsome duo at level 1, whether it's in lane or as a 4-man invade to try and get first blood.
Yeah, it's going to be the Ashe and the Tahm Kench, though, to start things off. So Tahm Kench just to try and disengage from anything. Of course, Fofo and Morning yet to take their champions, and we'll see what they're going to be grabbing here. But Condi is considering the Lee Sin once again, and this is flooding back the memories.
And you got to say, we somehow, in a match between Alex and Condi, stayed away from the Rengar. No Rengars in this game.
Thank
I know,
God.
Rusty, you're going to be happy to see that. Rengar was certainly disseminated by SKT yesterday. Going into the second round of the draft, first ban is that Cassie.
And of course, with the Lee Sin being picked by Condi, it's something you're just more excited to see him on. The reason he's known as the son of Baron, being able to steal things. Lee Sin very good at taking away objectives, controlling objectives, and being aggressive, which is what we want.
And it was also what Alex was able to dismantle EDG on as well. So he'd already picked up his jungler, however, still a denial pick, as the Kled is going to be the follow-up ban here on the side of J-Team, focusing 957 towards the top lane. And we were all watching that miraculous Kled escape. 957, of course, a deft hand on the old Kled.
Now, WE are going to have to first pick and blind pick a solo lane. Probably going to have to be the Renekton if it's going to be a top lane pick, or something like the Corki for a mid lane pick. I feel like those are the two obvious ones. Corki, if they want a last pick top lane, if they do want the counter pick, they just blind pick the Corki.
And so naturally your response will be the Taliyah. Very similar play patterns when they roam around the map. Think of the package and the ultimate that can come out. Slightly different in how they're executed, but it does seem like the natural response.
Yeah, something like the Cassiopeia that we saw yesterday is banned away. I feel like Lucian is actually a really good laning matchup into the Corki, but is going to be moved past. Makes sense. The LMS does highly prioritize the Taliyah for the early pressure, and you mentioned that Jarvan, it's picked, but there is a natural counter available.
Yeah, and the Renekton is going to be picked up straight away, so those are going to be your team compositions. A lot of terrain to be created by the J-Team at this point in time, and we'll see whether they're going to be able to utilize that, but the Corki is something that we didn't mention earlier on. Both of these players actually having phenomenal performances earlier on in the tournament, and Xie is going to once again be on that here for WE.
I think both of them in defeats as well, and amazingly they were able to look good in those moments, and that does speak a lot towards the players individually. Fofo, star player on the team, honestly. I'll still be looking towards Alex, but we do have those full team compositions, and I'd be afraid if I was LPL, just based off what J-Team's throwing at you, and there is a lot of terrain and a lot of movements around the map.
There's some pressure lane matchups for WE, though. They do have the Renekton, who has the natural advantage over the Jarvan. Kalista Braum versus Ashe and Tahm Kench can go both ways. I actually lean towards the Kalista lane. And then Corki can have great trades against Taliyah. So we've already said 3 lanes that are looking good on paper. That's what the play pattern is from J-Team, because you kind of need Morning and his jungler to really come up and babysit them through a tough phase.
Yeah, and part of the problem with the LPL was the want to go towards this hyper-scaling composition situation, and it's definitely gone. You've got Renektons, you've got the Corkis, the ultra-item spiking Corki there who can just get spikes everywhere, and look, the 2-item spike at the Kalista has always been something we've spoken about, so we'll be able to get things done in the early game. It's just whether or not they can, and I'm looking at Condi. Can he get around the map and start things up?
It's the 2 shades of Team WE that you can get. It's the early game aggression, rotation or the late game hyperscaling, and we have seen a pretty nice middle ground, honestly, here, where they do still have that early pressure. But you know what? 3 items, 4 items is fantastic.
And the awesome thing about the format that we have today is the performances from both the teams. The drafts will inform which team they decide to throw in for the next series. There's a lot to be hyped about here in terms of the direction they go, because we have a Game 1 meta. It is WE returning to their roots from MSI and picking for lane. But if something goes awry, if we learn something about style, all the teams of the 4 on each side have very defined styles, and it will inform us going forward.
Yeah, WE as well want to find some redemption after their 0-2 on day 1 as well. Of course, their matchup's very, very difficult. However, we are onto Summoner's Rift, and that redemption, the opportunity is right now. As their team comp looks good, of course, J-Team looking okay as well, but it's not the same situation that they had last time around. Jarvan Orianna, pretty easy to run. Caitlyn, pretty easy to run. It was a flawless performance strategically, but can they make this pick and movement style composition work out for them? Because it feels like it's a little bit more difficult and more elusive to execute.
And it just feels like the LPL and also Europe have been finding out in their regional battles that you have to go early, that you have to focus on the lane kingdom. You can't opt out of it and hope for the early game comp to make mistakes and allow you to get the scaling on. Gone is the first rotation, Cogmore. A lot more respect. Now actually putting all the theory to practice is what we're looking for from WE.
And of course, with junglers just being that much more important right now, if you don't win your lanes, then your junglers will lose the 1v1. That means there goes your Rift Herald, there goes your Drake, whatever it ends up becoming. And slowly through that, especially with the Herald being able to take out an entire turret pretty much with some pressure behind it, snowballs happen earlier. And it is important that WE and J-Team look towards the early game laning.
Yeah, I like how you say start off early, and they've started trading before they've even got to the minion waves, which works out quite nicely.
The hard leash on blue's side for a red side start is very, very common for teams. And then you have Kalista Braum, where if you face check, if there isn't a ward there, it could be first blood, just having them rotate to lane. So I like the adaptation coming through. Speaking of adaptation, I'm actually surprised to see Morning not going for the grasp on the Jarvan, but actually going for fervor, which tells me get a quick gank up there, all in, and level 2, level 3, the damage output's going to be that much higher from the Jarvan.
Not to mention that, but he's also got that corrupting potion as well, and going for these aggressive trades early on almost made Renekton look like not a great level 1 champion, although that is going to even itself out.
Of course, has the W at level 1 as well, so the trading patterns there as it starts in the Rift is very easy for him to actually just equalize those trades. Fervor of Battle kind of is curious to me. I still would have preferred the grasp just to sustain through what a Renekton has, but it does mean that if you have crowd control, you're right, he's got higher kill pressure.
And I really do share your healthy skepticism, because sure, Jarvan, a lot of his trade patterns are all in, but in lane, he kind of Q autos and then walks away. If he EQs in aggressively, tries to get full value out of Fervor, Dominus is popped post level 6, and you almost always lose the trade. So to me, it suggests early gank, early pressure around top side. Otherwise, there are better options for the Jarvan.
Which is actually super curious when you've watched Morning's play patterns in his last 2 games that he's played. It's super defensive. He went for a Spectre's Cow Renekton, trying to not die.
He had Fervor that game as well, so maybe he just likes to make things look good in terms of the keystones. Like, no, guys, I'm going to pressure, and then just chills back.
That's actually fair. Build keystones for damage, build defensive to survive.
What to say, what to say.
Building defensive does make sense that you'd survive then afterwards. I'm curious to see Condi moving to a different camp there before taking the red, so he heads up towards the Krugs and then will take his red down. Now to move off with a full duration of this red buff to try and get things going here in the early game. And does that mean that he will be trying to get aggressive? What's that telling you guys?
Certainly looks like it.
He's got the turbo level 4, wait for 957, where's the stun? Interrupts!
That's going to come in there as he does get the knockup. Morning taking a lot of damage, and the red buff will tick down, but Morning will just use that teleport theoretically to get back into that lane after he heads back to base, and does look like he's going to do that. So not going to quite get it. No flashes there either from Condi.
Usually we don't see the full clear of top side, because then it's a free invitation now for J-Team to invade, get vision bot side, and vision-wise, which certainly was the story for both teams yesterday against WE, was the vision supremacy over them. So just cementing their wards for me is a big thing I want to see. The draft, they've made the adaptations there, but bringing in Zero, losing Ben, their vision control was desperately poor during both their games yesterday.
Which is important to note, because Alex, once again, was a high-priority vision jungler.
Sure.
He was really trying to find, especially in the Samsung game, I believe it was, where his opponents were at all times. You can see it on your screen.
Yeah, they had that information, and that's the takeaway here is that while the damage trade went good for WE, the information trade, predictably, is on the side of the LMS.
Yeah, massive warding, and It's exactly what you just said, predictably, because WE were not doing a heck of a lot of warding. We heard a lot of talk about it, and so far, there's not a lot of vision on the map here for the red side team, so probably keep your eyes open for what WE can see, because that change will be very, very important as we move forward.
What to me is actually very curious is when you watch the minimap and you'll see question mark pings placed at jungle camps as if they know exactly where he is, even without that vision. Because you get one ward, you see exactly where he is, you know where he has to go next. There's only a certain amount of camps alive.
It's one of the reasons why Ashe has been so high priority ever since standard meta cemented itself as the only way to play League of Legends, because you get information about one camp, you're allowed to walk in, and you spoke about Alex and his vision tendencies. It's not about contesting the camp here, it's much more about keeping complete tabs on Condi.
Well, they definitely know where he is. So they just sort of waved at each other, as Alex is going to move back into his own jungle. Only the Gromp available here. He's going to wander over a ward, so the jungle is not necessarily a secret mission for either of them, as Condi's going to walk over a ward himself.
Like Mission Impossible version of Secret, I guess.
Yeah. Or impossible to be secret, something like that, as Jay is going to devour his Ashe, spit BB back. Okay, so far this bottom lane is going relatively even. It's only a couple of CS in the lead for Mystic, and for a Kalista lane to be even with the Ashe, you'd have to be feeling okay as an Ashe.
I think the major point that we'll be looking towards is actually around the Lee Sin, who got the experience and CS advantage. Remember, he had the first full clear that was uncontested. And Alex, yes, you can place the vision, you can find him, but sooner or later, Condi slips through the cracks, gets that one gank off with his level advantage, and even in the 2v2, you then argue towards their favor.
Very fast level 6. The lane ward will spot the Lee Sin coming through, though. Doesn't mean necessarily that this particular play is over. Gragas on the bottom side of the map, so going to be looking towards the enemy blue buff. Too early for a Mountain Drake start, and this could just be the steal for JT.
Well, it's all too easy here as well. No knowledge, really, but they are pinging him out, so there was a ward near that blue buff.
Looks to me like they're just pressuring him off the turret in the top lane, I suppose, but it's very obvious, even though Condi doesn't know he's on the ward, by the way Morning is playing, that he's been spotted. You can see immediately the be careful pings the wards down on the bottom side of the map by WE. The blue buff that was taken away, they know all of this information. It's just they can do nothing with it.
Whoa, there's the flash actually. Q's going to land. The kick was there, but Morning's just going to flag and drag his way out. That in fact cancelled the Dragon Rage. So just no ability to kill this Jarvan, and he still has his flash.
Insane that he lives through that. He had the right read. It was one of those weird scenarios as a jungler where, like, well, even if he had a ward, I've been here so long, there's a chance that he'll actually finally walk up and contest the minion wave. Did walk up, still wasn't answered. Condi escapes with just a blue buff contest, but WE have enough reinforcements. There should be a trade of blues, and crucially, WE will actually pick up one on their mid laner, whereas Fofo only relying on the Lost Chapter.
Okay, so we'll see whether Fofo can equalize that one out. Does have the slightly less good double rings in his back pocket, but it's the Sheen pickup for Xie avoiding something like a Hex Drink or something more defensive to start things off, and we'll see whether this Trinity Force is going to be in at a good clip.
And didn't even go towards the Phage part of the Trinity Force for extra health, a bit of extra AD. It's all about weaving through the ultimate as well and getting the auto attacks off. Higher burst immediately, less consistent damage usually, unless you get the rockets to hit.
And I think the play pattern of the fact that you can walk up to a Taliyah, especially when her ground just worked for wave clear, Q auto, and then just disengage, you often do win trades pretty hard as Corki. It's why I do favor him compared to the Taliyah, especially in the early lane phase, and Trinity Force Spike will, I'm sure, return and talk about in just a little bit. WE have walked through the enemy jungle.
Okay, Mystic is going to be spotted here as well. Ward is not going to get discovered as, yeah, it's just going to be vision being put down. Everyone seems to know exactly what's going on, especially J-Team. Just seem to have the number of WE.
This is a battle of all the right wards in all the right places as well. It's not actually like littered with vision everywhere. Most of the wards are placed correctly and in the right places, so they're not overbuying wards. I'm looking at KT when I say something like that.
Ah, yes, Marta, the king of purchasing wards.
I mean, both teams are playing respectful. It's kind of my takeaway here. The draft, the playstyle, the focus on vision, the little advantages incrementally crept up because of seeing the enemy jungler. It's all been pretty ordered so far, but all that means is kind of free farm on both sides, no gold lead. WE, they do have the 1 and 2 item spike advantage with the Corki and the Kalista, both excelling in that range. So I'm going to really focus on WE, taking what has definitely been a solid early game and translating that to the mid game in about another 5 minutes time.
And do they need to do that? Is their composition going to fall off way too much against what J-Team have in their arsenal? Because I'm looking at J-Team's comp and feeling like, well, it's still probably going to be a type of composition that's going to be relatively similar to what WE have put together.
I mean, I still look at WE's comp and say they'd scale extremely well into the late game. When you've got a Corki in the middle lane, the more items you get, the better you're going to be. And you're a second AD carry, right? The more AD carries you have, naturally you look at a composition and say it still scales. There's always going to be that scaling. Even with J-Team, when you look at their 5-man roster, Taliyah ultimate, Tahm Kench ultimate aren't really damage ults either. So their early spikes at 6 are more meaningful for plays, for objectives, or for turrets. So they are playing it slow and respectful until they get that big opportunity.
Well, no opportunities presenting themselves just yet. The Rift Herald is at least being scouted out by Condi, but not started up at all. Mountain Drake, of course, will be something coveted by both of these teams, especially talking about double AD carries. There's the Abyssal Voyage, the first one to come in. Cataclysm just going to be sliced out of as 957 wants the extra health. He does, yeah. Condi's going to be able to get that kick. Good knock-up comes in as Alex. Just too much damage. First blood from the Dominus. Comes out of 957, who's got the fancy footwork. Yeah, that's going to be Morning falling down as well. So already the trade, a win here for WE, and it's a double kill for Fofo as he answers. But is he going to be okay? Good Devour, and Jay flashes out of the ultimate, and it is going to be Taliyah surviving. So 2 for 2. Man, this game's close.
And even though J-Team rotated first, WE got the first blood when even with the later roam coming through from Zero, and should feel really good about that whole passage of play transpired. Only big factor to talk about on the side of J-Team was that Fofo picked up both the kills. You mentioned that his ultimate's all about the mobility. He'll have the itemization to get over that particular hump. So that's the only thing J-Team can really smile about, because usually the first person who rotates first picks up the big advantages, and that did not happen there.
And of course, when you want someone on your team to have the kills if you were J-Team, it would still be Fofo, the big player on their roster. And on the opposite side, 957, not exactly the star player, but you give him momentum, you give him an iron, and he still performs extremely well with that goal, with that money, and he's in the winning lane.
Having a CS advantage, having extra gold over a Jarvan will only extend the period of time where Renekton can just play as you see, take advantageous trades, ignore minion damage, and still trade up with the Stain on the Call of the Meek. So that's why I really do favor WE in the mid game. J-Team walking up.
Yeah, Condi is going to kite that blue buff back, and it looks like Zero's here to help, so it should be A-okay, especially with Mystic waiting in the wings, ready to Fate's Call this Braum to safety. Chie just says, yeah, I did all of that work, picks up that blue buff for himself, and now has his Sorcerer Shoe, so very close to the Trinity Force, and we'll have that big item spike to start things off.
And just to cement why I really do favor WE's draft, it feels like they bridge between spikes super well. Corki 1 item, then to Kalista 2 item. These are pretty much preeminent 1 and 2 items spikes in the whole game among any champions. Top lane, well, 957's in trouble.
Yep, Seismic Shove hasn't even been used yet, as there's the flash, and 957 is going to go down and make that 3 kills for Fofo. Been talking about this guy be the carry for this team all weekend long. And man, he's definitely demonstrating that now with 100% of his team's kills.
He certainly is, of course. 957 caught in a very awkward spot to use his Slice and Dice, went into the turret just because of the Cataclysm rocks as well, blocking him in. So they do well to pick him up. They do well to use the Jarvan ultimate meaningfully and save everything from Taliyah, as these two are still going at it bottom.
Optimism to use the flash when the Cataclysm was still available was certainly not going to be getting away in that particular regard. So it would have been nice to have that for the next engagement. Would have been about a 1.5 minute window where Jarvan was still flashless, so that's the only small question mark you'd raise about 957.
Yeah, teleport actually going to be used from 957 as well to get himself back to this lane as the arrow flies out on the bottom side. Here. Fate's Call is going to come in. Yeah, Weaver's Wall as well. Zero throws down a defensive Glacial Fissure. Zoning Fissure.
At least it was legitimately zoning this time.
It's not like the zoning Hemo Plague.
No, not quite the zoning Hemo Plague. It applied enough of a slow, so they do get out alive. Considering it was just the Taliyah, they don't teleport down to the bottom lane. There was a really good teleport ward for J-Team, and I am shocked that Morning was not in a position to actually come down there. That would have been kills.
Well, see whether next time it's going to work out, but Fofo, I do like the idea. And Condi's going to move in towards the top side. So Morning saying, I don't want these creeps. Chie is going to make it a 3 versus 1 though. Yeah, up. This is a big problem. Alex is there. Condi takes half of his health in damage, but look at Chie. He's got a lot to work with. boss bomb auto, like you were talking about. The Q auto trades working out. It's half the health bar of Morning, but he is still going to survive.
Yeah, no ultimate from Morning with reinforcements coming up. The Weaver's wall down. Ult's not in the right spot, so it ends up just being a bit of pressure exuded, turret damage exuded by WE, but no more.
And they're not going to lose too much here either, so WE utilizing the extra push that you're going to have out of that Corki, able to shove that wave towards that turret, especially with the absence of a Talia.
And I think that's the key phrase here as well. You mentioned this during just the draft as we were getting in. They've got the pushing waves. They're using those pushing waves. And naturally, for WE, that's exactly what they need to be successful.
Not often do you get the pushing lane and also the one item into two item power spike supremacy over your opponent. That's why you look at WE, you smile, because you say, okay, the draft works, the item builds work, all the champions are in the meta. They've been solid with their warding. The game could still go crazy on you. There still could be a fatal mistake, but at least you can see they watched the VODs, they listened to the consensus of the other coaches, and they learned and made adjustments. Not many teams can make this much of an adjustment in one day, in less than a day. This is less than 24 hours later. And that part is good to see from WE.
That's what makes Rift Rivals so exciting, because again, they're the top 4 teams from every region. If any team within their region should be adapting, it'd be these 4. So it is nice to see.
And maybe there wasn't a brains trust coming into the first day. There's no guarantee that all the coaches with Worlds implications in the future come together and want to play together. But at some point, you're going 0-4, largely against LMS teams, and you're thinking, no, we will be in the final. It will be China versus Korea, like most people would have expected. And WE, who knows where the information is coming from? Maybe it's from them, maybe it's from other coaches. They're looking a lot better.
Yeah. They're looking to take themselves a Rift Herald as well.
How do you not see that?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. I'm pretty sure they know. Especially with the fact that Shie moved up towards that Rift Herald.
He was actually out of vision as well. Yeah, he didn't get spotted.
I mean, J-Team has no interest in walking up there. They can't take umbrage. They don't have vision on the top side of the jungle. All their vision is bottom side. That's why they're playing bottom side. But
yeah, they're just taking everything. They've got first brick as well as the Rift Herald, and now the shutdown gold onto Mystic. Yeah, everything
and now
working
look what's
out.
happening in the mid lane. They've got the Herald conveniently here that they just took for themselves. The pick
it's like
could
a
not have
cooking
been
show.
timed better.
This is the one we prepared earlier.
Oh, you would have said that about J-Team yesterday, Atlas. So the fact that we're saying it about WE in this game is such a change from yesterday. No backdoor bonus, able to take down the turret in the mid lane. They keep pushing, and the map's looking more and more narrow for JT.
Yeah, they're able to get another charge onto this turret as well, as that big one did a lot of damage to all 3 members of J-Team, defending under this turret valiantly. WE moved back, but that is a very quick 2 turrets, Rift Herald, as well as the kill on the stacked up member of J-Team.
And you could see Condi was playing with confidence. He cancelled the resonating strike with just a W, being like, no, I'm not going to go in on this one. He's playing the mind games. Couldn't play mind games yesterday. That's how far behind WE were. But they're trying to get in the head of J-Team, and so far, it's a success.
Certainly right. And when you've got your Trinity Force Sorcerer's Shoes Power Spike for the Corki, you've got your Blade of the Ruin King for the Callista, there's no better timing to make the plays that they were just then. So things work out nicely for them. On the side of J-Team, they still need to work around Fofo just that little bit more. If he's getting 3 main ganks, is he overextended, or is the vision not in place this time? And was this the one lapse in their really strong vision control?
Yeah, and you also, as a Talia, you're the one that wants to be moving around and making those plays. If you're getting caught out like this, not only are you getting caught, and that's definitely bad, but also you're not utilizing your strength, which is being able to roam around the map and catch your opponent off guard. They need to be making these proactive plays.
It's hard to finger wave too much at the Talia. For me, when there's no mid lane priority on either side, the jungler needs to be helping you out, the support could be helping you out. Okay, bot lane is looking like a bit of a quandary.
Is it a bait, though, Papa Smithy? Is Condi's going to be able to grab that kill?
Sometimes you can answer your own questions, Atlas.
Yeah, no, it was awkward because I was like preparing that sentence, and then it just happened. So never mind. Mystic is going to be able to grab that. Looking for his Hurricane next. It has his Ninja Tabi as well as that Blade of the Ruin King, but he is getting accelerated. 1-0-1 now. Does have parity as far as CS, as BB's moving up here towards the top side of the map. We'll be able to take down this top outer turret relatively easily if these minions are going to last. That's 957 has something to do with it.
And Zero, of course, is nearby. So the turret should stand for this wave. The question is what happens in the next ones. The jungler is bottom, which is why you'd suspect that maybe if WE want to, they can hold this, but they haven't got Corki, they haven't got Lee Sin, it's unlikely.
J-Team also have a lot more vision. They have 2 wards in the enemy red side and a control ward defensively, whereas WE are only playing with who's showing in minion waves on the side of J-Team. So less information means that Alex can actually walk up pretty confidently, and Condi and Mystic are cancelling more autos and auto-spacing backwards more than they'd like.
Yeah, Morning is also going to turn up.
Alex is going.
Yep. Okay, that's awkward. Condi's going to kick his way back in, avoids the knock up there, but he's still going to die. And Fofo's going to be able to take down Mystic all too easily. J-Team striking back nicely. Not quite on the gold front just yet, but still looking good. And if they take down that top outer turret, that is going to bring us all back to square.
And I know you may look at that and say, what was Condi thinking? But Fofo was the difference. He actually shows up this time, as they've also got themselves a Xie.
Yep, the exhaust is going to come in. Good smite to save Alex's life for the moment, and it is going to do it. Fofo picks up the kill, and Alex, that passage of play was making him look pretty good.
And Rusty, I wondered how long WE could keep on this vision train, because you know these teams from the LPL, at some point they want to start buying long swords, cloth armors, and no control wards. While J-Team were making that measured push around top, we mentioned, while WE, they don't really have the vision to make things happen. Consider that they don't see at any point Fofo coming. They don't have information on it. They don't have a control ward up at the enemy red. That's why both of them die, overextending, take the turret. Gragas missed a damn cast. It was a party cast in the bot lane, but the party was cemented by a double kill, became a triple kill, and J-Team, they've got back control of the game.
They certainly do, and from this point, just by getting those kills and how they coincide with the map control, whilst they don't break that top turret, it's infinitely easier as you go to your next pushes. You get extra vision.
Oh boy.
Oh man, that arrow, it went up the wall. I'd never seen the trajectory change on an arrow that much, but it is going to get the flash.
Classic 3.5 second stun there, so smart flash coming through from Mystic. The best Ashe players do thread them through terrain to reduce the time to react, and BB's another one of these Season 1 Ashe players, Atlas, so we shouldn't be surprised.
Exactly right. Of course, Ashe been around for the length of League of Legends just in general, so BB being an incredibly seasoned player.
Will he weave in the Thornmail at some point?
Oh, I was hoping someone would say that. Tutorial style. The Xie's going for the melee Corki maneuver. Packages his way out.
Porn patented.
Yep. In fact, he still only plays that style of Corki. I think that they thought that, you know how his attack range was lowered just a little bit. He thought, well, it got lowered, it must be just melee. It was more the phosphorus.
Oh, they got the kick.
So that is going to be the kick.
Doesn't get him over the wall.
Good flash from Jay, but it is still going to be the summoner spell gained from Condi.
This is awkward. WE opting into fights against the Kalista.
Yeah, exhaust down onto Condi there as well. He's not going to last long, as that's going to be the kill. BB picks that one up, and now 957, they are free to just focus down the Crocodile, but is that what they want? He just picks up Mystic, flashes his way out. 957 knows exactly how to make this Crocodile work, and the disengage is successful from WE.
And that wasn't the best start for WE, but that is one massive Crocodile running around, and you don't really want the Weave as well to knock him into your AD carry, unfortunately. I believe BB dies as he was getting devoured by J2, so there was no counterplay. There was no option for him to flash. Jay was just trying to help a mate and ends up killing him.
And it's the hard committals when you do see 2 items start to be completed on multiple carries. It's going to be something that J-Team wants to avoid. They actually did have the Hurricane Blade the Rune King done first. Couldn't fight around time. We're going to see the replay here. RBB opens up really safely. The cask splitting both Condi and 957 means that Condi has to be the first one to go down.
And certainly, you get to see all the interactions here. Really tragic, actually.
Oh,
timing,
wow.
yeah,
How
exactly.
Did that even... What?
Just as he was going into the mouth. He is still slightly targetable. 957 takes him out.
Partially targetable.
Just a little, just enough.
When you're putting food in your mouth, Atlas, it still can be knocked away.
That's true. We call it a smidgen targetable. I like it. Mystic has got his Hurricane now, so that 2-item spike that we talk about all the time is going to be completed, and the second spike for the Corki is done. Third one's going to be that Infinity Edge, but man, he's spiky.
And namely for Xie as well, he hasn't gone for the Infinity Edge, which is what we've seen from every single LPL Corki. He's changed up his build just a little bit, get that extra range and attack speed, because he doesn't want to be killed. He needs to try and distance himself. Kalista is a closer range AD carrier. They need to stipend themselves just a little bit more.
Yeah, and I believe that's the Faker school of thought as well on the Corki, picking up the rapid fire cannon second.
Infinity Edge second kind of weaves in and out in terms of popularity. Seeing a lot of attention here because, of course, the Infernal Drake has spawned.
That was WE that picked up the mountain, remember, but J-Team don't want to let this one go over. They have started
Watch for the Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, Fofu has a lot of options.
So she's there, so they're going to be secured.
Yeah, that is another... What the hell? That's going to be stolen with a volley. That is just ridiculous. Alex is going to get gobbled up and taken to safety. And J-Team say, thank you very much for the leash. Not entirely sure how you missed that, but we'll take it anyway.
Yeah, the rend calculation was wrong. Condi smited early, and still the steal comes through. Sometimes it can be on the sliver. That was the sliver, and they had the positioning on the mid lane wave as well, and J-Team basically pick up the lunch money of WE and get an advantage that should never have been there.
Yeah, they get the Infernal Drake and the tower at the same time. The mid lane out of falls, and now they immediately rotate, at least have pressure towards the top side of the map.
Sometimes it all comes together, Atlas. As you say, the minion wave crash, and they can't walk up. They don't feel safe enough. We talked about Fofo. He's the guy we focused on with J-Team. Once again, 5 kills under his belt. Morning, he's all alone.
Yep, Condi's looking for him. Does get the flash kick. He's going to easily land the Q there, but Morning has to invest his flash this time and is once again going to be safe. And Condi all the way down towards the bottom side of the map. You can see the pings on the Baron. We'll see where the J-Team head over there.
Someone really needs to give WE the simple tutorial on Vision. We still have another game, 3 in a row that I want to say that it's been, right? I want to say that it's a factor of 0 coming into the team, but this is not the WE we saw playing in MSI, even when a 0 did sub in, you know, just a handful of times.
Yeah.
They have such big lapses, you wonder where their heads have been at recently, because while they've made some adaptations in the draft, once again, the play patterns, after a good early game, it must be said vision-wise, the moment anything seems to go against them, they fall back to just getting their item spikes and lose the vision game.
I think it's fair to say, in part, it is that 0 is here. Of course, you don't lose the knowledge or the map awareness. You may lose how the meta changes and where objectives and priorities lie. You also can get a little bit complacent when you haven't been practicing here, there, and everywhere. As the arrow is hit. Speaking of complacency, that was going to be a delivered Braum into a Fate's Call, and Mystic's going to save him. But that means another initiation opportunity now gone for WE. Trade of Ultimates.
J-Team can push up Vision. They want to get a teleport ward for Morning because Flash is down after having to deal with the gank in bot lane. So anything to help him get into the back line will be big for J-Team's initiation.
Yeah, Condi spotted on that ward. Understandable. J-Team do have a fair few of them. Moving them up towards the Baron pit now. WE did have a lot around that Dragon to start things up, and it's horrible that it weren't able to get it. As Morning's going to die, Shea picks up that kill quite easily. And now the Abyssal Voyage is going to bring the rest of J-Team down. BB, good flash actually gets him to relative safety. And Jay says, no, BB. Don't be going that aggressive.
Yeah, they committed to a play after their top laner was dead. Still very killable, doesn't have the stone plate. Condi also nearby. All of WE actually rotated towards the bottom lane, so their play is for the inner turret, compliments of a package from Shea.
And you see pretty slow movements from Fofo and also Alex. They only now just come to stop the minion wave crashing in mid lane, so just will be a turret and a kill over to WE. Good heads-up play, and that's now read it well, as Fofo was just clearing minions in the top lane.
Well, speaking of clearing minions in the top lane, this turret is going to do a bit of that. Shie's going to head back to base and grab it, so good timing to get pressure on where they had pressure in those lanes. Now able to go back, buy a few items. That is going to be the Gargoyle Stoneplate done for 957, and very close to that Infinity Edge is Shie. Just needs the combined cost and that pickaxe, and that is the third spike done. Nice work from WE, and now they need to get out and get that vision set up around this Baron area. 28 minutes into the game, and it's been started.
Hasn't been spotted, remember. They did not get spotted on the Callista Sentinel.
They need to get in.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall is still available here for J-Team. They can buy time with that ultimate. It is going to get thrown down. Condi and Zero get themselves over to the side, and that means that J-Team are going to peel away. WE got here in time.
It wasn't a crazy amount of damage to take the Baron out just yet. They did get it to about half health. The Weaver's Wall, you're not going to use it early. Way too indicative that you're just doing the Baron, and they'll be able to wait it out or just get over it with the Lee Sin with the wall. In saying that, they didn't get to block them off at all. They just walked through, or the play is entirely nullified by the side of J-Team. Like the idea, love that they're testing their limits, testing the waters to see how WE then respond.
Yeah, they saw the fact that WE only had a couple of wards in their last couple of games, so if you can try and get there, you may as well test it out. And of course, no harm, no foul. Not going to lose too much. Say okay. Weaver's Wall going to be back up very, very soon as well. They've got an Ash Arrow available from Bibi, heading towards what looks like an Infinity Edge item number 3. Does have a cheeky dagger there for some reason. Oh, is that the Frustration Dagger that could be a control ward?
That is certainly what it is, Atlas.
Yep,
and
the old Frustration
Dagger. You do see Alex also, knowing who his carry is, he has the Knight's Vow set up onto Fofo, not onto the AD carry in this particular game. Could, of course, change that in the later parts of the game, but consistent damage is something Talia does so well. We remember the burst when you hit the seismic shove, but especially when you're not on worked ground, with consistent damage, another person you can happily use a Knight's Vow damage reduction onto. So now that BB has the Infinity Edge, perhaps he'll change the focus. WE
also sold his dagger.
That's true. We feel good about that one.
Not the Doran's Blade.
Just hasn't quite actually bought the control ward just yet. But 3-item spike is big deal. There's 3 for Mystic as well, but a Phantom Dancer is no Infinity Edge as far as that flat damage. They are going to be moving up. J-Team actually just positioning themselves very aggressively here against WE.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they've had control around the Baron area for a decent amount of time. WE get in, then J-Team comes back and they clear it, and we rinse and repeat. So really we're waiting for that one moment where WE say, well, we have to check, or J-Team say, we need 3 control wards in one bush because the bush is super safe, and that's now going to be our death bush. I think we have one of those right now, Atlas.
All right, not entirely sure what the old 3 wards in a brush really means.
It's the safest bush in existence.
Okay. I think one of them's at least been replaced now.
You know what we do know is that BB didn't place one of those.
Yeah, we definitely know that one. There's only 2 there now. So the double ward brush going to be safe for the moment, but Condi's going to see 60 gold in there and be like, oh, is that my birthday? There it is. Oh, look at that. Just money lined up. Not going to be protected, so that ward brush was an odd one.
And while it's amusing, always see the double control ward in the brush, it also means there's just less vision available for J-Team to reset. And they probably have to go for an extra recall just to once again follow those steps as Jay has to flash away.
Arrow's going to be in response to B.
He's
BB maybe a little bit off as far as the decision-making is concerned. Cataclysm comes down, and this is a really disjointed fight. The stun onto Morning's not going to be followed up as now Alex is turned on. Yeah, Fofo just going to get turned on immediately, though. Fate's Call is going to knock him up, and Fofo is eliminated. And that was so disjointed from J-Team. A little bit of a brain fade.
And remember, the team fighting phase was the one big question mark we had about J-Team, why they really failed in translating the early game to mid game. Remember yesterday, Atlas, when we were casting the game against EDG, there was no team fighting phase. It was PV, it was ordered League of Legends. Here we see Talia not reading the situation, coming into the back line, the person with all the gold. Fate's Call turned on instantly, and they should lose Baron from this, even though they have a couple of members walking out.
And they're coming in to look for it still.
Yeah, BB actually is just going to get knocked back with the package. Not going to get knocked up, but look at that. Just so much ground damage. Morning's going to die as well. The Baron's going to reset, but it's only time.
I don't think they can do it.
Yeah, they definitely should back away now.
Okay, Alex still taking some damage. Mystic's very, very healthy. That's not going to be enough. So WE, you're exactly right, are going to back away. 5,000
No, actually, they're going to
approaching.
commit to doing it. Condi might die still.
Well, 957 at least has a full health bar, so that should be okay. Alex gets himself in there. He's now looking for a place to start this fight.
He has Flash, he has his ultimate, and he has Smite.
He has a lot of health missing as well, though, because Shie does a heck of a lot of damage, and he's just going to body slam his way out, and the Baron is going to be taken for WE.
Ultra brute force, but because they had the rend, they could have extra members walk up and try to disengage. They take the Baron, and the whole passage of play is regarding to the mid lane. Jay could have just gone out, flashed away, everyone can disengage. First thought is to move up when Fofo's in top lane, the Gragas is doing blue buff. Why are we going aggressive? You can extend that to Morning, who may not be helping his teammates, but he certainly looked like it was the mean play there. And then Fofo's in the back line. When Fate's Call is up, when the flashes are still up, they turn onto him easily. Complete brain fade. Terrible team fight from the side of J-Team, but it's just not something they were forced to do yesterday, so they fall back to some of their unfortunate fallback tendencies in a very much more even game.
It feels like the ants just marched in one by one, basically, and slowly went down. Yeah. One of the teams said that for certain.
Yeah, the hurrahs were not in favor of J-Team, though, most certainly. Lord Dominic's regard has actually been picked up outright by Mystic as well after that first back. QSS and a Zeal there for Shie, of course, staying with the theme of we don't want to buy control wards because we've got so much money, we may as well buy more items. And that is the same to be said for 957, who has a Guardian Angel towards the top side of the map. These are big spikes for all of the players on WE, and now with the Baron buff, just marching these minions down the lanes.
And the big difference between the teams is actually in top lane itemization between the Renekton and the Jarvan. Renekton actually has the tankiness, the Guardian Angel and the Gargoyle Stoneplate, whereas Morning is still desperate for the Gargoyle Stoneplate purchase. The reason why you say that is both teams are looking to fight front to back. The Kalista just wants to be free hitting. Renekton can stand in front of the Ashe, force her to disengage, whereas you can't say that about Jarvan out of anything other than creating terrain. And that should mean that a lot more orders will come in for Mystic, and the team fight should go the way of WE.
Well, there's just going to be a Cask trying to disengage them off this turret. They have to wait for another minion wave to turn up, but that's an ultimate that's not going to be there to get them away from it next time.
And a fairly important ultimate at that, just to not have available. If WE still have the Baron buff, none of the damage dealers can take apart 957 with the items he has, and it's almost a disengage ultimate that's now completely missing. Tahm Kench, now super crucial.
Oh, Condi's actually looking for this cheeky play out for the backside. Actually safeguards his way over.
There's
the kick flash. And he's just not going to get
Deleted.
out. Alex is going to get absolutely deleted. You're more than correct, Papa Smithy, and that's going to be that.
Fofo.
As Xier is heading forward, it's going to be Mystic that takes down the Tom Kench. And yeah, could be the end of the game, but it will definitely be the end of this inhibitor. WE will take that one down. Condi very low on health. He's just standing back as there's the exhaust onto Fofo. Takes so much damage. The flash. That's going to be it. Morning jumps in with the Cataclysm, but it's just a party as BB says, well, I guess I'm going to stand on my fountain and see whether they take down my Nexus.
They're just going to wait for the minions to come in. This should be the end of the game. Only BB, the veteran, is here to stop off the goals. The LPL should be going 1-0 up.
Well, Xier is going to do a lot of damage as he jumps in, but does have to be careful. Yeah, BB's doing his very best. Xier falls down. One Nexus turret is going to fall as 957 has a GA at least, so he's not going to die. That buys them enough time.
Felt like WE also felt the same tune that we were coming up with there, Rusty. They kind of went in one by one there,
They certainly did. I don't think they had enough to end the game unless they immediately killed the Ashe. Summoners were available, so BB holds the Nexus for his team. But you'd have to wonder for how much longer will they still have that Nexus available with the current state of the game.
And you need your Nexus available. That's one of those things that
You've been reading your notes again, haven't you,
I know. You called me a good analyst the other day, so I wanted to follow up with more things to know.
With you.
Thanks very much,
You'll need that one
Brother
for the
Smithy.
LCK one broadcast.
Oh, will I?
Yeah.
I haven't needed it thus far. Okay, BB's going to continue clearing things out. And Alex towards the bottom side of the map gets a coveted jungle camp that he's been pushed away from for the last little while. 9,000 gold is the lead for WE. They should be able to close this one out because you don't need vision if you're just playing in the enemy base. You have minions there, it's absolutely fine. You know where your enemy is too.
That's certainly true, of course. The lack of Dorans being sold for the side of BB that we mentioned in the past.
Oh, he actually bought back that dagger as well.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, dear.
Now it's a rapid-fire cannon.
I mean, you want to get hyped about the DPS items. That's, that's just the mindset you have as a caster. That's a big Infinity Edge over there. But actually, the game is being decided in the tank itemization.
Yeah.
Condi and 957 are as steadfast as possible, basically unkillable, even to Ashe, who has 4 items. Whereas the same is not true on the side of J-Team, and the front-to-back fighting that both these teams set up for, you can tell by things like the Knight's Vow being completed. It's almost impossible for J-Team without a big pick.
Yeah, and there isn't the Last Whisper item coming in for BB yet either. You mentioned it was a rapid-fire cannon. Yes, he's got a lot of crit, but he needs to be hitting the squishies to be doing relevant damage. This front line's going to be even more unkillable.
Yeah, same thing applies for the mid lane as well. No Void stuff to be seen. Honestly, I don't think anything touches 957's health bar. He is just far too unkillable. And if Condi, with his items that are kind of halfway between tankiness, especially with magic resistance, doesn't die, then no one does, because they're both in front.
Yeah, maybe you power through the Randuin's Dead Man's Plate, Lee Sin with no armor penetration, but then the Renekton has a Guardian Angel and a lot of armor and health, so...
And a weird cloak there as well in the Spectre's
true.
cowl. That's important.
He just likes to look good.
He does. And he definitely does. 957 actually been making some pretty sweet plays, especially around that mid-game. Somehow being able to kill an Ashe mid-Devour is cool.
So WE probably, felt the 32-minute victory. That part's now gone. A minute and a half till Baron and Elder are both up.
Yep.
Maybe, just maybe, J-Team sneak a ward into one. They're certainly not going to get to both, so WE, the percentage play, just hold back, put down a couple of control wards. They've got a few in the inventory, and just set up for objectives that J-Team are going to have to heavily overextend just to contest.
And you'd feel like with order of priority here as well, with both major objectives spawning at the exact same time, you'd still be looking towards the Baron, because then you can just corral the minions in as they assist you in ending the game. Yes, the Elder Dragon's great for team fighting, and if J-Team don't take one of them or fight for one of them, you just go from 1 to 2 and end.
And I feel like WE have shown in their ward line that they do agree with you. They have 2 wards on the obvious entrances through the blue buff to the Baron pit to spot a contest. So they clearly are priming themselves for the Baron. We run them down when the warding isn't there. We have to give them credit where credit is due. I feel like both teams have kind of had the same fallback tendencies. J-Team's mid-game team fighting and WE's ward control have both been relevant. WE have largely stuck that landing, and that's why they find themselves primed to take the first victory.
Yeah, and all of these wards are getting cleared out as well on the side of J-Team. The map is getting darker and darker, gentlemen. He's now moving towards where that Elder Drake is. I like setting up vision and then taking the other buff because you can utilize yourself as wards.
I mean, Kalista might just solo it.
Hey, that's true.
She's looking for it, that's for certain.
It's going to get mad at her. And yeah, Mystic going to stick some sticks
See, there's
in
some
the big
pings
dragon.
on the blue side. They could at least try contesting vision J-Team need to make a decision and make it soon. They don't see Lee Sin, who doesn't need to show himself.
They have to look for something. You can see them moving. If they don't fight now, they just lose the game by the 2
Oh, but
buffs.
BB's just taken so much damage. No arrow is going to connect. The Zero's there with the Unbreakable. And all too easily, the Elder Drake is going to be taken by WE. You feel like rinse and repeat, head towards the Baron buff with double Mountain Drake Elder and just evaporated in a couple of hits, and then the game's over.
Yeah, the damage from Elder just makes your Baron take with 2 Mountain Drakes so much faster. You saw already a defensive flash from a Gragas, a heal from an Ashe. There's no world where they actually walk up and contest the Baron. Yep, WE get both.
Is that a Baron or a Gromp, gentlemen?
It feels like a Gromp, I'll say that much, but the Purple Worm just completely shredded, and now J-Team are pretty much in their own version of hell, because there's nothing that they can do besides fight immediately.
Would you say they're up a dirty creek without a paddle?
I mean, you could say that, Atlas. That is definitely accurate.
I mean, I think they're only making a temporary visit to hell because the fight won't be long enough for them to burn and rot there. They will die instantly to all the damage coming through from the side of WE. They're going to push up their waves. That's apparently part of the checklist that they learned earlier today. But they are so primed to finish this game. It's unfathomable that they don't win from here.
Oh, that's always a dangerous thing to say, Papa Smithy, but I
can't
think you're right.
it at all, Atlas.
You cannot. No fathoms left.
Nope.
This time around. Well, J-Team are still trying their best to try and push things out. At least their inhibitor has respawned.
Here's the
but
death
now
push.
they're setting up the death push. Oh, that seismic shove was close. Not going to be able to scoop to whoop the guy back in.
I'm glad you used that one.
Yeah, I've been waiting
earlier.
for an opportunity. Yeah. I have to admit, I don't really like it when you prepare one, but that one, we had a discussion and needed to make it happen.
I like how we analysts prepare stats and you come up with silly names for abilities.
Yeah, that's what I do. I don't actually do it beforehand most of the time. The best ones are the ones that you say halfway into a team fight or something like that. When you've been, you know, piercingly lit and stuff like that.
I feel like we might get a lit team fight in just a few seconds.
Oh,
I'm excited for it.
segue. You just
Come on,
have a siege
WE.
on the turret.
Start initiating. We're ready.
Well, they've got the free inhibitor to take top lane. I think they just wanted 2 waves of minions crashing at once. This is the inhib they can fight for. It's also the inhib Fofo said we're probably going to fight for.
Yep, Weave as well is going to come in as now Condi's actually going for a fight, loses half of his health bar and he's knocked back. Condi gets a shield and he's going to survive for the moment. Good devour.
Look at
Gets BB out of there, but 957, you mentioned unkillable, and it looks exactly like that. Alex is eliminated. Fofo somehow died off to the side there as BB. What was that?
Here comes the big one. Ready?
Okay, Shie, that's a lot of damage, buddy, as BB makes it back to the fountain, but that's not where he wants to be because the Nexus is being focused. WE are going to get the redemption here against the J-Team and against the LMS after yesterday and bring at least themselves to 1 and 2 so far this tournament.
And the LPL bring themselves up in this best of 5 to 1-0 Atlas. They've actually got some redemption here for at least WE, potentially for the whole region.
And I love the fact that we can come back to the draft and say, what did WE do? They adjusted their scaling, they went for lane focus. In some ways, they won the draft. In other ways, it was pretty even. But an even draft, compared to what we saw yesterday from EDG, allowed the game to be competitive long enough for J-Team to make that mistake that they're known for, to make the team fight misconceptualization and actually go in for a fight they couldn't win, snowball it further with Fofo coming in later. And from there, WE made the right calls, closed the game, returned to the team fight that they've been known for in the past, and played a good series of League of Legends.
Yeah, and who was the international superstar for WE? 957 was definitely that guy when we saw him on the world stage, and he was performing here today as well. That Renekton looked absolutely fantastic, killing Ashes left, right, and center and becoming an absolute beast towards the late game. This is the WE we wanted to see, and this is exactly the right day for them to show up.
Yeah, certainly is. You couldn't ask for more for them in the semi-finals. Of course, day 1 and 2, it's nice to warm up, but this is where it matters the most.
And we had a warm-up cast. Can we start puffing out our chests? Are we believing in China? That's the question.
I don't want to say yes, because I know every time I say yes, yes.
All right, we're believing in China, but let's see whether our desk of LPL representatives are also believing in China as we throw it back.
Don't jinx us, guys. That said, it was a good starting point, at least for Team WE. Are you guys in agreement with Papa Smithy? In terms of draft, was this just across the board better for Team WE?
Well, it's not the win we deserved, but it's the one we needed. And it did start out the draft, Raz. Start off for me.
Yeah, it felt like 957 just went up in the draft and home asked, what do you want? He's like, I'm French. He just went straight towards the Renekton pick. He decided that he was going to go Renekton. He's only picked that twice in the LPL. He's gone towards the Jarvan. He's gone towards the Shen. And I did not want to see a scaling composition coming out of it. They had proper scaling. That's fair. They had Kalista, Braum, and Corki. But they still had lane dominance. So when WE was falling behind, they were like, we'll still play towards the Croc. And 957 was still going to be able to hold the torch on that Renekton.
But it wasn't just the Renekton pick up in the top lane. Let's get the draft up on your screen for you guys. It's also Condi in the jungle. You know, Lee Sin in the LPL. It's his respected, his terrifying pick. He bought it out this time around. We saw a new side of Condi.
Yeah, I was really happy to see it, honestly. I mean, even on the Gragas, he was trying to go carry mode. He had the 2 kills, and he was like, I'm going to go Runic Echoes this game. But it's just not the same as going for the Lee Sin. Saw all the plays he was making with the flash kicks and all over the map. So it was just night and day seeing Condi on this champion. So for me, very nice to see. On the flip side, though, J-Team, I still like their composition. Fofo gets his hands on his prize to Leah, and I'm like, all right, well, this is scary. And then the rest of the map, it was just like, well, this is a good composition for them. Though it did start to fumble and fall off as the game went on. Yeah,
I think this was the best comp we usually see from J-Team. Maybe the only error, not so much error, but if you were to go straight towards comfort, Alex like on a Kha'Zix. But Gragas, good into the Lee Sin because you can interrupt his Q kick with his body slam, so that's something that Alex was looking towards. And he had Fofo that was doing so well in that game because he was on his tried and true Talia pick. He was just doing so much damage. He actually went towards a Rabadons, which I disagree with. I think at that point you do want to go towards something like a Rylai's Crystal Scepters or Zhonya's or a Banshee's Veil, anything that gives you any bit of safety in dealing with a flank from Renekton.
Let's not take away too much from Fofo. He was 5-1 at about 15 minutes in that game. But I want to start early in terms of the first replay that we're going to bring up on your screen. And J-Team's vision in this replay, just how much information that they're gathering to set this play up.
10 minutes into the game, there were like 4 to 5 instances for J-Team where they just knew where Condi was. Losing his blue buff because they had a ward in the top side of the map. This was another instance where they just jumped right on top of him. 957 was just taking so much hurt here.
And don't worry, because China still has the mechanics to come in for the outplay. I was like, there is no way that this 2v3 works out for them. And 957 just apparently doesn't die. And Condi, with the 2v3, makes it happen. Though the rotation was slow from WE, so it only ends up being a 2-for-2.
Yeah, and that's kind of the feels bad, man, for the LMS, because in terms of setup and preparation, you can't get better than that. The vision, catching out Condi, making the reactionary play, getting Fofo up there, and yeah, the 2 kills end up in the back pocket of Talia, but when it comes to just pressing the buttons, Team WE pulled it out.
It was one of those moments where, at that moment, J-Team's incredibly happy that Talia secured that pick. You should move it forward. You should be able to be saying, you know what, who cares if Renekton gets the kill for themselves? We still have a major pick that we could slow the next few moments of the game, and they did just that.
And it was hard because I was like, I was promised an easy top laner in the top lane for morning, and then he puts the perfect ward down. He makes sure that he completely neutralizes Condi in the early game, and I'm like, what is this? This is a bad trade deal.
But ultimately, that replay did show the LMS starting off on a good foot. But what happened when the brakes got pumped and suddenly this was Team WE's game? Was it in the top lane with 957 or elsewhere on the map?
I think it was in the decisiveness from J-Team when they had control of the Baron and they even laid down the wall. They didn't want to be in a 50-50 position. They gave up control around Baron. They backed up, said, okay, you know what, BB, get your items. He found himself Renowned Hurricane, i.e. they pushed up. But then 957 showed up, had a fantastic game here, and was able to get a proper flank in and show up in multiple fights.
And of course, that flank that you're talking about is this replay here. 957 comes out of the woodwork and forces the flash. Condi punishes.
Yeah, so he set it up. Condi comes in, gets a slam dunk on Tahm Kench, and so from this point forward, yeah, there we go. WE comes out with an advantage when J-Team were honestly in a position to set up for success in this game.
And this is what you're talking about. If Fofo maybe had a Zhonya's instead of a Death Cap, he would have been instantly exploded on the backline. It's like, hey guys, what's going on? And the rest of the team just wasn't there. So that was one of those moments where it really sealed the nail in the coffin there for J-Team.
And frankly, I'm actually going to push back a little bit. You know, Fofo coming around the corner, it obviously wasn't communicated that Callista's ultimate was still up, that he was going to be locked down by Fate's call. But frankly, he really shouldn't have been there. I mean, you're Talia. You're all of your team's damage. Why would you ever think that you can come and make a pincer maneuver like that?
It's one of the audibles that he has to make because he recognized for whatever reason they are suddenly on the back foot, that they lost a kill and he had to do something. He went up in a flank. Maybe he can do something. He has so much damage. Maybe one pick with one flick can do something, but then he does get picked out because, of course, you miscalculate. There are so many variables that Callista ulti is something that he definitely missed. So it felt like if J-Team can set up the play, they can succeed. But even when WE, they don't have to necessarily set it up. They can play well on the ball. WE, Condi specifically gets the MVP.
Yeah, someone who can set up plays and then execute on the setup was Condi. We just saw his incredible insect maneuver there to set up the Baron for Team WE, and then the victory down the line. Started out a little bit hesitant, lost an Infernal Drake to an Ashe volley, but it got better.
Yeah, I'm glad that we got to see the real Condi because he was the MVP in the spring finals when they got the win over there. It was like, yes, this is the player. Condi has shown himself to be the best jungler in the LPL, and then we just didn't see it yesterday, and I was just like, oh no, we've just lied to all the viewers. But today, this is what Condi's about.
Yeah, that's fair. And you kind of threw a jab at Condi there. I blame Kalista. You lose a dragon with Kalista Ren?
And Smite.
Wait a minute.
And Ashe walked away with the Infernal. What happened there?
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you have a million Ren damage on that, press your E button, please. Okay, that's just public service announcement. But that was still a great set from WE, so congratulations.
Okay, but from this point forward, you know, now that we've given away Team WE, are we still riding high on the LPL, or because is J-Team the strongest team from the LMS? Or are you looking more at Flash Wolves at AHQ?
Yeah, if you look at the bigger picture, Raz, you're just like, okay, great, we got the win, and then it's just like, oh no, but I wanted. Okay,
what do you got?
I set you guys up, but we're gonna have to toss it to an interview. So Wendy, please take it away.
Hello， 现场以及正在观看直播的各位众韩师们，大家好，欢迎来到2017亚洲对抗赛的赛后采访。那也是有幸邀请到了刚刚获胜的 WE 的康帝来进行采访。康帝你好。
大家好，我是 WE 的打野康帝。
He said hello, he's WE's jungle Condi. 现场非常多的粉丝的支持的声音。那首先第一个问题，其实很想知道，因为在面对昨天2局失利之后呢，今天是作为第一支代表 LPL 赛区出战的队伍，会不会觉得格外的压力大呢？
So do you think that you have a lot of pressure for the representing first time as LPL's region?
好，那我觉得这个心态还是蛮好的。那今天为什么会选择用盲僧李青来对战 J Team 呢
？So why did you choose Lee Sin to verse J Team?
突然有一个骚操作或者骚想法是吗？那今天你用到李青，然后也用到龙虾这个皮肤，但是小龙却被抢掉了，会不会觉得自己再也不是龙的传人了？
So there was a time where Dragon was stolen. So how do you feel about that? So it was a bit of the communication error.
所以要好好教他中文是吗？好，下一个问题要问到就是，其实我觉得今天呢，在前期，我觉得 J Team 对于你的一个打野路线以及打野的动向，对于你野区的视野控制做的是非常好的。
So during early game, J Team did have a very good vision of you and the jungle. So how do you feel about that?
我有看到就是酒桶就一直往我野区去。
So I did see that Graves kept coming to my jungle.
我就去到上路，他在
And every time I go to top lane.
哦，所以说其实
when he's in the jungle, I was going to the top lane.
虽然被针对了，但是其实你也是反过来针对了他们。哎，那
so even though
想问到，其实我觉得今天
he tried to counter jungle the other two.
一直都受到了他们中野的各方位的全方位的照顾。那你有没有什么想对腿哥说的话？因为我觉得他虽然说受到了照顾，但是还是毅然的发育起来了。
So even though Talia did get a lot of support from other people.
就两边都是去上路去的经常多的。
And the mid laners did go to top lane very often.
比对面上单会更好。
Oh, and the mid laner
听到你的这样一个称赞呢，也是会非常开心的。那下一个问题想问到的就是，今天呢，我也是知道，其实康帝他肩伤是蛮严重的，因为之前在晚上遇到的时候，其实你有说过很难受。那现在肩伤怎么样了
？So how is his shoulder injury?
睡一觉起来现在还不错。
可以看到今天表现，就是可能肩伤会好一些。最后一个问题想问到，因为今天已经赢下了非常重要的第1分，那我们今天 LPL 也是
a very important first
4支战队能够集合在一起，有没有什么想对其他的队伍说的话
？So what do you want to say to the other teams
不要在意输赢，把自己该打的东西全部打出来，把自己的风采打出来就好。
So don't overthink
那也是期待我们 LPL 的4支队伍能够都发挥出他们的风采。好了，那接下来呢，我们即将要迎战的就是下一场精彩的对决，将会是谁呢？就是 LMS 赛区的闪电狼以及 LPL 赛区的黑暗势力 OMG， 让我们一同期待吧。
LPL's OMG.
Thank you so much, Wendy and Condi there. And you heard it from the host. It's going to be the Brawlers up next. LPL struck back, but Flash Wolves versus OMG right after this.
Alex, just too much damage. First blood from the Dominus. Comes out of 957, who's got the fancy footwork. Yeah, that's going to be Morning falling down as well. So already the trade, a win here for WE, and it's a double kill for Fofo. Yeah, exhaust down on Conti there as well. He's not going to last long as that's going to be the kill. BB picks that one up, and now 957, they are free to just focus down the Crocodile. But is that what they want? He just picks up Mystic, flashes his way out. 957 knows exactly how to make this Crocodile work. Yeah, BB actually is just going to get knocked back with the package. Not going to get knocked up, but look at that. Just so much ground damage. Morning's going to die as well. So the Nexus is being focused. WE are going to get the redemption here against the J team and against the LMS after yesterday and bring at least themselves to 1 and 2 so far this tournament. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Rift Rivals. I am Atlas, replacing Froskern, who is still here. That's a confusing thing to say, but I am now going to be the host. I have control of this desk, madam. And of course, Raz still here as well. And guys, a very, very good start for the LPL. And I was worried about sitting on this desk next to you just because, you know, LPL representatives and everything like that. But we can breathe easy because it's all going to be okay.
Yeah, I'm more surprised that I have two hosts beside me. Wait a minute. I actually had to check just to see if you were prepared for it, if you just had talking points, if you had, no, you have analytical
Are you
points.
like a notes
I'm an
detector now,
actual
Raz?
investigator.
Can you stay on your side, please, sir? Like, thank you.
Okay.
No, these are actual notes here. I'm ready to be an analyst. I'm ready to get behind my
That's
boys.
absolutely fantastic. So let's start the conversation about Flash Wolves versus OMG, because theoretically on paper this looks awkward, right? First versus fourth. OMG have had a decent season. However, this performance so far at this tournament has been less than stellar.
I mean, this is best case scenario, in my opinion, for the LPL. I want to burn our 4th place seed on the best representative of the LMS. The only way that this possibly could get better is if you see WE versus Flash Wolves, but that didn't go so well the last time, so I'm pretty fine right now.
Yeah, this should be the comeback for LMS to be able to take this one. It should seem free. That's why we're kind of unsure about it, because OMG, they showcased, you already said it, in the regular season for their own region in the LPL, that they can come out hot, that they should be the second best team, such an amazing record, but their drafting has been abysmal. I feel like we're talking about drafting a lot. Learn how to draft people. But that's one of those moments that you have to question it. And so OMG coming into this could be an upset, I suppose, for OMG to take a win versus Flash Wolves, but Flash Wolves are still looking very good when they took their victory versus WE.
I mean, we heard all the LPL teams talking about this in the you know, the pre-package video before the day started, that they want to face, or they want to match up to the expectations that they set coming into this tournament instead of falling down again. If OMG can scrape that ceiling that we know exists for them, then this could be an incredibly exciting matchup. I would love to see them go toe-to-toe with the Flash Wolves, and I would almost be like, you could possibly take this one. But if we see the OMG that we saw yesterday, Flash Wolves are going to smash them in 25 minutes.
Well, speaking of seeing the teams, let's have a look at the lineups now, because OMG not necessarily looking as fantastic, but it's still going to be the same players as Xiang, Jeko, Icon, SMLZ, and 5 are going to be hitting the Rift. And I'm looking at 5. I really want to see that Rakan. And across from them is going to be the Flash Wolves.
It's MMD in the top lane, Karsa in the jungle, Maple in mid, Betty and Sword Art in AD carry and support.
And I know you want to look towards the support position because it's pretty hot with Sword Art versus 5. Yeah. But Betty versus SMLZ. Betty's been performing so well in the LMS. SMLZ showcasing that he can be the best AD carry in the LPL. So that already, I'm pretty excited about.
Bottom lane's going to be a hot one.
That is going to be
My
good.
big concern is always going to come back to OMG's draft and how it'll impact that bottom lane. So OMG are on blue side this time around. They've been on blue side throughout this entire tournament. And the big glaring thing already out of the gate is that they ban Zac every single game from blue side. And that gives the enemy team on red just a free pot shot to continuously narrow down that AD carry pool. So yeah, the Caitlyn, SMLZ is never going to get it. It's been permaban, gotten through one time this tournament. But the Kog'Maw is also being banned and taken away. Stop banning Zac. Jayco can play it. So leave it open. Don't give them the free Kog'Maw ban away from your prized ADC.
But if you're talking about prized ADCs, it's honestly been a Kalista-based tournament. We've seen her lose once so far, something like that. She's been picked all the time and has looked fantastic. We saw Mystic just manage a phenomenal performance in our first game. Is that going to be a hot pick?
I would rather it be banned over the Zac in this instance. I think that's the easy one because SMLZ, frankly, he doesn't play it. He's been a big Jhin, a big Caitlyn proponent, but the Kalista, yeah, I'm sure if he reached for it, he could grab it, do well on it, but it's not his go-to pick, whereas Betty looks phenomenal on it.
And what I love about this is the Xayah pick going towards SMLZ. He's actually showcased strong Xayah play. Meanwhile, Betty coming out with strong Kalista play. And the support that works so well for both of those, I know why you're nodding at me. Rakan. So I actually feel like there's going to be a Rakan priority. It's either going to be Rakan or Thresh. There's just going to be a strong amount of just hard engage coming out of the support position already. If I see a Braum, and we might see a Braum, I'll be disappointed.
No, we won't see a Braum unless Thresh and Rakan both get banned out. But like you said, our two supports, Sword Art and 5, have both shown great performances on both those champions. I hope that they're hotly contested, but don't take away one of the weapons. Leave them both open and make sure that you can at least get something in return.
Yeah, we've been talking about bottom lane a lot and talking about throwing bans at bottom lane a heck of a lot as well. Is this a game that we're expecting to see one of these hotly contested picks like the Zac, like the Galio, something like that, sneak through? And are both of these teams going to be able to utilize those?
Yeah, maybe. I think the Galio...
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe, because Galio did showcase, like for instance, WE was going to be able to pick it up for themselves, and we saw a strong counter pick with a Cassiopeia here. That's very much available, and it could happen. I do think that with OMG looking to ban out the Zac, and I think that it might showcase a bit of a weakness in Jieko's early game play. Even if he picks up, let's say, a strong early game pick like an Elise, I think Elise could be contested and actually might go through bans. Karsa's just showcased that he's much stronger in the early game, that he has more command of his side adjacent lanes, of bottom lane and mid lane. Regardless of what lane we're talking about, he's going to be able to command to get the best advantage, and Jieko's fallen through.
See, this is the one time where I'm actually going to throw away my bias. It doesn't happen often, but I'm going to say Karsa has this hands down. I don't care what that matchup is, what champions go either way. Jieko would have to get Zac and get first blood in 2 minutes to even be able to keep up with Karsa. He's brand new to the LPL. He's played, what, 4 weeks with the team now, yeah, about 4 weeks, and he's against one of the best junglers in the world. I think Icon and Jieko, the best thing that they can do is not go toe-to-toe 2v2 against Maple Karsa. Marple. That's a great...
Mrs. Marple.
That's
like
a bromance name for them.
Yeah,
instead, they need to make sure that they're getting involved with their bottom lane, trying to abuse the SMLZ and Betty matchup.
And is this going to be coming down to champion picks here as well? Because we haven't even mentioned the top lane yet. Is this all going to be about getting those pushing lanes that we've spoken about for so long and bridging into a mid game where you can get that suffocating vision that the Flash Wolves were able to demonstrate against WE so beautifully?
I think so, because Flash Wolves, we talked about how J-Team's early game is strong. Flash Wolves are also incredibly strong when it comes to that. The two of the 4 LMS representatives that are showcasing really strong early game play. So for OMG, if they come in with the same drafting points that they've had this tournament, and even in Group B when they were in the LPL, then they will fall short.
But that's just the meta. I don't even think that's something special to like Flash Wolves and J-Team. That's actually just basic fundamental League of Legends.
Hey, but the LPL did kind of forget that yesterday.
That's what I'm saying. I just want them to buy a pink ward. Like if they had the choice between Ruby Crystal and Control Ward, go for the Control Ward.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Ruby
And you don't
Crystal.
have to...
That's what OMG
said. He's been in the LPL too long, ladies and gentlemen. This is getting a little bit ridiculous. But
get me out.
The thing is, like, we don't have the same excuses for 5 here, though. So if he's going to be messing up and not picking up enough wards, it's not like he's 0 who's only played 10 games. 5 is definitely a player that can provide that for his team.
But 5 is definitely not the problem here. Like, yes, OMG's drafts go sideways, but Icon constantly being so, what's the word I'm going to use? Arrogant? Selfish?
Confident?
Greedy?
Aggressive?
I like the positive word, confident.
Yes, being confident and overextending, showing his hand.
Well, we'll see whether he can do that, but for now, let's get into the game and let's throw it over to our casters to bring us there.
Thank you so much, Atlas. I've taken over the caster desk, and I'm pretty excited about this one because I feel like OMG, they're a team that is just going to run at you, and against Flash Wolves, the #1 seed, they could very well take this.
Not sure how to feel about this one, Papa Smithy. I know it's exciting. It's 4th seed against 1st seed. And when you look at OMG in the domestic leagues, maybe they're not our 4th team overall, but what we've seen of them is still enough to leave you just that little bit concerned.
And Pulse, I know you're holding a koala, but you can put it down. Come on.
Oh, no, I've taken him hostage.
You're trying to take over the Australian spot. It's only 2 Aussies.
I've tried to dilute it a little bit because it's like a little Australian over here. And all great villains are all British, after all, right? So I've just got to steal him away.
Super villain Pulse. I can believe in that. I can believe in that.
I just need a chair now and swivel around, and this is mine forever. But no, I'm feeling pretty good. I think that OMG, really good chance for them to take this. Of course, there's a chance that they just get blasted out of the water, as the analyst desk was saying, like Maple in the jungle could completely destroy them.
And I have to wonder, because of course I sit back and watch OMG. They have been dominating in their own region. And Rusty, I look at them and like, what is OMG? Because sometimes they just throw in the hyper carries first, picking the Cassidans. Sometimes they're going for more standard drafts. I wonder, with so much time after playing 2 matches on the first day, what have they really made of the meta of this tournament? We always get a tournament meta. Where do OMG sit on 7-12 League of Legends? Yeah. I love the Kalista ban because that has been the superstar pick for Betty.
And I think that's the best place to kick this one off because so far, so good for OMG, but their drafts have always been a place where they can get exposed. Works domestically, does not work internationally.
You could say the same thing about the whole team, depending on what the result is here. If they go 1-2, then the queries will definitely be there even if they come into Worlds. Last ban, you fill it in. It is the Zac. A lot available. Could just be the Elise for Jieko as a first pick.
You'd have to feel that could be the case here, Papa. No, just kidding.
We're back to
the LPL. When in doubt, lock in the Cogmore. Classic SMLZ. Very happy that he's going to be piloting this pick, but yeah, I mean, what can we say? That's a classic LPL.
So, I mean, the first 2 games that OMG have played at this tournament, Cogmore was banned from him every single time. They don't ban away the Zac or the Galio on blue side. They do leave that to the Flash Wolves to get rid of, and they choose the Caitlyn. So smarter stuff here from OMG in that respect. But they'll still first pick the Kog'Maw and just leave us wondering why.
And kind of, I looked at the Flash Wolves draft where they were early picking MMD on Fiora. Remember, they won with MMD on Fiora despite him being known as a tank role player. Was that about the Fiora split push? No, it was about the pressure drawn by the Fiora as they were able to overtake the vision game of WE. And Flash Wolves kind of do the math and they say, okay, Rumble's banned. We'll just opt into the Renekton for lane pressure. It also is the Korean favorite, the Renekton Elise. A lot of top lane focus potentially coming through here, and I wonder where Jiang, who normally is on the defensive side of the coin, what he'll make of this first round draft.
At the same time, there is still a Rek'Sai available if OMG wants to lock that in now before we get to the next phase of bans. Otherwise, you have to feel that Flash Wolves would take that one away. Lulu's going to get locked in very early. Lee Sin's still available if Jericho wants it, but we've already got the shield setup going for SMLZ in the bot lane.
And Lee Sin adds that little bit extra flavor in protecting a Kog'Maw or disengaging as well, opposed to the Rek'Sai, who's more about the vision control, the neutral objective, so it is an option.
But do Flash Wolves just cement an early game comp, or do they go, okay, crap, they've got Kog'Maw and Lulu, we know what those things do.
Match it.
Do you start taking away things like Orianna? I mean, the Corki would definitely send that through, but there was a potential. If we saw something here drafted from OMG that wasn't a mid laner, you could see an Orianna draft and start banning things like Karma. Already feels like OMG, they have a strong duo for the Kog'Maw to excel, but they have the Corki as well, so it could be the double AD and more about the turret pressure than necessarily a full-on protection.
And again, we mentioned this in the last game. Corki, really good bridging moments, can help actually alleviate some pressure, maybe get that
Focused
Kog'Maw
on the Corki,
to
Kog'Maw
his
over
items.
here, sleight of hand, here comes Kog'Maw, 3 items, goodbye.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a possibility. At the same time, Maple will lock in Talia for himself, now into the second phase of bans, and that means that no jungler got locked in for OMG just yet, so we could see a couple bans flying Jericho's way. Of course, Lee Sin and Rek'Sai available for him, Papa.
Other option is to protect Renekton a little bit. You could see something like a Kled ban come through just to try and start protecting, but they will actually go for junglers nonetheless, banning away the Rek'Sai. A controlled jungler to give information to allow scaling to happen makes some sense, and it's awkward that it's on OMG's side given how good 5 was on Rakan, but no Rakan going to be coming through either.
You've actually got to wonder what the second ban from the Flash Wolves will be. If they get rid of the Rek'Sai, are they still concerned with other junglers, or is it just because Rek'Sai is the answer into Elise specifically? I feel like the role they're banning may shift here, but no.
Yeah, actually double bans towards the jungle. They completely just want to remove the shield comp from OMG's hands, taking away the Ivan as well from Jericho.
But then they're still kind of giving over Gragas. That does fit very well when it comes to disengage and engage around a Kog'Maw. So I don't feel like they got the maximum value out of bans here specifically around the jungle role. They could have just tried to provide some protection from MMD. The Kled, for example, would have been an obvious one, but instead went completely around there. So curious to see where Flash Wolves want to go. And the next round, the Ezreal would be an Olden, but not going to be seen here, you'd imagine.
You'd have to think that wouldn't be the case. Well, multiple bans aimed at Sword Art as well. That was a Rakan and a Braum to round up the bans there from OMG. So feel like those are a little bit more impactful for certain. Now Flash Wolves do get their pick of the litter now for their AD carry pool and their support if they want to lock it in right now.
They certainly need to find themselves. I am curious that they have gone towards this. We have seen some successful, some very unsuccessful Jins running around in this tournament and just throughout all of the regions at the moment, but they lock it in. They haven't got the support for themselves yet. So whilst they still know what the bottom lane is of OMG, they're going to try and find the counter in the 2v2 for the composition of OMG, though, specifically. You're expecting tanks to be seen now from this roster to round them out. I think the Kled, the Lee Sin are the two obvious choices.
I already saw them consider the Kled. They decided they wanted a bit more information and were going to commit to the Lee Sin. I follow your logic in that the Jhin does seem like a bit of a non sequitur after the first 3 picks and the focus they put in the lanes. They kind of need a Karma, someone to help with the pushing to allow them to have any sort of pressure bot lane. And it kind of looks a bit like a free lane for Kog'Maw unless multiple people are going to keep rotating through the bot side.
There's a possibility. Got the Elise early ganking jungler at the same time Talia when she hits 6. There is the possibility there. Kled will round out the composition for Xiang and OMG. Though this would definitely accelerate it, and Blitzcrank will be the lock-in from Sword Art.
Now, you feel excited about that into the Corki and Kog'Maw, but invariably you could also be providing initiation. Even the Lulu can just be an AoE knock-up with a self-wild growth. So they're just hoping that they can get early priority, which admittedly they have Renekton and Taliyah. And there's a bit of a timer on this game because if you follow the logic of taking the winning lanes, pushing in, getting a couple of kills, getting those control wards down, Blitzcrank coming out of the darkness is even more scary than a Nocturne in this sort of a meta. And they could just try to stick the landing in the mid game, hook into Deadly Flourish into death is what Flash Wolves are focused on. But otherwise, you get late game, and there's multiple headaches on the side of OMG.
Absolutely, and when you look at the bans of the Thresh from OMG away from Flash Wolves and what their comp needed to really round themselves out, Blitzcrank, funnily enough, does make a lot of sense. They're giving them that extra. You've got the pick from the Elise, you've got the 2v2 top lane for laning strength, and then you've got the potential follow-up from a Taliyah able to come in with the shove. But the Blitzcrank hook makes all of that 10 times easier to connect.
You do get worried, though, that 3 kills go the way of OMG. Sure, not fancied by the draft, but stranger things have happened. And then your window kind of closes, just like Deft piecing together 3 items on the Jhin yesterday. He got them, that was cool, but the game was kind of over around him. So the timer really does exist for Flash Wolves. It's been an early game focused meta, but I wonder if this is a bridge too far because it's not just the early game they need to ride, it's the early to mid need to be on point.
Sure. At the very least, it's going to be hype because when you have a Blitzcrank in the game, he either wins you the game or loses you the game. Sometimes you've got to show some restraint. Not every pull is going to be a good one.
It's all about that pick of destiny. Tenacious D had it right. So I'm excited to see if he's on point in this particular game. Sword Art can be the master. So often he has been the triumvirate alongside Carson Maple. LMS fans have been denied seeing all 3 of them on the Rift. We get them this time.
All right, we get to see what they have in store for us. We get onto the Rift for OMG and Flash Wolves, the second game today. And every single game will matter for both of these 2 regions because the first win went over to China.
That's why you say every single game. There's not much more latitude to have any more slip-ups. If you think about it, J-Team and Flash Wolves, the best of these teams were the best of any LMS teams at this tournament in terms of performance. They're trying to stack the deck. They're having them both run out and relying on Machi and also AHQ to bail them out is not the strategy the coaches would have come up with when they chose this draft order.
Yeah. And I mean, this basically has to be a Flash Wolves win right here. When you send out your first seed against that 4th seed in from China, you're expecting results.
I mean, 100% that's the expectation, yet at the same time, we can talk about the seedings, we can talk about the potential strength, and we know that the LPL is really hard to tell because they're in 2 different groups. OMG were undefeated in their own groups. Are they really 4th seed, or was that just a spring split outcome?
And we know that Maple Casa and MMD have so much early priority with the 3 champions they have. We've seen level 2 Taliyah roams and Elise Renekton, one of the CCs, come in, death ensues. There still is a lot going on for Flash Wolves in the early game. It's just that awkward spot where it's like, I know you have the strong drop, but you need to land it. You need to get the maximum. Otherwise, you start getting headaches. Lulu Cogmore, people have had PTSD about this duo for years, given its competitive viability. And it's right here, right now.
You know, the cool thing we mentioned about the top lane having a really strong 2v2, we've seen that and we've seen it proven. But when you bring an Elise down to this bottom lane with a Blitzcrank, you don't necessarily need to hit the hook. You can hit damage. You've got the Jhin W, the hook, and the Elise Cocoon as options once damage has been cemented. It's kind of like that Thresh who has the flay into the W combo, because then you can follow up with the rest of the meaningful crowd control. It is super potent against the Cogmore and a Lulu.
Following the pathing, it is Elise starting bot side and going towards top, so probably not going to be any level 2 priority. You could understand going for a couple of camps, Rift Scuttler into bot lane gank, following your logic, Rusty.
The experience, Quinn.
Not going to be that happening here.
Yep, there's the level 3, and it will be coming down to meet Maple, ward over the wall as well, seeing if they can get that information away from Jericho, just in case he maybe slips into that mid lane looking for a cheeky gank and put Icon on the right foot, but it will be Casa taking away that crab, heading into the jungle, again spotted by a nice ward there from Jericho.
Oh, hook's on.
The hook lands. It's good onto 5, the lockdown as well, but apart from that, Betty will want to back away from here, has burnt the 4th shot, and SMLZ put down the hurt.
It's actually a pretty good trade for Flash Wolves, even though Betty loses more health than the other side, because he is going the boots build. He has 4 potions, not biscuits, but potions in this game, so when it's a very low regen build, it is SMLZ jumping back on the Doran Blade hype train, and just a single pot. It does come to regen, SLZ has to be that much more on point.
Exactly. And also landing the early game hooks gives you a bit of confidence for the God Hand to strike true
later
later into the game.
I'm a big fan of just missing them horribly in the early game, then getting your eyes
False sense of security as well at the start of the game. I think you can dodge them or get confident.
I can see that for certain. Big wave now heading into Xiang, but still not going to even up to the 22 CS that MMD has. To be expected, though, in the Renekton Kled matchup. as Maple will go back into the mid lane now. And it's pretty much just laning against Icon. Very even CS. MMD, again, putting these deep walls and you're literally lighting the top side of the map up.
And you know, one thing we saw earlier, as Jericho's looking towards the bottom lane, it all relates towards that vision, is the Lee Sin path from top to bottom, starting at the blue, warding out the Elise. Flash Wolves, they put effort into finding him if he was looking to invade the red buff from there. So kind of both aware of each other, as Jericho is now nicely trying to corral these minions into the turret to let a reset occur. He didn't want to freeze to break, I guess.
And MMD could just have a glorious time in top lane, double ward, 100% certain that no pesky Lee Sins are going to be in the lane, so we'll just continue pushing away. First buy here from Karsa does reveal some insight into what's going on.
I wonder what he's going to do in the early game, gents.
He's going to go for the power farm.
I mean, that's usually a snowball item as well, so he's hard committed to these ganks.
Well, it's a Blitzcrank. Synergy item for sure.
Waiting for the hook, which does land onto 5, and the lockdown as well. First blood goes over to Karsa, and Jericho was there for the counter game, but it happened all too fast.
I mean, he had flash up, so that was interesting decision-making from 5. We complimented his decision-making on the Rakan, but less dashes on the Lulu apparently hurts him.
Maybe still thinks he's Rakan. Not a chance of surviving if the Blitzcrank hook is able to connect.
But I mean, he could have flashed early.
He absolutely could have survived.
The what-ifs are pretty real on that one.
I mean, that's meaningful, though, because the mobility boots, Elise, gets the kill. Now very much worth the investment.
Starting to pay off, though, Jericho. Yeah, going to trade off on this one. And the Raptors are helping with this one. 5 maybe trying to get his revenge, but the CP comes down. Jericho dropping low. But everybody's around. Karsa! How did he get that kill? Walks into the tower, and 5 will walk away with it.
And 5 gets it, as if Icon's not meant to pick that one up as well. So Karsa comes around the backside, finds the Lee Sin in what was basically a 1v2, and comes out pretty well for it.
And it's kind of a favor, because he gets to go back and actually purchase with his 2 kills he just picked up post-Moby boots. And he's just getting faster, Rossi. This is Turbo Elise to open the game.
And Blitzcrank's mid.
Oh, we're not ramping down. The flash, the knockup, and Sword Art has him in his sights. The knockback as well. Icon can't even move. He's keeping hold of his flash, though. I only had to burn the heel on that one, and Sword Art did use his own flash.
Holding the flash there is an important factor. We saw how important that was for Crown on Syndra. Across a lot of duress in the series 2 days ago. So OMG returned to lane, but Karsa has already put on a clinic. Renekton, Elise, Talia, we said playing around the strength there was smart, but this was just a gank bottom lane kind of against type in this particular game, and the Moby boots was the factor that apparently OMG didn't respect.
And to me, that's actually the biggest deal, is we mentioned the synergy top lane. We even mentioned how good a gank bottom lane can be.
It's the next level.
He's going everywhere at once.
And he's still in the jungle of OMG. He's got Sword Art with him as well. They're both going to go down and probably just gank their own lane.
Oh boy.
Here's the Blitzcrank.
Oh boy.
And 5 doesn't have flash this time, neither does SMLZ. Who's the target? The wall comes down as well. Well, where are you going to go, SMLZ? There's just too much to run away from. And he'll go down. Another kill to the LMS side.
And sometimes you draft for a plan, and your plan works perfectly. Karsa is the genius of this early game. Going with the next level, not actually going towards the Renekton, who had the freest paddock to play around with the double wardy down early. Went down bot lane, got a bonus kill. Feel like 5 should have been more respectful with that. But since then, got the invasion. Now also can roam with the Blitzcrank. The darkness we spoke about is already being extended to the bot side of the map. And they really need to keep tabs on Sword Art, and they're not able to do so.
And let's be honest, it's a risk to go for the mobility boots. It's doubling down on an early game, but I mean, it's worked. 100% kill
that's
participation.
What the draft was, right? It was already early game, and they're like, well, we're already screwed at 30 minutes. Let's just go for the early game as much as possible.
And it's worked out.
And when you have that cattle, right, when you have Maple, Karsa, and Sword Art as the most important factors in that, they're the right people to trust themselves on the international stage.
And as it stands as well, you've got your BF side with Ninja Tabi for Betty, so his early game is actually fantastic, especially in his laning phase. You're not going to see something like that from Deft, but this time around, it's working.
Yeah, we've seen the Ninja Tabi rush, Jins, with no AD for quite a while. This is both, so that's, scary times here for the bot lane.
It's not even like top lane can punish because you have the Kled Renekton matchup, so if anything, it just allows MMD just to sit pretty up there, constantly put down these wards, know that Jericho's never going to be around to stop him. And he's just gotten a big CS lead over his opponent now. 5 winning in this push with SMLZ.
They might actually have Sword Art here.
Turns the corner, his polymorph instantly doubles back.
Sin's nearby.
He's speeding up, and Jericho does have that level 6, but he's been knocked back. Maple coming in as well. Sword Art, he's very low with 5 to secure the kill.
That's kind of tragic that 5 once again is the recipient of the kill. You need those to go on the Kog'Maw after his early laning phase. Has the boots, maybe was able to pick it up, and honestly that was just unfortunate timing.
But you have to also compliment that OMG were playing around the first time they actually got any sort of advanced vision. They have a lane ward spotting out Karsa, very innovative ward, well spotted. They also had double ward around the enemy blue buff and got a pick on the Blitzcrank. So
absolutely.
It feels like fortunate timing when the camera jumps over, but they invested so much there that it was good to see them having control somewhere and getting something.
And this is also time invested into a potential gank, knowing that they have the advantage in numbers because Sword Art was gone. Of course, doesn't have the Mobies. He's not going to run back to lane himself. And when you've only got mobility boots and not completed items on Karsa, he's also still fragile.
It's an OMG multi-step plan, which we saw a lot of their turret dives. Didn't necessarily seem to go much past step 1. So, you know, baby steps. Very nice stuff, OMG. Sitting back, we wondered, what did they make of the meta? The Kalista ban was the first spot of that. I love their adjustments and play patterns as well. And they're not just going to give up the bot side of the map. Because if you give up the bot side of the map, the Blitzcrank kind of decides the game. Now they at least have made it competitive.
Sure, and we are starting to stabilize, and that's really what we need to see from OMG right now. Meanwhile, in this mid lane, being a bit of an island, Icon has definitely roamed around to see what's going on around on the horizon. But outside of that, has just been farming away. And see Jericho on this bottom side, kind of being pushed out of this jungle here alongside 5.
This is the big roam potential. When Talia's got the Weave as well, when Elise gets into the red side jungle, they can attack the Kog'Maw lane. And smartly, of course, Jericho's nearby on his Lee Sin, but you have to wonder how much of an impact that can even have when there's 4 down there to lock him out of being able to help at all.
And Jiang, you know, having to follow Renekton, who now has a litany of teleport wards available. All this setup allows the Blitzcrank to roam, but even more crucially, the first spawn Infernal Drake.
That is nuts how they've got a circle
it's a
around
ring. It's a circle around Infernal. Now, if you don't do anything in the next 3 minutes, it's not going to actually have any purchase, but an Infernal Drake is on the menu very, very shortly. They may even just wait out the package timing and then start it up.
Just play this one a little bit more patiently. MMD is, again, just having a field day top lane.
I imagine he has a lot of gold in his pocket as well, given he only has the Phage purchase so far, and he's got 100 CS.
Have to assume so. Xiang will take this opportunity to get a bit of a trade there down to MMD, but honestly, it's not anything to write home about at this point in time. I am looking at Icon, who is currently sat in the bush, but he's taking a ward, getting his blue buff as well. Again, spotted out by Flash Wolves. And literally, they have vision everywhere. The fact that they have this vision in the bottom side and that ring that you were mentioning, Papa, and the top lane, quite astounding.
All right, Icon.
Now he's in a bit of an awkward situation. That was a good flick. Now forced the flash out as well. He just wanted to use the package.
Well, it's probably Infernal time now, given that the flash is down on the Corki and everything else is pretty much set up. Lee Sin is contesting around the area, but we already know the vision was placed earlier. No control ward, though. Apart from Renekton means there will be some vision. Oh, I tell a lie.
I mean, funnily enough, that was the recklessness you expect from Icon. That can be great or it can be tragic. I loved the Karsa was nearby as junglers. They're vying for ward for position. Blitzcrank's always nearby.
The buff started here by Lee Sin, so this should be the window for Karsa. Very happy to 1v2 with Blitzcrank out. They're respecting here, given they haven't got any tri-brush vision. Only now 5 will walk up.
Pretty much it for now. Maple looking to make a play on top side. Activated the wall, but he's left it open. MMD flashing forward, stopping the charge. He's been de-skulled. He's looking for the blast cone. Can he make it though? MMD knocks him away. Because Icon as well. Now Flash Wolves, bit of an awkward situation. They do have the minions there to maybe get them out, but the dominance has already been popped.
Don't do it, Xiang.
Oh, he wants in apparently. Lots of damage coming down. In from the queue from Maple. Really needs to get out of this one. Does pocket pistol over the wall and no one dies.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm surprised too.
It was really good defensive coverage from Icon to be there to stop it just being an inevitable chase even after Flash and Blast Cone was used. Very fortunate Blast Cone is Karsa.
Turns the wall, and Karsa's right there. Takes almost all of his health away. Jumps over the wall. Repel. Good kick by Jericho.
A kick of necessity from Jericho, but it's because Karsa gets the jump. The vision's nice. You saw Jericho clear a ward, but he didn't get both of them, and suddenly the Drake's theirs.
Yeah, it's the vision jump, more so than just the damage jump that was what propelled Karsa to pick up basically all the health bar of the Lee Sin and also tacitly the Infernal Drake that finally will be claimed. We talked about Vision placed at 1050. It does inevitably lead to this Infernal Dragon that's the first spawn for Flash Wolves. Well deserved.
Yeah, definitely. And you would still say, based off the draft, based off the compositions, this lead is the way it should be going for the Flash Wolves. So again, credit to them for doing it properly. And at the same time, you're waiting for OMG to get those item spikes. Until then, this danger still exists.
Oh, the hook lands. It's the complete lockdown. SMLZ never to be seen again after being pulled into the brush.
Well, this is when, as a bot lane, you say, hey guys, we need a couple of people helping us with control wards. Playing topside from Jericho might get them a Rift Herald, but how many times will they be able to revisit this side of the map? Because they have to deal with such an insane amount of global pressure, and that wasn't even the Weaver's Wall, it was just a smart roam timing from Maple.
There's just not a lot that they can do, you're right. They need the rest of their team nearby, and we can credit Icon for going topside, for helping his team. Jericho, they're still getting objectives, but you have to wonder if this is the Kog'Maw composition. Why do we pick Kog'Maw if we play to the other side of the map?
They do have Icon, like you say, to bridge a little bit when it comes to
spikes. No, misses the Glib Lance, and that's just such an easy pull. Just get the knock up there onto 5.
They're going to back away.
Icon over the wall. That's going to be the kill there for Casa. Jumps back towards the Raptors. Now we need to get out alive. Jericho coming down. He's got the kickback available.
Ooh.
Flash after. Follows up. Misses the Q. Maple, the cocoon comes down. And disaster for the OMG squad.
Jericho, one of these young junglers on the international stage, had a very easy Q. Misses it. Failed from Icon as well. The rookies, unfortunately, letting themselves down a little bit, and that just means bonus to Flash Wolves and not the same standing goal that should have been claimed by OMG.
That's the kind of play where you feel like it's the stage jitters. There's not a lot else. It happens. Mistakes with Lee Sin, kick flash, or trying to even like just hit the Q afterwards. Sometimes you miss that. It does happen.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a tilter if you're Lee Sin.
Disheartening for sure when domestically we said that OMG are a team who really thrive on pressure when it gets to those nitty-gritty games, when it gets to the 5th game, when you're on the international stage. Will they actually be able to show that? But right now, yeah, stage jitters definitely getting to this new team.
And the pressure being exuded by Flash Wolves, not necessarily LMS pressure, it's just Flash Wolves drafting with a one mindset that really can snowball more than creeping pressure. This is sort of pressure that you dread as specifically SMLZ and 5 because there's so little you can do as 2. You need 3, you need 4, you need your team helping you with the control ward line. We do see the Rift Herald being put down bot lane. Lilia probably won't be able to answer that, but mid lane.
Roam after gank after roam. Carter coming down, doesn't land that initial cocoon. The curtain call is following after, but that should be the end of it now. Icon does take the blast cone to relative safety. Bot side, the Herald was used, and this will be going down to OMG, evening up the goal totals in terms of towers.
Yeah.
This is the gold standard turret. Looks like it may not actually be taken down by Flash Wolves to get it low. Icon's been able to stand up. Low mana for the Corki.
Yeah, with Jericho here, they should be able to defend this one. But Betty's getting pot shots. It's super low, and it's just a stone's throw away as another wave crashes. Perhaps when OMG out there, yeah, Maple's probably going to get it. Yeah, replays, Papa Smith.
Well, I mean, it's another case where they needed something. They needed someone. Lulu has to face check. And another one of the reasons why Blitzcrank into this comp is pretty smart, Rusty, is that you know, she's not Braum. She's not sturdy. Her face checking in the late game, trying to put down Baron Vision and yep, awkward stuff, is going to be pretty impossible.
Just feels bad watching that again. I'm a little bit saddened.
We cut that part.
Whew.
Never happened. Cut the tape.
No idea what you're talking about.
That just means Flash Wolves 5 kills to 2 right now. And towers have definitely not been evened up. They got that 1 tower to OMG, but still all outer turrets down now for Flash Wolves. That's culminated in what, almost a 5,000 gold lead for them.
Yeah, big lead, and of course the Essence Reaver builds coming out of Betty as well, looking for the crits to get the extra 3 item spikes. It's interesting because the last time we saw this, we wondered why are they matching scaling against the scaling champion? It was Jinx, now it's Kog'Maw, and you have to wonder, is it better if he goes for the Ghost Blade or the Infinity Edge as the first item to have the impact with the rest of his team, or is he trying to match the bridging points that OMG have so they can stay consistently 5k ahead because they have that lead early? So yeah. I'm not against it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where in a vacuum, you know, the question is really interesting. In that particular game, you had the mounting dread when you saw the Essence Reaver come out with how the game had been played around them and the fact that the enemy AD carry was actually pretty accelerated. In this game, sure, there is a Blade of the Ruin King, but SMLZ has been well held in basically every way except CS because Flash Wolves are focused on pushing instead. So they're not so worried about the breakpoints of bot lane. It's really only the breakpoints of Icon that Flash Wolves have to respect.
Yeah, going back to what you were saying at the start of that big window that Flash Wolves really need to play around, doesn't seem like that's really bothered them too much. Of course, there is still this guy on your screen, SMLZ. Cogmore late game is something to be feared, but it just seems like that window is going to be open for such a long time.
I mean, their own comp for Flash Wolves is one to be feared in the late game in terms of they don't want to be there. They're not looking to the late game. The moment the Moby Boots came out, you see double haunting guys, standard builds, but they aren't looking to a 45-minute game. And that's why the fact that they've trivialized the Cogmore from relevance before 35 minutes is already one job done for Flash Wolves, but they need to keep following that checklist, following their jobs. And speaking of jobs,
they're definitely doing it. SMLZ caught in a trap on the bottom side. Flashed it into the wall, but it does work.
And so that was actually a little bit awkward. Maple blocks off the rest of his team, unable to assist him, was going for the 1v1. It means that SMLZ can just use the flash, just get to safety, but that's also the most important summoner spell now completely eradicated against the Blitzcrank, against all of the pick there.
Ward line for the Flash Wolves and the red side, excellent. They've let down vision around the Cloud J, clearly not prioritizing that too high. Baron spawns in 20 seconds. They don't have a fast Baron team, but they certainly could still be looking at that as a capper. And one of the things to relieve pressure on the Baron will be taking an inner turret, which for now, they're seem to be happy to trade for a Cloud J.
Took me a second to realize what you meant by kappa, but I got you. And we're going for Cloud Dragon right here with Jericho. So at least we got that going for us, which is nice. A dragon for this Cloud.
Slowly, slowly. I mean, this is definitely something that's read by Flash Wolves. They're not in any way going to be surprised by this being picked up.
No. You'd wonder if Baron is something they would consider. As you mentioned, it's up very soon. You wouldn't feel like it is. Again, a lot of this revolves around getting that pick first, and you kind of want the Weaver's Wall to be able to do that successfully, or a flash hook from Blitz. It's riskier.
Yeah, they don't have a super tank to shrug it off. Renekton is going for the lane-focused build. If you have a super tank, then you just start the Baron and pick City, turning around from the Baron start. But like you say, with Jhin and the Renekton not grouped, there's really no way to bait or encourage OMG. Sort of game, whereas OMG, you can be slightly more lax around the Baron than you could against other teams, because you're not going to start it. And in this sort of case, it's pretty unlikely.
Just unrelenting pressure, though, in terms of vision from Flash Wolves that is just causing OMG a whole host of problems. Xiang's getting a bit of them on the bot side, but eventually he will have to come up here, especially if he's looking for a flank as well, instead of just a TP play.
This is the exact position Flash Wolves should just rinse and repeat themselves being in. If you have the vision control around an area that is the focal point, then you use your pick composition around that area and hit the one part of crowd control that's followed by the rest.
And OMG just have to find safe places for a Cogmore, but Cogmore with no flash still, only 50% of the cooldown up. They're finding it really hard to baby him to these items that they need as Flash Wolves get that extra time to put down a control ward, to push up a minion line. It's actually very much a headache for OMG to get full minion waves onto the Cogmore every time his flash is down.
And what's funny is Sword Art by himself, whilst Betty's doing red, Elise is over at the Raptors, is standing in front of the Cogmore, just scaring him, because at any moment, if I don't have a flash and the Blitzcrank does, I can't be within a screen of him. So at the point where he should be safely farming and pushing the wave, he's scared.
Is a screen safe enough when the Weaver's Wall is back up, when you don't have flash, where every minion wave is a win condition, it feels like, for a Cogmore who's getting there, who's inching there, is 2,000 gold away. 2,000 gold is going to be pretty significantly delayed as, well, they're taking every easy objective they can contest as Karsa, in the face of Icon, happily picks up a blue card.
It's also just a complete lack of vision. The flash comes out and the God Hand is real. Sword Art locks him down, and it's just a bit too easy for Betty. But we'll see if Jericho can turn this one around into a kick into the wall for Sword Art. He's turned into a squirrel, but he makes it out. The Cocoon comes down. That's the kill. Kunko opens up, and we're looking for more for the Flash Wolves. Jericho locked down. Whoa, last shot onto 5. This could be yet another kill. And that's the 4-0 to the Flash Wolves.
4 die instantly by the God Hand of Sword Art. They thought they could turn on him, but the Weaver's Wall, like I said, more than a screen away, but still enough to close the distance. And now the Baron is easy. All this time, Kled lapping up a minion wave. Nothing he could do. The fight was over before he could have even teleported through, and Flash Wolves get the objective they were searching for.
Absolutely. You live and die by your Blitzcranks, but in this case, Sword Art shows them that you live by your Blitzcrank, even secures the Baron for the team, and Flash Wolves well and truly on that pedestal with a massive gold lead for themselves, and most importantly, map control, items purchased. They are so set.
I mean, the Go-Go Gadget liftoff after the Baron secure was deserved, because you hit this hook, Rusty, and it all lines up.
Absolutely right. With one dead, the follow-up's here, and Jericho says, all right, Sword Art, he's killed my AD carry. Let's just take him apart early. Heals by Betty. Weaver's Wall comes in and says, you're all absolutely stuck in this domain of crowd control. You know, the single line target spells, easy to hit when they're locked in.
The seismic shove from Maple also was beautiful onto 2. Sorry, Lulu, no HP on you. The last pick Blitzcrank to cap off or to complete a comp that was about the early game. The early game has turned into the mid game. A+. You can definitely submit this one again and feel good about it if you're Flash Wolves. And now they just continue to return. And you wonder if Xiang will ever get to be involved in a fight because the game is being decided around the clay.
Yeah. And the solace in this situation, if you are OMG, is just looking at your team composition and saying, it's okay, our base is alive. Yes, they have the Baron. We'll just try our best to hold on.
It's alright, guys. We've got late game.
And if you're the coaching stars of the LPL Brains Trust, you're like, okay, guys, at least the Flash Wolves can't play again till later.
Exactly.
There you go. Silver linings, boys. I'll take it.
Nailed it.
But right now, I mean, Flash Wolves just have such a massive advantage. And it really did stem from Caster and Sword Art. It was their, pretty much their game.
That's a crit ulti. They want Betty.
They definitely want Betty dead. In comes the charge, lands on top of him as well. The polymorph comes down, and he got the kill. Assassination courtesy of SMLZ. Xiang now kind of caught in the midst of it. Has been discarded. Caster caught up in this one. That's a lot of damage down onto Jericho. Still trying to chase them after SMLZ on the front lines, and they now need to disengage. Get out of here.
There's a crocodile.
The flank comes out. He's running at you fast. MMD wants this to happen, but
too many.
While he had the flash, 5 people, maybe not.
And they still have 4 Baron buffs, so they can still just give up. Sure, gave up 1 member, but a lot used on Betty, who you'll notice kept his flash through all of that. Wasn't quite able to get out, but maybe objective-wise, Flash Wolves will be able to push and usher in a pretty big minion wave. At least take an objective on the backside.
Yeah, you'd still say they come out ahead from this, even though they lose their AD carry. It's still opportunities there, still map control present for the side of Flash Wolves, and once their Jhin comes back, they can use him then just for the ultimate. He doesn't even need to be in flash range. It was just a nice pick from OMG. Honestly, it's buying a bit of time.
And that's the thing, you just nod your head as Flash Wolves and you're like, well, okay, we were boned there, nothing we could do. We gave up a kill. But like you say, rinse, repeat, Betty gets to go back to the shop, has the 3 items. It doesn't change the flow of the game because the minion waves, they're still crashing towards the base of OMG.
At least Xiang feels like he's been involved in the game now, has that 1 assist to his name, so it feels pretty good, man.
And funnily for me, it's not an OMG thing specifically, but losing an inhibitor, losing map control, it just feels like you funnel waves into the cog more. And if OMG are able to at least do it perfectly, give him every wave, then he does start to ramp up and carry. It's silly to say, but it's a weird solace that you could take from it. Yeah.
Okay,
initiation
Icon.
coming in from Icon. Mikasa, he's doing a lot of damage in return. Repel comes up, opening up the curtain call as well. Knocks back Xiang into the rest of the team, and MMD slices forward, but no one to dice. Maple turning around as well. A lot of damage onto Jericho. So that will be it for now. So a lot of poke in there, and Icon tried to engage.
Icon is a very brash young man, Rusty.
He has a lot of emotions that come through, and then he doesn't care.
What emotion would you describe Valkyrie into 4 Baron buffs?
Carelessness.
Is that an emotion?
It is now. I don't know what to call it.
We call it Icon.
Icon, that's his emotion.
Play. Here comes the flying out from Xiang, does land onto MMD. Now he's into the back line, but he's completely stunned up. D-Scarred, he needs to get out of here. Maple coming in from around the side. There you go. Go back to your teammate. No worries about that one. Betty going to be on the front line, still doing a lot of damage back towards Icon. He trades the damage, and everyone needs to retreat now from OMG.
Yeah, Mabel was trying to usher in a minion wave in bots. I couldn't do that. Didn't use the Weaver's Wall to close distance. An even damage trade with no one going down does start to return to the terrain of, okay.
Yep.
Rinse and repeat. SMLZ's got flash. You can get some minion waves. The pressure has been relieved. A Cloud Drake off the backside, certainly not going to be anything to write home about for Flash Wolves. It's just one time that things have gone a bit awry. But if you see this one more time, 2 more times, 2 items becomes 3, 4 item Cogmore, then suddenly all the great work, the amazing hooks from Sword Art still could be trivialized just as a nature and a function of the team comp from OMG.
And frankly, that's the only reason we're saying this about OMG is Flash Wolves. We can commend them a million times over for how they've played the start of this game out, but that impending doom feeling that we may get outscaled. If that was an equal fight, what happens the next time?
And it's one of those things where it can be tough to cast thase games where teams load themselves up on a single win condition. Yeah. They do it really well. You're like, yes, yes, 20 minutes of greatness. And then they make one mistake, because suddenly the Kled is somehow out-trading the Renekton, who was doing fine before. Suddenly the Infinity Edge is complete on SMLZ, and all your excitement is derailed because a lot of teams will say, this is what our comp does. Pick comp, but hey, we've got Fiora. She can outscale. This is very much everyone firing.
Weavers
one
Wolves
mindset.
all
It's nice to fantasize about it, but right now, with the initiation, what was that damage? Jericho just gets deleted. What was that? Double kill over to Betty. SMLZ tries to make it out, but where's his frontline gun? Tries his best to kill Karsa. Maybe Xiang could do it, but Repel gets him away. Absolutely unreal. 3 kills. Hook lands as well. Make that 4 kills to Flash Wolves. And Xiang once again left without a team.
Not a chance to join the fight, and that was the moment we were looking for the Flash Wolves. They get the big team fight. The Weavers wall. Maple is having an absolute blinder of a game in terms of how he's performing. Just tears through OMG.
And you heard the roar from the Kaohsiung crowd. They're so excited to see that they do stick the land. They do get the picks. We were talking about the what if. It was 5 minutes away, 5 minutes early. The curtain call was there for the Flash Wolves. They get the picks, and they might even clean up shop.
Oh, man. And Xiang getting caught on the back end of that. It just went from bad to worse. Could not have gone worse for the lineup of OMG there.
Well, you got your wish, Pulse. He's involved in the fights now. It's just unfortunately.
He already had the assist. He could have just ended just gone back to base and sat there for the rest of it. At least the KDA's all right.
Not to be seen. And of course, the only thing you take from this if you are OMG is that Baron wasn't up for another 30. Otherwise, that was it.
When you have the Taliyah, when you have the Blitzcrank, you can jam the accelerator, and it just makes for such a highlight-worthy play. We haven't seen the replay just yet as Baron is about to spawn in 15 seconds, and we know the flashes are down, so trying to face-check this Baron is pretty damn hard for the squishy side of OMG.
You're just going to need a Kled ultimate to charge on in, probably. Hope that they are looking to bait, not doing it, or that they're doing it and you can come in and get a cheeky steal. Who really knows how OMG are going to play this one out? They're not the kind of team to do things calmly.
Yeah, that's definitely
true.
true.
No half measures from OMG.
No, not from Icon at least.
Has to be last chance saloon here from OMG. All comes down to this. Because Flash Wolves have an insurmountable lead, you have to feel.
Kog'Maw's actually just kind of chilling in bot lane, hoping against Hope. They actually have spot vision. They know he's there, so that's awkward for the side of OMG.
Maybe they didn't notice. Maybe
it just turns the signal green either way to do as they would please.
The Baron's speed is kind of minimal, and that's why they're going to turn. Xiang walks up.
He's taking a lot of damage. He's meant to be the tank, but he loses Skull. He runs away, and Maple comes in, locks him on the wrong side of the wall. And OMG, they did not pay for that one, but they will this Baron.
I mean, they knew there was vision of the red buff, and they knew that walking up was going to be punished. Why is Xiang face-checking as a Kled when his Kog'Maw isn't grouped? It gift wraps hook, line, and sinker the Baron to the side of the Flash Wolves, and now they'll have Baron. They have plenty of items stacked up, and they just want to end the damn game.
They certainly should, of course. A lot of time now without a Kled. They've got themselves an Icon in the bottom lane farming. They just barreled out top lane.
Who's walking up to try and block these hooks, Rusty?
You do not at them.
Yeah, this does not look good from here on out. Very, very bleak. Sword Art steps forwards, daring anyone to step up to him.
And they have to respect hook flash range
as well. Papa.
They've got the flash on the Blitzcrank, so the effective range of Sword Art, after he's got his iron, certainly in the early game, is pretty large. So they just give up the top lane inhibitor. That's 2 inhibitors given up for free. They could just ride down the bottom minion lane or just go straight through the mid. Options are plenty for Flash Wolves.
Oh boy, everyone's just gone back to base from Flash Wolves, picks up a big item, and now they're all just going to go back into that bottom lane, wait for the minion waves, play it calmly. Don't even need to wait for this Cloud Dragon either. Not something that they necessarily need at this point in the game. And Flash Wolves just need to play it from smart here on out. And I mean, they've done nothing in this game to tell me otherwise.
And I like what Karsa's gone for here as well. The Abyssal Mask to be seen on the Elise. It helps Maple when there's not a lot of magic resistance on the roster. The 10%, super nice to have coming into this, what you would assume to be the last fight. But I mean, OMG, they've got their package, they've got their items. Miracles happen. Not often, but they do.
Lightning only needs to strike once for something to happen, but...
I think Blitzcrank's got all the lightning in this game. I don't think it's going to happen here. I don't even know what the miracle looks like. Which gods are you praying to, Rusty?
The old gods and the new.
Many.
All of them. Xiang jumps back, he's stunned right now. Jericho in the back lines gets the kick down onto Betty, but it just doesn't matter.
That was a big shove.
Any damage whatsoever. Here comes the curtain call. Following after 5, he goes down. Will this be another one? Massive crit onto Icon. Flourish doesn't connect, but still a triple kill to the Flash Wolves.
You can just go full brute force. You don't even have to worry about things like the AoE from the special delivery. They're happy to walk up. Here comes the minion wave. This will be the 3rd inhibitor turret going down for OMG.
Very clean stuff from the Flash Wolves. It will definitely go down. It will be slightly contested. Keep your eyes on it. Every time the hook's off cooldown, Icon, I mean, the Valkyrie's not always going to be there. Baron might actually be enough to just end it here.
Well, OMG not really long for this world. Flash Wolves pushing in the bottom lane, pushing in every lane, in fact. Icon just trying to do what he can, a war of attrition, but big boost! Sword Art's coming for you, and he'll take down Icon! What can Jieko do? And Xiang, nothing at all. Nexus down, Flash Wolves with a win.
Doesn't just take down Icon, the whole Nexus falls. LMS against the LPL is now 1-1. We definitely have a series on our hands.
And it just feels like Flash Wolves take the surrogate spot SK Telecom will play tomorrow. If you see them early, you smile as a collective because you do not have to see a team that is playing in form play again till that fatal 5th match. If it goes 5 matches, then you've mismanaged your other opportunities because Flash Wolves look a cut above the opposition.
And you have to remember, this was almost as expected. 1st seed against 4th seed for performances. This is the kind of matchup where if you are the LPL, you do lose that game, you say, worse things have happened, honestly. We look towards Game 3.
Yeah, and honestly, this is how it was quoted. This should have gone over to the Flash Wolves, and indeed it did. Nonetheless, still an incredible performance from them. But still, they needed this win to happen. It's now 1-1 in this matchup, so LPL need to pull something out of the bag.
And look, there's a chance we don't see OMG again for this tournament. So what I want to say, and I'll get your thoughts on it again, because of course you are the LPL caster, I feel like this tournament happened at a great time for them, because they're 6-0 in their own region. They come internationally, they're 1-2. They may end this tournament 1-2. And for a young squad with players who are now stepping up to international competition, they get the reality check now. They are in a great spot to potentially go through and qualify for Worlds. This is the time for the reality check. We have more international tournaments than OMG the last time they came out strong in 2014. I think this is a really important learning experience for them because some of their tendencies, the first pick Cogmores, some of their drafting, their turret dives, they've all been found out at times in 3 games, and now they have a lot to kind of go home and disseminate.
Absolutely. Look better now than at Worlds.
Yeah, exactly. So at least they got this loss out of the way, maybe bring it back to the domestic region. For now, we're going to send it back over to the analyst desk to take a look at the game.
Thank you very much, Pulse, and gentlemen on the cast. And yeah, we're back to break down this game, and it was a little bit unfortunate there for OMG, but honestly, it was all about Flash Wolves taking that early game and not letting OMG even get to anywhere that they wanted to be.
And that really started in the draft. So I will say this. I know that the casters aren't a big fan of priority pick Kog'Maw. I'm not a huge fan of it either, but I think it does work for OMG in the sense that they were able to get one of their power picks out of the way. I think the big problem was is that their bridging champion and Jieko taking that Lee Sin didn't show up because it looks like a completely different game if your superstar AD carry in SMLZ gets one of his pocket pick champions and gets to that late game and starts to outscale such a draft that Flash was put together. But the big problem for me wasn't necessarily the Kog'Maw, it was the fact that Lee Sin was out. It was bad. It was bad.
This is when I come in and say that first pick Kog'Maw is fine if there's nothing else available, right? Getting your first pick on AD carry is okay if there's nothing in priority and you're saying, okay, we'll pick this up and we'll look to counterpick the rest. Elise was available. Renekton was available. These are all very strong, and if Xiang's not going to be counterpicking to have priority in the lane, he's picking a Kled that will lose the lane, right? That's a bad pick. If you look towards the Elise versus Lee Sin loses that engage. That's a bad pick, especially if he's not going to be the Lee Sin player, and if he's not landing his abilities, because World 6 is a fantastic Lee Sin. I would like to see something like a Rek'Sai, for instance. But like, first, I take a step back here, and I say that OMG, it's not so much that they're going towards the Kog'Maw that I'm a problem with, is that they are losing every lane. And that's why I will, like, hats off to Flash Wolves. Their composition, they knew exactly how they wanted to play out. All in on the early game, and they had all of these laning phases shored up for them. Sword Art had a spectacular game.
Oh yeah, he certainly did. And of course, Kasa as well being another one of those players that was getting around the map, making sure that these early advantages that were imperative for the Flash Wolves did come in there. But Sword Art, yeah, here's basically the hook reel, and it was line and sinker so easily for Flash Wolves.
Hook City, this guy was everywhere, but we said that effectively this meta of having these hard engaged supports like the Thresh, like the Blitzcrank running around is a direct buff to Flash Wolves, and it's because of this guy's performance. The best part about this hook is that 5 did check that brush, missed with his Glitter Lance, then decided to walk into it anyway. Please cut the tape here!
Don't worry, we all still know the result of this one, but that Flash hook was beautiful.
And all of this was just based off the fact that OMG had no vision control, right? That's great. I mean, I love how that was the last thing we had to see.
Oh my goodness, the Baron steal.
It was unnecessary, but it was definitely necessary. So it was one of those moments where there was so much vision control in favor of Flash Wolves, because if anybody stepped up, and we saw Lee Sin step up so often to get any wards down, you're gonna get hooked. Jin is there too, so he can set up with an ulti or just by pressing W. There is so much pick potential with Elise there as well. So losing every lane, at this point, really it just came down to OMG having to put down defensive wards, and even with that small task, they didn't do it. So their bottom lane got smashed by doing that as well.
But that said, it had to be executed on. I still think it's very easy to sit on an analyst desk. You see how that game goes, and you're like, you know, OMG, you shouldn't have done this. You shouldn't have drafted like this. But if OMG had won that game, it would have made perfect sense, and we would be complimenting for, you know, being able to bridge that. But it was because Flash Wolves just completely outplayed them on a fundamental, like, individual 1v1v1 basis. That Sword Art was styling on these kids. That Carcer was laughing maniacally as he got away from Jaco because missed Q after missed Q.
Yeah, we would have been complimenting them on their superhero performance because you needed to be a superhero to get yourself out of that early game gutter. That's one of those things, right?
Yeah.
So I just love the fact that Flash Wolves were willing to take that. And remember, we could see them coming in for a game 5 once again, seeing how well they played here. If it does go that far, if it does go that much into the distance. So I like the comp. Not a surprise, and I think that if you're like an RNG or EDG going into the next set, you have to take, like the best VOD you could take of that was looking at what OMG is picking and saying, okay, we've learned their mistakes, and we're going to actually go towards a Talia early on, or actually respect the counter matchup in the top lane.
Yeah, but how different is it going to be? Because Carcer is going to be the one that picks up the MVP, but the Flash Wolves play differently to that of AHQ. They play differently to that of Marchi. So it's not like you can look at this game and say, oh, we know how to counter this, because it's a completely different team that's coming out. And honestly, Flash Wolves played incredibly well. They had even more highlights than just the hooks there at the same time. There's a fight that happened in the mid lane where it's just pick after pick, and look at this weave as well to start things off from Maple.
And then you have the immediate flash of Renekton into the backline, and it forces the defense's flash out. So yes, they win the team fight, but what this replay won't show is that by forcing those flashes out, it means that when the Flash Wolves turn towards the Baron, there's nothing OMG can do to contest that. And the Flash Wolves needed to strike then, because if this game goes past 35 minutes, their composition simply gets outscaled. That was Jin on Essence Reaver. He didn't go for the Infinity Edge. So again, Flash Wolves understood exactly when they needed to take their sucker punch, and they nailed it.
Yeah, and we had question marks for the Jin at the same time, because the Essence Reaver build was one that we had questions for Deft when he picked that one up, and it didn't necessarily work out. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have an interview with the successful Flash Wolves, so take it away, Wendy.
Hello everyone, welcome to the 2017 Rift Rivals. So we now have Sword Art, Flash Wolves support. So hello. We're complimenting his hooks, very accurate.
没关系，采访我就好。
有上采
访区比较重要，因为其实呢，刚刚主播赛评都有提到，第2场比赛是关键啦。今天
the analyst desks in China did mention that the second match is very important.
就是要拿出一些可以秀的角色，然后。
So he does want to have someone who can show his performance and skills.
只有玩过1场机前，然后那场还蛮累的，但是我觉得打到对面的组合还不错，所以我就选这样。
So because he thinks that it's good for the team comp, that's why he chose. So he only trained once with Blitzcrank.
这种大赛的话，这种钩子的角色每次都是有比较幸运的感觉，所以我这次就选机器人。
So every time in international tournaments, a hooking champion is always a bit of luck. And his teammates sort of trusted him. Well, his AD did tell him to choose someone mage, but he didn't listen. And their team comp didn't really have any protective champions. So did you tell Betty to watch his positioning?
因为他就是专门玩那种放 CC 的 AD， 像什么艾希啊、法洛斯啊、金这种。
So Betty usually plays Ashe, Varus, and those type of champions.
你这句话很酸哦。没有，但是他这场真的打得还蛮不错，因为我们的角色都不能保他，但是他自己都活得好，之后中路被杀1次而已。 毕竟是他的 main 角嘛，对不对？那今天我注意到你6分钟的时候就去支援中路了，这个是队友。
So we saw that at 6 minutes, he did go to the mid lane to support.
最近风堂
and was it the teammates'
需要我们一点帮忙，对。
They say that mid lane does need a bit of help recently.
今天机器人玩得非常好，还吃到了8龙。当下队友
and also the Baron still at
好像红就说他怎么又被偷8龙之类。
So the teammates were laughing. Oh, thanks for the steal.
好，所以从今天开始，机器人要变爱用脚了吗？
就是真正到关键的时候才会拿出来这样。
The Blitzcrank will be his pocket pick.
对，今天是一定要赢的。
And today he was like a must win.
好。
好，那最后你要不要跟我们的下一队喊话一下
So what do you want to say to the next team?
大家加油！
大家加油！
Good luck.
简单是不是？
Go.
没错，大家
就尽力。
是的，大家尽力就好。那下一个对战组合呢，就是 AHQ 对上 EDG。
The next match is AHQ versus EDG.
Thank you very much for the translation, Wendy. And as you heard, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be AHQ taking on EDG. We are going to have a short break, but we'll get into it right after.
Which does land onto 5 and the lockdown as well. First blood goes over to Casa, and Jekyll's there for the counter game, but it happened all too fast.
And this danger still exists.
Oh, the hook lands. It's the complete lockdown. SMLZ never to be seen again after being pulled into the brush. There's just a complete lack of vision. The flash comes out, and the God Hand is real. Sword Art locks him down, and it's just a bit too easy for Betty. But we'll see if Jericho can turn this one around into a kick into the wall to Sword Art. He's turned into a squirrel, but he makes it out. The Cocoon comes down. That's the kill. Kunko opens up, and we're looking for more for the Flash Wolves. Jericho locked down. Whoa, last shot onto 5. This could be yet another kill. That's the 4-0 to the Flash Wolves. Right now, with the initiation, what was that damage? Jericho just gets deleted. What was that? Double kill over to Betty. SMLZ tries to make it out, but where's his run line gun? Tries his best to kill Casa. Maybe Xian could do it, but Repel gets him away. Absolutely unreal. Welcome back to Rift Rivals 2017. We've had a crazy day of games so far, but it's not going to let up. We're going to have another game coming at you. AHQ and EDG going toe-to-toe. And these two teams have a bit of a special relationship, Papa.
I mean, that's the thing, is that there has been links, obviously, with Aaron going out there and working with the team. So while they're not necessarily sister teams, there is a relationship there. So they should know each other pretty well. And I felt like I knew Edward Gaming well, but they've kind of surprised me with their missteps so far in this tournament, specifically against J-Team. They're coming off what was the most one-sided game of the whole tournament.
Yeah, definitely. You even saw going into this day specifically with interviews that Clearlove definitely talked about communication errors that happened in their previous games. You can even look towards Audi in the top lane when Clearlove went towards a gank on that lane. You could definitely see that they didn't really plan it or coordinate it properly, and that also stems towards, let's say, Scout when he went towards a Dragon team fight. There were just numerous circumstances and instances where you saw communication falter.
And you spoke about Audi, but let's take a look at the full lineups in this one, especially for EDG, because they did bring Audi into the top lane, which completely changed the dynamic of the lineup. So let's take a look at those ones for a second. And that is the biggest thing for Edward Gaming. So Audi in the top lane, Clearlove in the jungle, Scout in the mid lane, with Zet and Mako for the rest of the roster. So no changes apart from
I know
top.
reading the Audi talk, there was a lot of people questioning him. When you look on the side of AHQ, predictably, Ziv Mountain, Westor, Arn and Albus is going to be their lineup. People were, okay, Audi came in, running a carry didn't work. I think it's one of those weird scenarios where if you run Mouse into Ziv, you can kind of imagine how the game is going to go. Mouse going to choose something safe, like a Renekton. They're going to try a Fiora and split push through it. So honestly, I don't mind at all running a carry here again, but can they coordinate around Audi? Because so far, from the one game we saw this series, and even up and down in the LPL, it's kind of been a query for EDG.
Yeah, perhaps they know something we don't. They must have talked about it, had some more scrims put into it, because communication with Audi, whenever he does come in towards the top lane, he has a mind of his own. There are definitely times where he just zones in and looks to tunnel into a kill too much, and communication does falter. But if they have faith in his mechanics, that he can go toe-to-toe in the top lane, then you can give him the torch and see where it goes.
But you have to wonder a little bit. That's the question, is that EDG were never a top-focused team, right? Even when Korra was there way long ago. Even when they tried Amazing J, that experiment didn't work. They've always been the bot lane-focused team. So actually changing identity in such a radical way, on one hand, I commend them, because I feel like having that option from the bench is such an important thing in League of Legends, with increasingly lane-focused top lane matchups being so important. But on the other side, in a match like this, which, especially in the context of today, could be very important, risking it all on a player who already showed struggles yesterday is a big gamble.
And those are the key words, right? It's risk and it's faith over to a player like Audi, who, as you said, didn't show a lot yesterday in the group stages. It's like, okay, fine, you go and you still have a second shot at life, but then you also bust him out when this win means so much for both of these two teams. If EDG ends up winning, then you could see the next matchup, because of course that means that the only remaining teams are RNG and Matchy, then it could be pretty much a sold set for China if this game goes well.
Yeah, Westor coming back in as well, so there's not just going to be that one instance of a roster change, of course. Westor coming in, going to be able to showcase if he can play as well as he did last.
And that's the thing, is he looked really good yesterday, right? You know, the crowd was so hyped to see him playing that 2 Westor wins, 2 Westor MVPs. The roof of this Kaohsiung auditorium might just go off.
Yeah, and it's big for him, because if AHQ do win this, of course, the next matchup, obviously not weighted towards the LMS side, but it will put us into a 5-game series, and then we get to see both of the coaches, the set of coaches, once again go at it, and who do they actually want to put forth. Is it going to be the #1 seed? Is it going to be the teams who have been performing best at the tournament? And it changes the dichotomy of the series completely. So this matchup, very important for AHQ as well.
And you might expect it to be a close series. I feel like every single time we see AHQ go up against EDG, it tends to be a close one. Goes right down to the line. It turns into a scrappy team fight fest. You might expect it here today. Last time we saw AHQ play, of course, they had Westor sported the Cassiopeia. We saw the Jinx. So it feels like we just went back into the time machine. So I'm okay with that. I mean, as an analyst, no, but as an audience member, yes, I would like to. It's been entertaining.
And there's been a gambit thrown by HQ in both games, a ticking time bomb, if you will. Remember, game 1 was Ziv on the Jax. They tried to make that work.
Yeah.
They tried to quarter in around split push. In the end, the Jax was taking a mid lane turret while the game was ending. So you would say that fell in the not good column. But going with Arn on Jinx, who, if you followed the interview, was kind of surprised to find himself falling on the Jinx, putting all the eggs in the Jinx basket. A 2015 Flash Wolves play worked really good for AHQ. And I wonder, is it going to be everything on Westor? Will we see Westor try to warp the game with one of his 1-3-1 champions? Will they return to one of Ziv and Arn? Reason why I think yesterday on the desk we're talking about who do you start from from the LMS side, we said AHQ, because they've already shown two very separate styles.
Yeah.
I still feel like AHQ, they've got more to show us.
Yeah, they do. I think that the combinations, like for instance, top lane, I actually wanted to see if Ziv can go towards like a Rumble pick, if he can go towards the Kled that we've seen time and time again and look for those skirmish, scrappy fights that they can go towards and kind of make it very uncomfortable for Audi and Clearlove because they're, I would say, we already talked about the synergy not being there just yet, and that can be a good advantage to them.
I think it has to be, because if you're running Audi, you have to be looking for a counter pick or at least looking for a blind Fiora and saying, hey, what you got? If you don't have the synergy with the jungler, these sort of matchups that Audi is picking into, the Cannons, the Fioras, the Camille's of the world, are swing matchups that can snowball heavily the other way. So I think we need to see Clearlove showing more support, the team rotating around Audi, because it's one thing picking someone into a matchup, it's the other thing actually playing around the matchup that you've set up.
Yeah, and in this tournament, I mean, AHQ have just looked incredibly good, especially against like the likes of KT, for example. And then going into this matchup with EDG, do you actually weight it to one side or the other, or is this an extremely close horse race?
Reading EDG right now is so hard.
It's hard.
I had some faith in them against Samsung when Samsung was faltering. Samsung were able to win there. Yesterday, they kind of eroded any faith, but I feel like the draft has to be cleaner from EDG this time around. I don't really know where to read this series. I'm on the AHQ side of the coin, which to me is a big surprise. But just with this tournament, it's already had its different ebbs and flows. So I think AHQ should come in favorites.
And I'll take EDG just because I think that they'll go towards their bottom lane matchups, and I think we'll see a Varus, for instance, coming in from Zed.
All right, thanks so much, guys. For now, we're going to send it over to the casters for the call.
Thank you very much, Pulse, and I'm very excited to be joined by Froskerin and Rusty because I feel like I've gone back in the time machine. It's like it's 2016 again, just ready to cast some LPL, but there's some LMS thrown in there as well.
I'd almost rather go back to 2016 than our 2017 performance of this tournament, so get me in that time machine. I'm ready for the Jinx Cassie.
Just not 2015. 16. We'll stick with 16.
We were already in that time machine. Raz brought it up earlier on. We are going to be jumping into Champion Select, and we're going to see whether or not we'll get that Cassiopeia once again, as LeBlanc is going to be the first one banned away by AHQ. And in response, it's going to be that Elise.
And I'm going to disagree a bit with the analyst desk. I think it's a huge question mark to bring in Audi over Mouse. Mouse is the veteran player on this team. He has a more diversified style. He can play both the carries as well as kind of the 5v5 style. And putting in a rookie on an international stage across from the likes of Ziv, such a renowned talent throughout the LMS and the world, that's a huge flag for me. I think EDG, this is a very strange call to make.
I mean, Ziv is such a good player that bringing in a rookie is a risk. At the same time, Mouse can play those carries, but can he play the Fioras as well as Audi can, which we have seen domestically?
Well, we'll see whether he is going to be able to get something like that Fiora once again. Of course, they did make a comp around it last time, and it flat out didn't work. It didn't work so much, we had our most one-sided game of the tournament. So this could be a difficult one, as Albus is looking to get priority here with the Thresh pickup. As you can see, the bans have completed. Kalista once again banned on that blue side, and the Zac as well. And Caitlyn, Galio, Elise is going to round it out for Edward Gaming.
So now it's the question of what does Mako feel comfortable taking to the Thresh? There's still a high priority supports like the Rakons, like the standard
I want the Annie Froskerin. That's what I want.
I was actually thinking, now this sounds interesting, the Zyra. Now Zyra is very fragile. I'm going to call it almost like a skill-based matchup.
You never have to sell me on Zyra.
It's hard to play Thresh into Zyra just because she can block out a lot of the plants, but if she ever does catch you, you're pretty much absolutely dead.
Well, this would be exciting if the Katarina was being considered. Gragas and the Varus to be locked in here for EDG. Clearlove looking like he will be picking up that Gragas for the jungle. Definitely an old comfort pick for him.
And what it does dissuade is it also moves Mountain away from the likes of the Rek'Sai. You know, you can see him already trying to solidify towards the Lee Sin. We know that in the LPL they like to take Gragas into Rek'Sai because it interrupts some of her interactions that she wants to prepare in team fights.
Yeah, certainly. Of course, once you're looking towards AHQ, they've got their Thresh. They can pick any AD in the world, so they don't need to rotate it this early. Of course, there is the exposure with a Varus locked, Kalista, Caitlyn ban, that the second ban phase would be risky for them. And if they do lock in their mid laner here, which again expected is Talia versus Corki, because that just seems to be the matchup, it does leave that as a potential ban list.
I think it's very interesting, though, that they're prioritizing the Talia over the Corki. For me, we talked about this over the course of the tournament. I feel like he's almost must ban, must pick. He just spikes on every single item. He has the ability to be a playmaker in both those side lanes, and then is hyper-scaling, whereas Talia is more of that utility late game.
Well, also, Westor's now going to be trying his hand on the Talia when it was Chowie picking it up in their first game. Not quite able to find success, but it was difficult opposition for AHQ their first outing. And okay, Scout is just going to opt in for the counter matchup. Well, somewhat counter matchup. Of course, Talia has been picked into Corki, but it's not necessarily I'm going to win. It's just we can both clear minion waves. Renekton going to be banned and Fiora banned as well, understandably against Audi.
And you'd expect to see that the Ashe would also be penched here since Varus is already there. You don't want to just give on one of his comfort champions. I try to force him a little bit more outside the meta, but you still have things like the Kalista also available.
Well, no, you don't. It was banned second off, and I think the Jinx ban is probably going to come in second time around. No, it's going to be the Jax.
Nope, they're actually hard focusing that top lane. And the question for me here is, what can Audi play? You've got your Renekton, Jax, Fiora, Camille, all banned away. Does he default to a Kled, which like you're better off just having Mouse in that case, right? Is it just the J4? Because it's this nice middle ground between carry and tankiness? Because I feel like those champions are the only direction that he can go now.
And Ziv, of course, has the opportunity of heading towards something like the Gnar that we've been talking about a lot. Haven't seen it yet in this best of 5 series. Could be an opportunity. Ziv, of course, playing it in the past. Powerhouse top laner for a very long time, but Kled is another one that is still available.
Yep.
Saw it in the last game. Didn't necessarily find success for OMG, but they're going to try his hand at it.
And already both compositions have so many different layers of kind of CC and how they want to set up team fights in these 5v5s, manipulating terrain like the Talia wall, being able to run people down with the Kled charger, isolating targets with Varus ultimate with Gragasult. So there's so many options for both AHQ and EDG.
And of course, now it's going to be not about that split push necessarily. Both Jarvan and Kled, you know, Kled fantastic initiation with the charge, as well as Jarvan being able to annoy people with that big cataclysm. So we are going to be seeing more 5v5 focus, not necessarily these Fioras or Jaxes.
And I will say, I'm a bit surprised to see On go towards the Xayah. I know that she's been coming back as kind of the big pick for this tournament, but I just feel like there's so many different tools and threats on the side of EDG for a mid-range AD carry, the Gragas cast in particular.
Yeah, one step further as well, though. Mako with the last pick, picking support last as well.
And not going
They
Braum.
don't go Braum. They go for the Tahm Kench, which is a pick away from the Thresh to deny the Thresh pick. At the same time, if you went Braum, you'd be denying Xayah. So there was a very clear focus here from the side of EDG as to what they'd like to best.
And what it does open up for them is it allows them to play kind of those side lanes. Again, if you have Corki who's flying out using his mobility on the package, now you can follow that up with the Abyssal Voyage. We always say that EDG are strongest when they unlock Mako, get him around the map, and that could have been one of the deciding factors. Braum, yeah, you'd get a bit more security denying Xayah in the lane, but Tahm Kench, after level 6, allows you to impact more of the map.
Well, of course, we'll see whether he's going to be able to get anything done as we hop onto the Rift. But Tahm Kench has seen a lot of priority, maybe not as much success as we have seen him in other regions. But the Thresh coming out of Albus scares me because LMS with Thresh is such a frightening prospect this tournament because setting up picks in the mid-game is just what this region is all about.
And we've already seen, you know, how important this matchup is. If AHQ win this, it keeps the LMS alive towards Game 5. So you have to think, looking past this, it's RNG versus Machi. You would say that unless Machi find another miracle, that should go to the LPL. So this is probably the most important matchup of this entire best of 5.
Certainly is.
Yeah, but Scout does have that Corki. Massive power pick there in the mid lane. He sat behind Pawn for so long. We know Pawn is the ultimate god of the old Corki. Seen it banned away from him in this tournament as well. I say ultimate god, it's Pawn. This guy plays all sorts of crazy, but he's the melee Corki master, and I'd like to see some aggression out of Scout to take over the lane.
Melee Corki master. I mean, unfortunately for Scout,
he plays melee Corki.
One of a kind. Sit in the shadow of Faker and then Pawn. I feel like the LPL
probably should be talking about Faker first.
Maybe. I'll leave that to you.
Hey, look, a lot of players have sat in the shadow of Faker, and some of them have not necessarily got the success that Scout has. Alluding to the old Easy Hoon. Unfortunate. We are under Summoner's Rift here. Zet is just pacing up and down the river. No funny business to start things off. No blitzcranks in this particular game. We'll see who's going to be able to make the good first move.
Not to be seen, of course. You'd still start with this jungle position if you're looking at Mountain. What can he get done? Which lane does he want to get the ganks off? Thresh is a very easy lane for him to gank if he would like. Xayah as well, very nice compounding duo if EDG's coming at them. And the reason that I bring this up as well is you get the vision, you almost want Clearlove to come to the 2v2 so that you can counter it.
And that's an easy assumption to make. You're against EDG, like Papa was saying on the desk. Edward Gaming really haven't changed their dynamic that much. It's still about the bottom lane. It doesn't matter that it's not Def there, that it's Zet trying to fill in those shoes. And over the course of this tournament, we saw the very early Cheese Evelyn gank. I almost expect to see the same thing on the Gragas, but we'll keep our eyes on these jungle starts.
You know, weirdly enough, though, Clearlove, now that he's added the 7 to his name, has diversified at least here and there and has actually looked towards the top lane, but only really when Mouse is playing. When Audi's here, he almost has to go top just because of the state of the laning in a 1v1 type of scenario, not going for it.
Is it going to be different now that it's a Jarvan towards the top side of the map, though? Because Audi's not necessarily on these scaling champions. His early game should be a little bit more shorter.
Easy to gank for still if you're looking at the Jarvan. So in terms of that respect, it's possible. But really, I mean, it just comes down to Clearlove's preference. And bottom's always the place you'd look.
But I do want to quickly talk about the jungle start. So we saw that both Albus and On sacrificed their ability to get into the lane, put themselves on the right foot, because they gave a hard leash to Mountain. Now, I actually value this start more over than what Clearlove did, just because I feel like it gives you that small tempo advantage in the jungle, which has been so game-changing that we've seen when it comes to eking out level 6 early or just being a little bit faster on rotation for an early gank.
Heading towards this blue buff now, Mountain's going to finish it in a much faster clip than that of Clearlove. Possibly looking towards the top side after that, but you can see the lane is very neutral at the moment. Audi not doing too badly as they get to that level 2 mark.
And junglers may actually meet each other here in the middle. We've got Clearlove going over towards his Raptors. He's actually quite behind in experience and farm, only 2 CS, as he's gone buff to buff to protect those major objectives.
But this vision that Mountain's going to place down here on the Raptor camp is what a hard leash like his bottom lane gives him in return. So he gets the vision on the Raptor camp. He might go to look for the Krugs. Actually, he's just going to hide and look to find the jump on Clearlove.
Clearlove's heading into this brush here, so is going to easily steal those Krogs away as Mako spits out Zet, tries to get some auto attacks into Albus here towards the bottom side of the map.
Small detail, but what's important is that Zet pops himself out of the mouth sideways, so there's no double flays, which is really nice of Albus to be stepping up aggressively after the hook connects. Just small intricacies in that little trade.
Yep, good to know that Albus is still fantastic on the Thresh. Clearlove pops over and wonders where his Krugs went. There's one making his way back home, but that is not what he wants.
And you can see why there's no help going to come to him. Ziv has the push on Audi. He's stuck under the turret. And Scout, he's in an equal 1v1. Now has to show some respect, perhaps.
Yeah, looking like a 1v2 at the moment, but Mountain's passing through. There it is.
And this is a defining feature of Scout, just the pathing right there. He knows that the flick's going to come from behind. He himself a very accomplished Taliyah player, and he's taken after, you know, the fathers before him, the pawns and the fakers. He'll step forward. He's never going to back down from a trade.
Good to see. No seismic shove's going to be hitting Scout. We'll see whether Westdoor decides to play melee seismic shove Taliyah and just puts the seismic shove
the zoning seismic shove?
Yeah, it's like, you can't walk forward now. What are you going to do? Probably walk back, I would say, but Westdoor, of course, well and truly out of mana at this stage, throwing pebbles around the mid lane.
You've highlighted the level 6 spikes that can come out of these teams earlier, Frostgren, but ultimately I'd still be looking towards EDG as having the better spike through their bottom lane. Not just for Mako being able to roam, but for the Varus having engaged. Because then the follow-up, when you've got a Jarvan who can teleport Clearlove to be nearby, usually it'll coincide with Scout having a package at that time of the game. It's a really good opportunity for them to actually look at expanding the map, growing a lead from nothing, because they've got a Mountain Draco.
Which is why they need to secure this pathway here. We call this the Silk Road in the LPL. It's about making sure that you have vision control over the Raptor camp and opening up this pathway behind the Dragon Pit so you can get the Corki and the Gragas down there.
Speaking of the Corki, Scout's actually taking a lot of damage here against Westdoor, who's been able to hold his mana bar at extraordinarily low for most of this lane phase and still get the damage down to Scout that he needs to.
It's because he's harassing Scout explicitly, so he'll keep up the mana from the last hitting with the Doran's Ring, but at the same time, if you're using your E and your Q, you'd run out of mana very quickly through these trades, where Corki can auto-attack to best you.
Well, he is not necessarily going to find it just here. 43 CS for the Corki, though, as he heads back home, and Westdoor has missed quite a few there in the mid lane.
The classic run at you, try to cancel the back.
Yep, times it with a cannon wave too, so Scout will be a happy camper.
I see why Westdoor always falls behind in CS.
Wanders at people instead of actually last hitting.
It's about sending a message.
Yes, I like it. Message received. On Going to get hit by a few abilities and some auto attacks there from Zet, but should be okay here in this lane with the support of Albus. This lane is very close.
It's more like power walking. Have you ever been aggressively power walked at, Atlas?
I've aggressively power walked myself. I like to think that I'm a very good speed walker. I've demonstrated it before.
Can confirm. Have seen your runners.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's good. Oh, it's good. It's something that you can't really describe very well on broadcast.
I'm sure everyone gets a great mental image.
I've watched the Olympics. Seen, like, the Olympic walking? Yeah, that's exactly
rather scary to think about.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Now just think of me doing it, Rusty. Get in there. Okay. Zed is going to keep killing minions. The bottom lane has equalized. You can see Scout makes his way back in with a Sheen, as Westor's taking a lot of damage. Rocket's coming in now from Scout, but he has that level 6.
And that's twice that these trades have actually happened for Westor, pushing up aggressively to use the shove, where Scout just stands and delivers. And so the third time might be the charm here for the Taliyah. Actually keep your eye out for that, if he adapts on the fly. And then we'll start winning these trades. At the very least, he is controlling the minion waves and trying to prevent Scout from getting anywhere. In 1 minute, though, there is a package.
There's a lot of vision available here for AHQ in EDG's jungle.
Yeah, Mountain's trying to abuse Clearlove's back. I do want to point out that Clearlove made a very clever back, so for those of you in solo queue, backing just out of vision of the Krug camp.
Well, Ziv is actually going to win the trade towards the top side as the Jarvan was wanting to come over and stop this red steal, but it's just not going to happen. Albus available if Mountain wants to get that safeguard, but he wants to stay aggressively positioned.
He may actually look for a dive top lane because he's got the Thresh here. It is far more realistic, and they're going.
Yep, charge is going to come in. There's the flash kick as Ziv is going to knock him up into the air there as well. Out he tries to get back. Good Cataclysm as Ziv's taking a lot of damage, but he'll be untargetable. That's going to get the reset on the aggro, and AHQ look great towards the top side.
And it's just too easy there. I want to give a special shout out to the back timers of Albus in particular, making sure that he synced up with Mountain and adding the extra security of having Thresh in the back pocket for that dive.
Massive damage will obviously come down onto this structure. They've hard committed to taking it. Again, Audi is about to respawn, but he doesn't have the teleport. And so this gank to the top lane is massive for opening up all of Summoner's Rift for themselves. EDG on the flip side can barely actually get a trade out. Could look towards the Mountain Drake, but even then it just takes so long to do. I don't know if that's realistic to consider.
On needs to be very careful approaching this tower. He does have Feathered Storm, Dance?
Feather Storm?
Feathers.
Storm. He's got the feathers.
Lots of them.
He can dodge the CCs.
He can, but he can't dodge losing first brick towards the top side of the map, as Ziv is going to easily cut that one down.
Wow, and EDG just kind of passively watch AHQ take control of the game.
And scarily, I just don't think there was a trade immediately available for them. And if they did look towards a trade, it would be a hard force. And that's super risky, especially with just how clean it was from AHQ on the top side of the map. Albus, no one expected him to be there with boots of mobility that early.
While I agree with that, I feel like because it is a higher priority dragon like a Mountain versus an Ocean or a Cloud, that it's almost kind of risk versus reward of trying to make a hard force bottom. You knew that the jungler was top lane, just have Audi respawn, walk bottom, and at least force them off the tower, take the chip damage, and rotate into a higher priority dragon, rather than just passively watching the game walk away from you.
To be fair, they've set up vision around the Mountain. They haven't done it. And they definitely did not speed walk away from the Gave Atlas. That is just a weird image.
I needed to trigger you once again, Rusty. I'm sorry about that.
It's my favorite thing to do is trigger Rusty.
It means they will still look towards the Mountain Drake. Muppets.
Can I be animal?
I've just missed this so much. Okay, well, the Mountain Drake is well and truly still there, but thankfully for AHQ, they managed to get Rift Scuttle vision. There is so much vision on the bottom side here for EDG, though, so if it doesn't happen, Frosker, and like you say it will, EDG are going to lose so much because they invested vision towards the bottom side, which has largely been cleared out now for AHQ. And if EDG don't move down there and get it, they've invested so much and got nothing.
Yeah, and it's about to get worse here. Hold on.
Oh, Valkyrie.
Here comes the charge.
Oh my goodness. Good exhaust from Scout as Audi is here. Clearlove making his way through the side as well, but is Scout even going to last? He uses the flashes there. The flash body slam. Westor, beautiful flash to get himself out of the way as Ziv now has been dismounted. They are going to move him out of the way. The Taliyah does pick up Audi, but Ziv is going to die. He knew it as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Top laners just decided to go so hard on killing somebody and not protecting their own teammates. Kled just overcommits, and Audi does not even use his flag and drag to save his Corky's life. Just goes forwards and dies for it.
But I love how you can tell who the new guy is because they just left Audi to die. They're like, nope, get back to Scout. This guy's been here longer.
Well, of course, Scout can now clear out the minion wave, which would have been more difficult for Audi, so I do like the decision.
I just can't comprehend this decision from Audi. Save your Scout. Like, watch him. He has it all available. It's still available. No, go,
oh,
no,
gotta
go
get
on the
in.
West door. Gotta get, yeah, absolutely. The Scout just tries to, like, really confused with that. I mean, it's just a trade.
I feel like Clear Love
best
is
replay
the
analysis I've heard.
Clear Love is like the dog in a divorce, and you've got Scout the mom on one side, and you've Audi the dad on the other side. It's like, come here, boy, come here. Who are you gonna pick? I don't know, guys.
That's my favorite analogy. Oh, brilliant. It's just a moment of favorites.
But what I was going to say is, okay, so tempo advantage still to EDG. The reason why Zet and Mako have been rotated up into this top lane is because they don't want to lose priority over the Rift Herald, which naturally has just spawned. You could already see before that play took over, AHQ were starting to eke their vision into the area, because by dropping that tower early, this is what this gives them primary control over. So there's a window where EDG can make the choice of, yeah, we'll give them Rift Herald and we'll trade Mountain Dragon, but naturally Rift Herald is the more important objective.
Especially right now, as it has just spawned. And AHQ yet to get sole vision of the area. Their topside vision is actually quite good, though, not wanting to get dove underneath that turret. Understanding that EDG had moved that bottom lane up there was an opportunity for multiple members to be in.
Yeah, of course, they've still got opportunities to be on the bottom side of the map here, EDG. You can already see them moving towards the objective. You have to challenge why are AHQ on the top side of the map. When the turret's already gone, they have no objective to secure, and EDG runs straight in.
Yeah, Clearlove is looking for the kill here as well as Scout Valkyrie's over. Doesn't have any ability to get out of anything as Skull is going to be dismounted. Fled is going to just shoot his way out of there. EDG, can they go to the Dragon now, though?
But they're running out of time on trying to make a play here. You can see that On is prepping the wave up into the top lane. But again, it's not about that tower. It's about the Rift Herald. It's opening up the potential for AHQ to make a trade if EDG do commit to Mountain.
Well, Audi is going to head towards that top lane and take down the creep wave crashing into the inner turret. Arn is looking to steal away this red buff. Skillov hasn't got many of his own ones. Did manage to steal the last one from AHQ, though.
But the damage has been done. They chipped out a lot of the health bars. They're forcing Scout to back. AHQ had their pick of the litter about what they want to set up. Do we set up vision for the Mountain Dragon? Do we take the Rift Herald? Maybe we get some chip damage on mid lane. Looks like it's going to be Herald.
Yeah, you can feel the momentum. It's not even a large gold lead, not even really 2,000. But how they're influencing the map right now just feels that little bit superior. Scout going forward to try and de-scarl Ziv was overly aggressive, and you can see how that small detail then comes back to hurt him. And the question there is, why is he going so far forwards when he could just be poking with his rockets? And a lot of that is they're hard forcing for the Mountain to try and prevent a trade perhaps for the Herald, but it's an overreach.
Well, now it is going to be Rift Herald traded for outer and bottom side of the map as far as turrets, and most likely this Mountain Drake as well. So EDG trading up in the situation. Yep. Do like that. Salvus is looking to come around and deny that particular advantage, but Zet is going to make it a battle that he can't really win.
Mountain Drake just decides while he's inside the pit that he no longer wants to battle and just resets himself.
Just wanders around for a little bit.
You're correct. They actually come up ahead.
This is what talking about speed walking does. Even the Dragon wants to do it.
The amount of gross noises that are coming out of like Gragas and Kench when they're next to each other, though, it's just not my favorite sound effect to be plugged into there.
Oh, well, Audi, this is not his favorite moment either, as he's not.
He seems to like it.
Okay, yeah, he's just going to jump himself.
He's got a Tahm Kench with no ultimate walking up towards him.
I'm gonna lick him.
Yeah, he's walking the dog now as the knockup is going to come in. There's the flash ult, and the root does actually land. He's going to be dismounted, and Ziv is in trouble. There's a Blade of the Ruin King in there, and Zet is going to be able to pick up his
But they've just summoned the Rift Herald in the mid lane, so whilst they go for this kill, they put a lot of effort into securing it. Scout's now stuck against a Herald and 3 members threatening the hooks on him. Super lucky that they don't overcommit here, AHQ. They may have been able to just pick it up.
Yeah, didn't spot Clearlove over the side, so not having vision of a possible flank because Mako had also disappeared in the fog of war. AHQ just play very conservatively, take the damage, and walk away.
Almost the Korean way out in that case, if you were to look at it as an example. But the thing that they weren't mapping was the cooldown of Mako's ultimate, of course. Not just Clearlove being invisible, but suddenly there's still 4 people nearby. He didn't have it, but they assumed he did. So they pay their respects, and they do walk away.
Okay, it does mean that EDG are going to trade up in that instance as well, able to get that kill and not lose too much apart from health on the outer turret in the mid lane. And this outer turret on the top side of the map, after that wave has been pushed back, is looking good.
Not just that, of course, the bottom side's got big item spikes and a package there for the Corki, so they're looking to maybe prevent the trade. EDG are trying to make a risk now and one-up their opponents.
We'll see whether they can actually defend this. As you can see, actually, we've got Westor moving away. He's just going to shove towards that outer turret in the mid lane. Should be able to get this after the Rift Herald did do some work.
Abyssal Voyage is actually live now, so Westor, again, he's playing conservatively. He doesn't see where the Kench is, moves to the bottom side.
Okay, but Audi, he has no way of defending this outer turret, so nicely done. But look, EDG is still topside, trying to pressure towards that inner turret, or at least deny some sort of freeze, something like that.
Yeah, in these elongated tower trades, I agree with you. It was EDG actually kind of getting the better of a situation simply because AHQ didn't have the vision to make a confident play and really commit with how many resources they had spread over the map. You know, if they could see where Kench was, maybe Westor would step up, contest that mid tower.
Okay, Scout has to use his Valkyrie to get out of the way. Thankfully, it's just enough to avoid the threaded volley.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Westor hard commits to that trade, trying to bully him and push him away from the turret. It feels like they're just matching the health trade, and that's still an advantage for AHQ. Ghost was used, though, as well. They're trying to push Scout away as he is the wave clear. It's like when you're versing the Victor. If you can chunk him, prevent him from clearing the wave, then you have a higher chance of actually taking it.
Yeah, thankfully Clearlove is going to turn up there as well, and at this particular point in the game, that Runic Echoes is going to help those barrels clear up minion waves as well. And Scout goes back, and that's a frustrating fight. Just don't like a Brawler's Club. Feels bad. But does have a control ward, so we're feeling better about that one.
The first control ward that an LPL team has ever purchased.
I think that might be an exaggeration.
I don't know. Did you see the games yesterday?
Oh,
OMG
yeah,
didn't.
No one look at the mini-map.
Yeah. Oh, wait, is that because there's a control ward? EDG had learnt even prior to us noticing. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, Zet is going to set himself up. Piercing arrows there, not necessarily clearing out waves like they used to when the build had changed, but out goes
no.
Audi. Good
That feels
knock
bad.
up. Yep. Okay, Mountain not going to have his flash anymore, and that is depressing.
Almost feels like the WE game where Mountain just suddenly appears in the side wave, and look at the time that you get on mid lane instead during this.
Okay, Scout's going to get himself out. They are going to defend this turret. Nicely done. Yeah, I don't know whether it's quite the same as the prior game because the Lee Sin this time feels slightly better.
Are you a J-Call or are you a Karsa, Lee Sin?
Wait, well, that's
Fan?
the WE.
Oh, yes, that's true. Sorry, yeah, you did. I was talking about the Lee Sin prior. It's not great. He didn't have his best performance thus far.
He's still new. Gotta get those sea legs going.
Mm-hmm. Need to shake the sillies out. Potentially. Oh, okay, that was very, very close from Albus.
But they pick it up, and that's super important. The mid lane outer means they can stretch their vision just a little bit deeper into AHQ's side of the map. It's really hard as an Aussie to say that letter H.
H? 2K?
H. It's just an H, mate. Just doesn't have a H sound, even if it does make a H noise.
But we had another situation where you could see that Ziv was kind of sitting down in the bottom river on AHQ vision, looking for the possible flank. But again, you know, the Talia wall wasn't available. They didn't feel like they had all of their ducks in a row, so they just conservatively let the play pass them by.
There's a lot of pings going down
They're
right
very
now.
on the way.
Yeah, in goes Mako and Zet. Unfortunately, there's a seismic shove that works out very well for Westor as Clearlove just body slams his way into the gullet of Mako and will be absolutely fine. But Arn, he's actually looking to go aggressive.
Ulted as well.
Goes the charge. As now Scout, he's there to back them up. 4 versus 5 is what it's looking like as the teleport is going to come in. This is going to be the full-on team fight as that AoE damage is massive out of EDG. Ziv gets himself over the wall and Mako just being a body in front of this fight and no one is going to be taken down. That was close, but looked good for both teams.
And that is such a dangerous fight because we are 25 seconds out from a Baron spawning. So both teams smartly figure out that, okay, this is not the time to throw the game and disengage.
And the scary thing there is EDG didn't even have their top laner and people were starting to get chunked super low. Corky's got his power spikes from that Trinity Force. He's hit his level 11, so the breakpoints are there. Zet is doing damage. And Mako's tank enough to be able to sustain through a fair chunk of what was thrown at them. And that's where EDG can almost get themselves that team fight, but they don't. They're still looking towards the Mountain Drake as the primary focus.
I think it's kind of interesting that they've decided to choose these lane assignments. With Baron spawning, yes, the Mountain will be going live on its timer soon, but you'd think that it would be Corky bottom and Jarvan top lane.
Not necessarily how it's being set up at the moment.
I
With the
think
Mountain Drake there, maybe that's going to be the priority.
I think they figured it out.
We made an oopsie.
There he goes.
This isn't a teleport Corky
I have
this
expectations of a lot of them just showing up at the Mountain Drake. They'll take the 5v5 for this, I believe, with their item spikes and the timing in the game for EDG. AHQ, they can either force the Baron, they can go to the other side of the map and trade. Right now they're forcing mid, but fighting a package Corky, you might just be waiting it out.
Yeah, and he does have his BF sword just completed now as well, looking for his Infinity Edge. We'll see whether he turns that Brawler's Glove into a Sheen, sorry, a
Zeal.
Zeal? What? How the heck did I forget
I don't know
the name
where you're going.
of a Zeal? That's ridiculous. Seems like Scout doesn't quite know where he's going either, as Weaver's Wall is going to block EDG off from this Mountain Drake.
But they could still hit it.
Yeah. Okay, Mountain's going to get his way in. This should be able to steal that one away, and it is going to be Mountain grabbing it, but has he sacrificed himself?
He certainly has.
Is it worth it? The package comes down for Scout and has closed the gap onto Ziv. In goes Mako, just wanting to get this fight as Albus might be the sacrificial lamb. He's so hungry as this Catfish and gobbles up the Thresh. That is going to be the second kill of the fight. Flashes coming out everywhere. A party cask from Clearlove to celebrate the 2-for-0 trade.
And do not be fooled. It was by no accident that Clearlove didn't try to contest Smite that. He went for the jungle kill. He still has Smite. Their jungler is dead, and they're moving towards Baron.
Yep, that classic 21-minute LPL Baron. As soon as this purple worm spawns, it is under threat. As Westor is going to set himself up. Doesn't have the Weaver's Wall or anything like that to block
Really
in
risky
EDG.
from Westor here.
Okay, he's gone very deep. As the Pebbles are down, Scout takes a lot of damage. That is going to mean that the Baron goes over to EDG. Slam dunk, as it's going to be the Varus that picks up the kill on the Talia. And AHQ get one back, but there's still 4 Barons.
And Westor surprisingly did a lot of work there because the Baron just got a 4-man stun onto the side. They're all sitting behind the pit. Of course, we get to see the Drake fight again. And he kind of looks towards it as the belly bop smite. You can't really beat the Lee Sin in that relative trade unless you body slam to interrupt it, but he was a little bit too late. So yes, they kill Mountain, they immediately go forwards, and a lot of this is actually still on Mako. The awareness to ult into cover distance needs to be behind them, or they won't get a pick. Their crowd control barely exists in that situation. Was very clever.
Yep. And the Hungry Time Kench looks so adorable as well. So that was a joy. Albus not necessarily as excited.
I always love what you bring to a cast, Atlas. Just go the extra mile.
What? It was adorable. Don't you be facetious at me, Frosker.
I would never.
She says facetiously. Okay, Scout moving down towards the bottom side of the map, wanting to influence with his Baron buff himself.
With a lot of items coming out of him. He's closer to a mixed bucket, hasn't committed to his second item.
Did pick up the Zeal, if I remember.
He does definitely have the Sheen Zeal.
The shield. That's a shield.
And still with the Baron buff to be there as well. Thank you. He just keeps going.
Just silently under his breath, shield. Muppet. Power walk.
Whoa, we didn't need to go back there. I definitely adventured back towards the power walk a little bit too much.
Thanks,
but yes,
Rusty.
Innitar is going to fall. Brilliant. They are going to move now towards the mid lane that Audi has prepared for them.
And I think the big fundamental thing here for a lot of the LMS teams is their mid-game team fighting starts to drop off. This is the second iteration we've seen of it. EDG, they get the Baron, immediately looking to press forwards and challenge AHQ.
Yeah, well, that's the hook. It's going to land onto Mako.
Watch the
not
kick.
the target that they want is Mountain. He's looking for it, manages to get it back onto Zeta Zip. He's charging his way forward, but can't get through the Weaver's Wall. That's a bit of a disaster. Takes the Dark Passage, gets himself out, as Westor's going to be dunked towards the bottom side. But Mountain's dead. They take down the turret, and EDG, they don't lose anything bar a couple of health bars.
And Rusty, you were talking about, the LMS as a region maybe making these poor team fights in the mid game, but I feel like it's also the decision making. That is such a high risk, low reward play, because if you die there, it's pretty much game.
Well, it's looking like it's a bit of a disaster here as well, as the inhibitor is going to fall down. We've got a massive minion wave pushing for EDG on the top side at the same time. This is not all that they're going to be able to take. Seismic Shove goes completely wide, and EDG, they've broken open the base and taken over the game.
And again, by trying to force that team fight there, instead of just standing behind your towers and wave clearing, it means that you're not just trading the outer tower, but you're losing your inhib. High risk, low reward.
Yeah, AHQ, it feels like, again, the gold lead wasn't massive at that point in the game, but it feels like it for them. They're forcing against the Baron team, and suddenly the momentum swings, the pendulum swings to EDG. Their turn to push forward, their turn to make the advances. AHQ say, we're going to interrupt this, we're going to fight. Mountain hits a kick, Kled comes from behind, and Talia, this is actually my biggest concern with this. Scout and Zed are the targets that Ziv wants. He's now stuck. So he has to lantern to safety. And just like that, because of the health bars lacking, the time and summoner spells exhausted by AHQ by trying to engage against the Tahm Kench, which is really difficult to do, then they just brute force their way in.
Hold on, though.
Yep, now Ziv is in trouble towards the top side of the map. The Skull should be eliminated and Kled soon afterwards as he tries to use the charge. Gets himself out of the way. It's Clearlove's looking for the cast. They want more than just the Kled. Westor's going to be taken down pretty quickly. Now Ziv does get the remount. They do take down Clearlove as Scout. He's over the wall. Mountain misses the Q, but just kicks him in the head, and that's going to be that. Zet's going to be knocked over the wall, but Mountain should be able to take him down. No, Zet's going to pick up the kill. Mako lasts for so long, but Arn is doing so much work. And AHQ, they're going to get 4 for 2.
And Xayah just ran through them that team fight, completely untouched. You can see Arn pretty much full health on his health bar.
I'm going to bring this back one more time. EDG, you've just taken Kled off of Skull. Maybe just remove Kled from the map before he remounts one more time, because then he's pretty hard to kill again. They overcommit, they overexert themselves. Mako accidentally eats Clearlove. There's still these positive signs coming at EDG, but it's all crested over once again by giving AHQ chances to fight. Massive work coming out of Arn.
Yeah. And if you take a fight to Xayah, things can go very, very wrong. And it has meant the BF Sword is coming in. Arn is getting to that 3-item spike with the Essence Reaver Infinity Edge Rapid Fire Cannon that we look for these Xayah players. And it's so much harder to break more of the base. We see this again.
And like you said, Rusty, it's overcommitting for that top laner and then not finishing the work here. I will say that Scout does a valiant effort as he's going to be taken super low, then go over the side, trying to put out as many rockets as possible. But Mountain's just going to get over the other side and end that Corki's reign of terror.
Yeah, at the same time, of course, the Varus does his absolute best. Manages to secure Mountain, but look at the minimap. Where's your Jarvan? He walked from bottom lane, I'm pretty sure, just to get here at all, and he was not there in time.
Well, Mountain Drake number 2 is going to go over to EDG. Of course, it is number 3, theoretically, but it's their number 2. Going to be able to secure that one. 1.5 minutes before that Baron comes up once again, and the inhibitor still dead in the mid lane for AHQ. EDG looking to get themselves into a position to make a pick, but they have walked over Vision, and AHQ are not buying it.
Have 1:20 to try to push down this bottom inhib and make that Baron all the more free.
They just rammed their heads in.
Yeah, Scout's actually going to launch himself over the wall. Okay, that was aggressive. That was more of an icon play than a Scout play. I thought we were in the last game.
Of course, he has no mid inhibitor, to be fair, so he's able to work through that side of the map. It is definitely risky, I'll give you that. But what's more risky is just going straight in and taking it without him even nearby in the first place.
Just cover up the nameplate and just think of it as pawn.
Okay, I like it.
Yep.
Oh no.
Here goes the ultimate. Okay, Ziv is going to be knocked back. Not off Skull just yet as Westor's made his way over to the side. Doesn't find the shove as EDG are all going to get flayed back. This is the killing fields now as Ziv gets dismounted. He's not going to die though as the kickback does come in. Clearlove going down very low. Scout as well, but he Valkyrie's out. And somehow they're able to live. Mako, the Grey Health still available, and EDG just wander out. They're going to casually back and maybe look for a Baron.
That was so dangerous, though. Again, right before Baron spawns, EDG barely scrape out of that team fight. It was actually because Mountain at the very beginning didn't connect with his Q. So the Lee Sin flank, while the rest of AHQ wanted to engage, was on cooldown, waiting for the full duration before they could finally go.
And you'd be counting your blessings if you're EDG after that. There was no way they should have came out of there with their lives. But because they survived, AHQ have spent so long defending bottom lane, the vision isn't properly set up at the Baron. They're just going to teleport as shallow as they can get. EDG still have reasonable amounts of control. They did actually hit the Baron there.
Yeah, that's actually going to be cancelled. So Ziv, a little bit too worried about that Baron being started far earlier than it possibly could have, to be honest. Scout's going to go back, finishes off his Infinity Edge, and I was actually going to bring that up because he had all of the components, and if they want to commit to a fight, he needs that 3rd item spike.
But it's the decision-making, like trying to overcommit or overreach bottom when you have the ability to buy Eye-Edge, but you don't do it 20 seconds before a Baron spawns. We talked about high risk, low reward for AHQ. EDG, what the hell?
Oh my god. Everything's so close here. These thresh hooks not far off hitting every single time.
But they're playing like it's not. They're playing like we can take all of these risks. It's totally fine.
Both teams are doing it, so it's just about who actually dies first, really.
We're like parents at a playground, aren't we? It's like, no, 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 don't go on the swing. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. Stop doing that.
I'm just watching some child
Gled's gone forward. They're having a great time. As there's going to be the route onto Mountain. He can't get himself in there. Lands the Q, but it's on to Clearlove. Bounces his way back. Massive boop in as Mako. He's got the Grey Health, but Scout is going to be delivered to death. Audi, he's in the killing field, and oh my god, Zet is smashing this team fight. That Infinity Edge is doing so much work, and Arn is now looking for it. He's looking to turn it around. Can he actually get there? Featherstorm comes in as now EDG, they're still alive, but now it's the 2v2. 80 carries. Oh my
God.
Scout turns around, and he took one step too far forward.
And pretty much everybody's just dead here. EDG with 2 carries alive, no chance they'll look towards the Baron. I mean, they're walking over there. Very, very risky unless there's a honey fruit to keep them healthy. And that fight, if we get a replay, just keep your eyes peeled on what Mako did. He put in so much work.
Yeah, and EDG here, they're just going to make sure that they secure the Scuttle Crab, clear out any sort of division. There was a pink ward on the Baron itself, so reset the map.
Okay,
no,
they're doing stuff, Baron.
Yep, they're
never mind. We do have an Abyssal Voyage to get clear up towards this pit as well. And with 2 Mountain Drakes and a heck of a lot of damage, this is Baron number 2 over to EDG. God, I miss this region.
And I'm just so happy to say after all of this that Zet shows up to play because he's here on the international stage. And AHQ going forward, watch the kick from Mountain and how Mako, in the middle of a team fight, missing so much health, has the awareness to actually gobble up the Corki.
Oh my
Like, that is just star performance out of Mako. And the Corki survives. Him and Zet then get to work together. Audi does his job in this team fight as well. Like, EDG probably shouldn't have won that. Mountain did so much work. Arn goes berserk, and they still come up pretty equal.
What an interception.
Yeah.
Absolutely intercepted.
Just fantastic. And the mechanical skill has never been something that we've doubted from either of these regions, but going for these sort of fights is so dangerous, like you were talking about. They go for it and they put it all in there. Baron now on EDG. They managed to get all of the respawns, I believe, as well. So are going to have 5 Barons now moving towards the base of AHQ. The mid lane, of course, a definite option, but AHQ can push that one out and try and get themselves into a position where they can contest this Baron buff team.
You know, I often think about like the difference between the LCK and the LPL. And I feel like, have you ever watched women's lacrosse? It's not a popular sport.
Rather vague of a thing for us to have said yes to.
So,
well, it's not
I don't know. If I had said volleyball, you would be like, yes.
Legitimately not Australian, though, Posco. Volleyball is.
Volleyball certainly is. Yeah. High school was very good at it. Scout's not very good at being alive. Yeah, Mountain's going to be able to pick up that kill as now in goes Ziv. He's looking for clear love, gets the bear trap on a rope, but the explosive cast is going to get him out of there. Mako desperately wants out, but he just sees his fate and is going to fall down.
So what I was going to say is that it's kind of the difference between watching just finesse play. Like, you're watching the LCK, you're like, ooh, wow, oh. And then you watch the LPL play, you're like, ooh, ah.
So you're making similar noises.
Exactly.
They're just for very different reasons.
It's the difference between watching women's lacrosse and men's lacrosse. One's a brute force sport. One's much more about speed, finesse, beauty.
Or Serena Williams versus Venus Williams.
Mini skirts.
I mean, weirdly enough, that's the noise we probably would have made when we watched Scout die there if we weren't talking about women's lacrosse. So that's fairly accurate.
The word we made was Scout's dead, I believe. Which he certainly was. It is going to put a little bit of a stopper in EDG's press towards the base. May lose them this Cloud Drake as well. Not necessarily the coveted Drakes that you'd want, but he's going to buff up that Elder Drake a little bit further as that one's going to spawn at 38 minutes in. Actually, a little bit more than that.
And really, we just get to watch how Scout died here. He's got the package, so he feels overconfidence, but like when you've got a Talia, you've got a Hook, you've got a Lee Sin, they're a very good pick composition. If you don't have the vision, you need to actually work with your team to get that, not be confident that you have a package.
And the reoccurring trend between LMS and LPL is just superior vision control, and that was set up on a trap like that.
They actually know where Mountain is because of the ward that was just placed, revealing himself. Blue buff's about to spawn, so there's an opportunity for a fight here once again.
He's going to get played back. Mako still has a lot of grey health to work with. But the Weaver's Wall is stopping their exit.
Yes,
that was very, very late. The Mako is still going to fall down, but now the fight is going to break out. Scout, double kill now for Arn. He's trying to make it 3 as Clearlove flashes his way out. Once again, EDG lose 2 of their members. And AHQ just keep finding these picks in the jungle.
And a game that was in EDG's complete control has now flipped over to AHQ. You have the completed itemization of On's Xayah, and he's just going off in all of these fights.
And the thing is, it's weird to say EDG should be doing this in lanes. They shouldn't be fighting in the jungle. It's super risky for them to go against a Talia into AHQ's jungle, which is towards a Xayah as well, and a pick composition from AHQ.
There's no inhib in the jungle. Why are you there?
Well, at the moment, Mountain's going to shove out this top wave. Audi's there to meet him. And just quietly, there's a 7-0 for Xayah running around the rift.
Arn is insane.
He is, as is Audi, because he has no way out of this one. Cataclysm comes in as Westor has to use his flash. Audi has lasted a long time, as Clearlove does find a barrel, but That is just going to be the top laner falling down. He does have teleport, but that is 50 seconds on the death timer, and Westor skates out and feels fine.
And we have to look bigger picture here as, again, it's another pick, blind, and just overconfidence from EDG. Why are you there? You think that maybe they're trying to contest the blue buff, that they want to start clearing out vision to make sure that there's no flanking teleport towards, but like Rusty said, they need to be fighting in the lane. Make use of your poke composition with Varus and Corki.
And Audi was just nowhere to be a frontline or to do any sort of peel, because you had Scout and Zet and they were watching Ziv. And they were just like, well, we can't walk up towards that wall. Mako, you are dead. There's just nothing he could do.
AHQ have to win here. It's Machi versus RNG. Theoretically, that's going to go to RNG, again, unless we get that miracle performance from them. So this would keep the LMS alive at least to Game 5.
And if there's one thing that you'd trust watching the AHQ side, it does seem to be their very late game, their team fighting, their ability to have Arn be a hyper carry. Yes, he's not on the Jinx, but tell you what, Xayah is still a hyper carry when it comes to the damage output. Just a lot harder to execute on. And right now, 7-0-5. Proof is in the pudding.
Yeah, and you have to question Scout's build here as well. He's foregone anything like a Mercurial Scimitar and decided to go with 4 damage items. The Rapid Fire Cannon comes out next. And I would have liked just a cheeky headband there, the Quicksilver Sash, to try and get him out of any of this CC, because he's being hooked, he's being caught. And there's just nothing he can do. As soon as that happens, that's a dead Corki and most of the damage gone for EDG. And it's just an easy rollover for Age.
But this is why you say they fight in lane, not in the jungle, right? You've got the damage dealer on Corki. They have decent control when it comes to defending him with the Tahm Kench there. If they pick the target, if the hook connects, you can keep him alive, keep him in the backline to do the damage.
I do have to throw some shade at Scout. While he does have these incredible 1v1 performances, he tends to go a little deep. And he's been doing that this entire tournament.
He traveled a long way. Oh. That was really cool. As far as like getting like frequent flyer miles is concerned, like Scout nailed it.
That was fine.
Yeah, that was great.
That's fine,
Do it
but
again.
he keeps doing it in every single situation, no matter what the context is. If you go back to EDG versus Samsung, he cost them the game. You know, that random Talia death right before a Baron that gave Samsung the free gateway into it.
It was all about control warding that bottom lane bush.
Got it.
Yeah, that, and he got it. See?
They have so many wards around the Elder Dragon and not a lot actually really here around the Baron, yet they still have control. So ultimately, this isn't the worst outcome for EDG. They've got the map in their hands. They've had the side wave set up. It's still pushing bottom wave. Things that could be a lot worse for them. It's just the team fighting where everything's going awry. And AHQ, honestly, in those team fights, though, getting the picks, starting to go berserk.
On is by himself.
Audi's going to jump his way in as Ziv's taking a fair bit of damage. Mountain looking for his way out the back. And yes, Xayah isn't quite there. Oh my god. He's being booped everywhere. Audi should be able to flag and drag his way out, but he doesn't have the cooldown. He's nommed by Mako and then flashed over the wall. Mako is, yeah, you're right, Rusty, having the game of his life.
Cled's about to get set, though.
Yep, the slow comes in, but Ziv still can't quite make it happen. He's going to be dismounted as Clearlove gets his way out as well. This disengage is going well. That dodge of both of the skill shots is god tier, and I'm watching Frosker have a heart attack next to me as EDG barely make it out.
Why are we doing this? Please stop. The fact that that game could have been over right there if Clearlove had gotten hit, that it had to come down to a sidestep. Yes,
They're teleporting into Fly right now.
They're going in. Hearts might stop
straight
here on
to the Baron. They
desk.
want to force the teleport out of Ziv. EDG have so much damage with 2 Mountain Drakes. They should be able to chunk this one the heck out.
Oh my god, their damage is insane.
Watch
But Mountain, he's
no.
here ready for the steal. They're not going to get it because there's just way too much damage. Now the follow-up engage is going to come in. Ziv, Mountain, they're both in exactly the right position as Scout is going to get himself into a good spot. Their poke damage is actually working out quite well. Yeah, they've got themselves back to a good formation.
And they've got the minions.
Is hit by a Phosphorus Bomb. That's not so good. But AHQ, they have low health bars, and now all the control for EDG somehow. Elder Drake is about to turn up, and if they take that, then the team fight looks a heck of a lot better.
And AHQ have to respond to the massive creep waves pushing into their base. So yes, it's going to be a free Baron and a free Elder for EDG. Control them back in the driver's seat.
This is such a heart attack of a game, but EDG are just somehow making it look. And they're playing as if, yeah, we got total control. It's totally okay, guys. But it's not. It feels like it is on a knife's edge, but now they've got an Elder Dragon and a Baron.
But to put it simply as well, they're just losing the team fights. And this is the first time EDG have hard committed to the objective, the big objectives in the river, and they back away from the team fight and choose not to actually take it, which is very much commendable. It gives them the Elder.
And you know, Stake brought up this idea of kind of tactical performance versus individual skill, the ability to actually press your buttons versus when to press them. And it feels feels like EDG are actually failing on both fronts right now. You know, picking bad fights and then executing on them poorly that put them in this situation where, frankly, this game should have been over a long time ago. On should not have been allowed to get to this point with how much of an early lead they had.
I don't think they're picking bad fights. It's
Fighting in the jungle blind?
It's how they're setting up to the fights, Frosker, and I'm talking there.
She's a disappointed mother, okay?
Noted.
Yeah.
Fight in the lane.
Well, they are going to be able to fight this inhibitor, and that is not going to be able to fight back. So they are going to be okay. Scout, slightly over-aggressive positioning, giving us slight heart attacks. But now has his QSS completed, so can be a little bit more aggressive. Completed the Flame Horizon as well over Westor.
Immediately.
What?
Cork is bugged.
Oh, yes.
Is he just Gatling
Is he
everywhere?
just Gatling? Oh, thank God. It's a bit of a Gatling this game.
Rusty's triggered.
He triggered this whole cast. Fantastic. Zet pushing up this wave. Knight's Vow is completed by Mako as well, who's getting tankier and tankier. It's Tom Kench. It's going to be more and more difficult to kill.
And so I think the player to watch before this next fight is Albus, and namely even Mountain, because he's always trying to flank on the Lee Sin. But against an Elder, against the Baron, it's super hard to do. And so you've got to highlight how do they team fight now when they've got to go front to back.
Well, going to have to fight relatively soon because that's 2 inhibitors dead. And EDG utilizing the Elder Dragon buff very, very well because AHQ do not want to fight them with that. They had the minion waves prepped and get themselves up there. So top lane should be the next place EDG looks unless they just try and force a fight and win the game.
No, we're probably just going to have all 5 men right up into the top lane, force the free objective, which is that last standing outer tower. But it's now the question of where are AHQ going to draw the line in the sand.
We've got 6 items on both AD carries. These team fights are going to be super volatile because if EDG are now forced to fight on AHQ's terms. In order to end the game, they have to be coming to them. And AHQ have a composition that fights very well if you've got people heading towards them, especially if you've got Isaiah.
But I'm much more confident in their ability to fight in an open base rather than to wander blindly into a dark jungle and get pick after pick into, you know, the likes of the Thresh, of the Talia Flick, or a flank from Mountain or Ziv.
In saying that as well, the minions will be pushing in mid, will be pushing in bottom, starting to pressure AHQ. And so we will highlight, do EDG team fight immediately? Do they just brute force their way in? Or will they play it out, let the minions help win the game for them? And then you look towards more AHQ, saying, can you prevent the minions from ending the game by fighting immediately?
Well, they are certainly going to do that as Mako. He's found himself over the other side. Valkyrie is going to allow Scout to join in, but Mako can't save everyone as Mountain gets the kick onto Scout. QSS uses the flash, gets himself out of the way, but everyone's jumped in. Mountain should fall down. Scout's going to be able to pick up that kill, but the answering kill's there. Arn is untouched, and he's got so much damage. Ziv as well. He's still got a Guardian Angel, but the disengage is going to come in, and EDG get themselves out. It's 1-for-1. And Arn cannot catch up.
And AHQ brilliantly understanding that that was their time to strike because the bottom and the mid lane waves hadn't crashed in yet. You can see that they're starting to roll in now, which is why they'll reset their positioning, but understanding exactly where that window was.
And just by winning that team fight, AHQ, Arn is a machine right now. Yeah. He's able to keep them in this game for an extra couple of minutes because they can push the bottom wave back out. They can push the mid wave in before they crash. Again, EDG, if they just stop the fight, they sit back. They don't even need to hit the turret in the top wave. Let those supers come in and then make the play. If nothing else, they would still get the teleport out of Ziv on top of this. But Mountain, he kicks it off, Frosker.
Yep, expertly started by Mountain. There's the flank follow-up from Ziv, but check out On in the back. Yes, Audi would get back there, but he's just going to shred them through. And as soon as the exhaust goes on Xayah right about now, that's pretty much the only window that EDG have to turn this, but they've already committed to disengage. Now that the exhaust is down, get the hell out of dodge.
Yep, too many feathers on the ground. Do not want to walk towards that. That Blade Caller would just do so much damage. And AHQ, they're playing around Arn once again incredibly well.
Will he die?
Well, that's a very good question. He's now legendary, which is going to help him in the not dying state of things. Ziv has picked himself up that adaptive helm. It's going to help him against, I guess, Gatling
AHQ have
damage.
vision. They're set up for this. And Arn's looking for a 1v1.
Okay.
But okay, there's a lot of them here, Arn.
And
if you don't press
back
B,
right about now.
I would definitely press back.
Oh my god, what are you doing, Arn?
He's looking for the pick, but he's just going to get himself out. That was terrifying. Utterly terrifying.
That guy's a god.
Okay, yeah, the ult came in, and as well as the Dark Passage, as Weaver's Wall was invested.
Hook's
That's going to be the hook. Down to the Guardian Angel now. Is Scout once again going to get himself out with that QSS. Okay, Audi is just going to flash. That's going to be Mako eating him up.
Check out Mountain, and here comes Ziv.
He's looking for Scout out. He's completely unable to be a frontline. Ziv's going to jump in. There's a lot of damage here for EDG, and it's a relatively disconnected fight. Ziv, bear trap on the road comes in. Oh my god, Scout explodes. Now Arn looking for more of that damage. The flick back comes in onto Clearlove. Double kill as Mako. He's going to fall down, and now Zet and Clearlove to defend their base. But AHQ have to do the same. Their backs need to come out, and we're going to get a full reset.
So we basically get nothing for this fight for AHQ other than
20 seconds on Baron.
Respawning. One of the Nexus turrets may go down. 40 seconds on 3 members of EDG. AHQ may have enough time now to just waltz over to the Baron, but Clearlove is alive. It's all too risky. It feels like we're back to square one.
And let's not take anything away from On. This guy is having a career-defining performance on the Xayah, probably the best one of the tournament. He is single-handedly carrying AHQ into this game, and we're getting close to a 50-50.
Yeah, and when Betty has like all of these phenomenal stats in the LMS, and then Arn turns up, it makes Betty look incredible for having that, but AHQ, the AD carries in the LMS region, performing out of their minds so far. Even BB in their game where he picked up the Caitlyn looked fantastic.
But on the other side of that coin, as AHQ clean up the Baron, why are EDG choosing to put themselves in a position like that? Wait for the bottom and the mid waves to crash in.
Because they see Arn. Like, why is Arn here? No one knows. But you know what? He gets a lantern, so Arn's all good. And then suddenly the body slam's gone, the Jarvan flag drag's gone, and they're able to actually fight AHQ.
But still, look at the waves. Why be that far forward? They could have disengaged at so many different opportunities like this, but they just don't know. Are we committing? Are we disengaging? What are we doing?
And at this stage, you actually let Audi go. You don't come back in and save him. As an end result of this, it gives the opportunity for the Kled charge to come in. They continue for the follow-up, and by saving him, you know what? It's okay, but then the fight actually breaks out, and Arn gets to free hit the entire time, pretty much unimpeded, because Mountain's in the backline with ridiculous kicks. Ziv is a Kled that still has Skull, and they're just able to execute on these team fights far better than EDG, almost compositionally. When going forwards now, that's how scaled they are.
Oh, it just looks so, so good. But now it's on AHQ to try and push up these minion waves. They have inner turrets still yet to fall on the side of EDG. And look, very healthy one, especially in the mid lane and bottom side of the map. Believe they should have an opportunity. But now Ziv, he's got the damage. Mountain as well. Arn needs to get over here, but look, it just seems to be enough for AHQ as we're 48 minutes in. These towers do not last long.
We're pretty much at the full build state for every champion running around on Summoner's Rift. A couple of control ward slots almost out of necessity for the remaining players, and Westor's the only one that's slightly behind. Hasn't had the best performance in this game. Whilst the shoves have connected, whilst the walls have been hitting, he's still someone that's dying. He's a bit behind on farm. So there's a couple of other things that could be improved from him coming out of this one. But still, you're correct. The walls have been good. He's protecting Arn.
Yeah.
And for me, it's not just On, but it's also looking at Mountain. I feel like he's on the roller coaster type phase of Lee Sin, where he starts out really relevant in the early game, then he kind of, you're going uphill for a little bit, slows down that mid game. But this late in the game, it just takes one kick, one insect, one pick to decide the entire fate of the series.
But what's crazy to me right now is the Baron buff AHQ have just met EDG in the middle, and we are legitimately at the start of this game all over again. Just missing some structures, and you know, we're at 6 items.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. Let's go back to the laning phase.
We sandboxed a 50-minute team fight.
Well, Ziv is just going to keep pushing things out. Westor does have a Baron buff, but Scout clears out that minion wave so quickly. With all the damage on the Varus and the Corki, I mean, these waves do melt, but they do need to be there in position in order to make that happen. You can see, Zet's there. Clearlove is enough to deter them from pushing this one out, and they're clearing out vision here as well. Big minion wave towards the top side, though, and AHQ can't get to.
Westor, by being bottom right now, AHQ being all mid, top lane pushing, you're expecting the wall to come through after it clears this bottom wave. May take the turret once he starts to see where the rest of EDG are, but it's less about him taking the objective, more about him moving, because he has map position.
Well, EDG are actually just going to sacrifice this one. We'll see whether they actually move towards taking the inhibitor.
1 second.
Yeah, okay. Bear Trap is on a rope. Valkyrie now on cooldown for Scout.
These are the moments where you have a full veteran team like AHQ. We're in a high-pressure situation. They've been here hundreds of times in their career. They know what to do.
Just pushing bottom.
And EDG, so many rookies across their lineup.
This is the moment.
Well, Westor's looking to make his way in here as well. Weaver's Wall's going to split up this fight. You've got 3 in the Thunderdome, but both of the carries are in a decent position. Ziv, once again, just playing with positioning. Mountain is getting beaten to death by the Elder Dragon, but gets himself out of that pit. Now it's a split fight. Mountain takes so much damage. In goes Scout, committing to that fight. The flash! Scout's going to lock down the jungler, and now the Elder Dragon should go over to EDG, and I believe by himself, Scout won themselves the Elder Dragon.
And we just talked about the veteran status of AHQ. They've been here 100 times. They know what to do, but Mountain makes a fatal error, gets chunked out by Elder, and Scout, the rookie, defining his career really, stepping out of the shadow of Pawn and Faker, cleans it up and takes Elder for EDG.
And now they should be able to take down these inhibitors as well. A 4v5 fight at 52 minutes into the game is just so dangerous.
And remember, top, bottom, the waves have crashed. They're resetting. They're pushing for EDG. They could do the patient play because they have 2 free inhibitors to take, and you just set yourself up for top lane. There is a long time until Mountain is back.
Zet, you do not want that 1v1, I don't think. Azan does a lot of damage. Zet as well.
They've actually just killed Westdoor.
Okay, Westdoor's going to die.
That might be game over, actually.
They're looking for it. Clearlove can tank this tower for quite some time. It's down to half health.
Backdooring.
It's fortified as in goes the charge. Ziv jumps onto Mako. The Featherstorm now on cooldown as Zet. He hasn't been taken down. Ziv now just getting free hit by these big carries, and in goes Albus. They know that this could be all over. It's slammed up on, but he's tearing them up. Double kill comes in. Audie's in trouble, but they finally taken down Zet. It's now his turn to be the hero as Audie's going to flash his way out. Off Skull goes Ziv, and Mountain has to get himself out, and Zed has just saved EDG. And once again, there's 2 inhibitors down. There's a Baron buff, but I still don't know who's going to win.
What was that?
Zed and Arn just did so much damage in that last team fight, and ultimately Arn, 12-1-7, suffers his first death of the game at 52 minutes. And is the only thing that keeps EDG in it.
My blood pressure is
oh my God.
Out of control right now. That guy, this is a godly performance. He just planted his feet.
Yeah, he's a turret. He completed Exodia or something like that and exploded EDG. I'm not entirely sure what happened. That was like the win button that he pressed, and it is going to save them at least for a moment. Westdoor, he's going to respawn. They didn't even get that Nexus turret.
Yeah, now you can breathe now. You can step back.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
You can watch a replay and stop breathing if you want. This is EDG, Arn vs. Zet basically is the name of the game here, because the fight, the start from Clearlove, it's immaculate. They've got the Elder, and this is where you just back away. You take the 2 inhibitors. You're backdooring. Your damage isn't that great. Scout's at risk of dying, and they commit to the fight.
And they get all of the tools onto the backline. You know, the Featherstorm was burned so early. Audi will eventually turn off of the tower, gives it, you know, maybe 1-2 more hits before he finds the Xayah, jumps into the backline, and On just goes Super Saiyan.
He just pressed QW and I think auto attack.
I don't think you understand that was 0.1 of a second off AHQ winning the game, because as Zet crit and killed Arn, Mountain kicked him away. So the last auto attack that would have actually killed him may not have happened.
He does have a lot of crit, so at least the odds are probably in EDG's favor on that front.
Again, the amount of time between that.
The odds have been in EDG's favor the last 4 times.
But now a Baron has spawned. It's another one. AHQ have got themselves
EDG
one
have
so
swapped
far.
Side of the map for the record. They're pushing with top lane. The 2 inhibitors are dead. It's AHQ that need to make the desperate play.
And AHQ might go towards the Baron. They can kill it very, very quickly.
But watch
EDG with the inside track. Yeah, you're exactly right. This is a lose-lose situation for AHQ. They have to make a choice about what to do with Zet. He's going to be seen.
EDG are not committing to the Baron. They're committing to pushing the inhibitor. They want all 3 and maybe even the game.
Well, they can flat out win the game. They've got the minion waves to come through. Now, everyone empowered recall. We are going to see a fight in this space. We are going to have Baron buff minions to help defend, but EDG just said, we want to take another inhibitor and we'll trade it for the Baron.
But this is going to continue to stall out the rest of this game. Like you said, that Baron will just keep the base alive, keep the Nexus towers standing. They shouldn't be able to use this offensively. We could be looking at the next Elder 5v5.
I feel like as well, EDG could have probably forced it into a different choice there, but I don't know.
They didn't. That's just the state of the game we're in. You know what? Raz said it on the analyst desk. He's just saying what we're all thinking. The last time EDG and AHQ met each other, there was a lot of team fights. Well, I mean, we're 55 minutes in. There's a lot of team fights.
And there's 1,000 gold difference. This is so close. It's gone for an hour.
That's nuts.
Oh my
I'm actually losing years off of my life.
I can see. It's written all over your face. I feel like we need a Froskering cam in the bottom left.
This is great. LPL should play LMS more often.
Please no.
Oh my goodness.
You guys can't see it, but our analysts are always on waiting for the game to end, and they kind of have to run from upstairs downstairs. They keep poking their head in because, like, is the game over? No, no, it's still going.
No, and they probably ran down. They've seen this fight that should be the end of the game, and then they get here, and all of a sudden, oh wait, we've just reset completely.
They're just getting so much exercise, just running up and down those stairs, thinking that it's going to end.
Here we go. Okay, so the gold lead has almost come back into AHQ's favor as they've been cleaning out so many minions. Ziv has to make his way back towards his team if they want to start up any of these fights. But AHQ, it still feels to me like they can win this game. They get an ace, they move forward, and they win.
They can 100% win this game. And what's really important is the side vision that EDG are setting up. Because
this is where the fight happens.
Yeah, they're trying to find Mountain. He has been so pivotal in these basically kick-ass kicks and initiations to this fight. He's trying to find that flank. They also have a deep ward behind them for the teleport.
Now EDG, they can see the Kled top side of the map, so they start to poke their way in and actually get some auto attacks off. Remember, they've got mountains, and so Scout destroys the inhibitors if he gets to auto attack. But every time he steps up, Albus looks at him, goes for the hook, scares him, and yes, he has the QSS, but that's not how you want to start the fight. You need to save that to outplay. If you've got the QSS flash, then you have to get out of Mountain's kick somehow. As Mountain
may have taken a step too far, but
he's up, Soldier.
He's going to make his way back. There's still vision here for AHQ.
Hook connects.
It lands, but Mako is going to gobble him up. Arn is going to eat the ultimate. There's now Piercing Arrow is going to make him a little bit less. There's the kick on a Scout, but he flashes his way out. Zet now completely
Look at Arn. Look at Arn.
We've got a lot of damage on the other side as Albus. He's going to be taken down, but you've got Audi. He's in the backline trying to deal with
won the game,
but he's massive. Clearlove now trying to run his way out. There are no carries left. Audi and Clearlove have to have some sort of miraculous hero play if they're going to get anything done.
But you see the ping go down. That is a minute death timers on so many members. It is just Jarvan. Maybe not Jarvan.
Oh, good dodge.
Oh, God. Just Jarvan and Gragas alive.
Yeah, no carries left for EDG. They are literally just relying on the fact that they have crowd control, and they're going to try and survive for the entire time. Kled will dive them, and he has got the teleport to come in, and the minions have crashed.
This is pretty much like, by our powers combined, we can wave clear.
Yeah, well, Clearlove doesn't quite have the ultimate just yet. That is going to be incredibly important for buying time. Is don't walk that close to Arn, Clearlove.
He's clearing the wave as long as he avoids 3 feathers at a time, and it feels like AHQ, because the Baron ran out. How very well timed, I might add.
Oh,
we're back to square one.
I don't like this square.
All right, here we go. Mountain still has it.
Yep, teleport is going to come in, so at least this tower should fall down. Inhibitor's going to be the next thing to follow, and we've got very small death timers remaining.
But
it's going to be one in hit.
They just need to stay alive 10 seconds before their team comes back up.
Charge.
Gets
AHQ out.
And it'll be the next Baron, you're going to have to say.
Oh.
That'll be where we look. I don't know how many Barons there's been. At least 28. There's also an Elder in 2 minutes.
We're going to have visibly aged after this game, I think.
Now this was all Arn once again. Hook connects, and Mako immediately eats him, yes, but the Weaver's Wall's here. Mountain, his flank is massive. He's so scary.
Fine
and
scout.
Hits it. At this stage, Ziv's just going for Zet. He's stuck by himself, but Arn's also just going to free hit. Every carry from EDG is disconnected. And Zet, he does his absolute best. Honestly, he takes out Westor in a 1v2. So these individual players are still doing so much work, but Arn's alive. Every single time, Arn is alive.
And I feel like Clearlove needs to build a Morellonomicon or something like that. They need more ways to stop all this healing from coming in from Arn, who's just... He's got his Bloodthirster, he's got his Mercurial Scimitar, and it just feels like if he's given 3 auto attacks, he's at full health permanently.
And that's the thing, the crowd control that EDG have when it comes to late game team fighting is a Jarvan knockup and a body slam, maybe a Varus ultimate, and you have to devour Arn if you're trying to do that. But when he has his ultimate, Xayah is just so hard to actually get onto.
It's also the fact that we never really have had a fight where it's kind of moving from front to back. You know, they don't get to make use of the range and the reach of Corki on those crits. These fights keep getting separated and split by fabulous Talia walls.
Oh my goodness, this game is just ridiculous. Scout has himself a Void Staff now as well. That is as 6 items as you can possibly get. Albus does not want to be tanking that amount of damage.
And we've crested to 60 minutes.
We have.
This is the third Elder. And another Baron in a minute, Atlas.
And you can see Westor setting up for a wall, Mountain setting up for a kick. You don't have flashes available at all on the side of AHQ, but the same story is there for EDG, bar Audi. who can get himself out of there.
But you do also have Mako on the Tahm Kench, so that's the only extra luxury that EDG are really afforded come this big 5v5 approaching.
And of course, they've got the 280 carries compared to just the one of AHQ, but Westor's walls have been immaculate. If he makes a mistake, then perhaps the opportunities are there, as they're looking for Arn.
Yep. Mako jumps his way in, doesn't get hooked. Vision now able to be routed out by EDG.
Actually, the wall's on again. Mako's trapped.
Yeah, and they're going to get booped back all the way over that wall. Fantastic. Weaver's Wall does come in as now two of the big tanks on the front line are going to be evaporated.
Mako's just
That
dead.
is one kill that comes in, and now it's a fight all about AHQ. Ziv jumps into the back line. Zet is at least free hitting his mountain. Looking for the kick. Albus takes down Scout. Audi is going to fall as Zet looking for the kite. Clearlove's going to die, and Zet needs to have the most incredible performance ever, but he's not going to. And now Audi flashes out of the way, but just take the base, AHQ. You deserve it. And we are most likely going to go to a Game 5.
And I know all eyes are on. He has a ridiculous KDA, 13-1-11, but it was Westor's Talia wall that secured that fight for them.
And so many of them have been so pivotal. Mountain, he's been looking for these kicks. He's found them, but Westor, every single fight, the walls have been amazing. He's got the kicks, and now he's got the Nexus. Who cares if he was about 300 CS behind? He hit all of the abilities that he needed to that game.
And look at the emotion on the players. The crowd's backing them up. They're running over to the interview area, knowing that it's someone from AHQ. And honestly, just a monster performance from all of them individually, coming together late game as a team after a very shaky mid-game.
Oh, and Arn, we just need to say it again. That guy is a joy to watch. He just bought time in the early game. EDG were making moves. It felt like, you know, the bottom lane from AHQ were just passengers in that ride. EDG were making good plays, but it got to that point where he had 3 items, and they dive a little bit too far forward, and all of a sudden he does 1 billion damage.
That man was a monster.
Oh, yes.
The whole team as well. You've got your Weaver's Walls, your Lee Sin kicks. Ziv was still unkillable as a top laner.
His charges into the backline were fantastic, forcing the carries of EDG to make impossible decisions. Can we move forward and save our front line? No. And it just meant that AHQ had all of the answers.
High pressure situation, backs to the wall, and AHQ simply outplayed EDG numerous times, tactically and individually.
But they probably shouldn't have been given that opportunity, guys. I feel like EDG had they had 3 inhibitors for moments there. There were fights that they were winning, and I just feel like maybe it was more the strategic game that got the better of EDG as opposed to AHQ, because they were honestly led into that game in some respect.
You'd have to say that the big turning point was the Baron, really, where they chose the 3rd inhibitor instead of the fight, and that was really the game-defining moment for me, where AHQ, I mean, they were just gifted the Baron and held on.
Yeah, gifted the Baron, and then the inhibitor falls down, but they have so much wave clear. I don't know. I don't know how our analysts are going to go actually breaking this game down, because they're going to need a very, very long time to do it. So let's throw it to them, give them a shot.
I don't even know either, Atlas, because that game, where do you start? Absolutely crazy from start to finish, and that was, what, over an hour long, but we made it in the end. AHQ taking the win, but I can't even still believe my eyes. What was our war?
It was one of those games where we were requesting replays, but this is going to be the central moment.
This replay,
At least 18 times did we say that. Cancel replays, set up replays. It is insane how much happened this game, but it's also insane that EDG didn't win. They had everything stacked for them. Everything was set up. We're just going to roll a replay because there was so many damn pivotal moments. It seemed early, Raz, this was going to be the defining one at 21 minutes.
This felt very clean from EDG. Sure, they lose the Dragon because Mountain is going all in for it, but immediately you kill out Mountain. You chase the fight. And what does that ultimately mean for EDG? Because Baron is still up 21 minutes into the game, it will turn into a Baron for EDG. And so this really, really early on, because there's still 30, 40 minutes left in this game, for EDG to make this Baron mean something. And I mean, sure, it didn't. But sure, but it should have, and I felt like that was a major advantage.
That was the first Baron at 21 minutes. If my math goes correctly, Baron spawns every 7 minutes. I believe we saw 48 other Barons in this game. That's what it
seems
felt
about
like.
right to me.
It just kept happening and happening, and to me, the 30 to 40 minute phase was where EDG just fell apart. They kept running into the enemy blue buff. being surprised by a thresh hook and dying, where just barreling down a minion wave with 2 different AD carries seemed like the way to go. Going down lanes was the percentage players. Holy crap, 77,000 damage coming through.
In a casual hour-long game. But
had the training wheels yesterday by playing the Jinx, jumps on the Xayah. It's been an LMS pick before that in the regular LMS split. 82% win rate for Xayah. You see why, because we've seen Xayahs not live up to the hype. Late game hyper carry, 3-item hyper carry. In this game, the Xayah was doing unspeakable things in team fights and face tanking damage in some of these replays.
Yeah, that was just out of control, Raz.
If you make one mistake going into the Xayah, right? Once you put down enough feathers and you can get enough, a lot of damage, a lot of CC, problems. Problems.
Did you? I mean, the item build here went from 3-0 items at one point when he sold boots. Then he was like, wait, I just need cooldown reduction for more feathers. Went into sold 2 Zeal. I don't think any AD carry has ever sold 2 Zeal items to pile on other items, but he seemed to be thrift shopping with the best of them, and it's just. I just can't imagine.
It's difficult. Okay, let's go back to what you were talking about before, Papa, because it was EDG with the lead. We need to go back like 40 minutes, almost an hour back in time now. And then they just keep going into the jungle over and over again. We have a replay to show that. And I just don't know what the thought process was there, because EDG just throw away their big lead.
And they were looking for the collapse to begin this particular replay. There was a lot of players around this area barreling down a lane with Varus Corki, 2 of the longest range champion. Seems like it's the percentage play to make, but they walk up, they opt in, and that's where Arn's like, well, it's time for line damage.
Yeah, this is just pure greed. They thought they can walk past Ziv and chase him down, and they lose this fight. They get chased down because they didn't take what was free. And that was the theme for the rest of the game here.
Look at the timer, though. It's 26 minutes into the game. We're not even halfway through the game, and yet this was the point where you're like, EDG, what are you doing? And they did that once, twice, 3 times around that area. And then we got to the point of no return, or so we thought. There was 3 inhibitors down for a majority of the game, certainly 2, and then there was the Baron for 3rd inhibitor trade, which I know we were talking about it. It seemed like EDG were the winners there as well, because there was no access to that particular top lane inhibitor until they made the trade, and then Baron's temporary stats versus the inhibitor was down. So few teams come back from 3 inhibitors down.
Yeah, most of the time, if you have that advantage, you just guide the wave. 3 waves with you, but they felt like EDG were just cutting corners a lot of the times, thinking that certain fights were easier to go for it, so they can say, okay, well, Scout can actually face tank this turret, or he can move in forward. It just felt like they needed to understand their role. Who walked forward, it had to be clear love.
And that's kind of where I really need to criticize EDG. Is the operative word of what Raz said was fights. They just kept thinking like, we got to fight, we need to fight. There's 3 inhibitors down, there's no need to fight. We saw yesterday J-Team play an almost perfect game, almost with no fights, because they were just able to guide in minion waves. When you have 3 inhibitors down, stack the damn minion waves, put your teleport player in the bot lane. Don't just force yourself onto fights. And this was definitely not a betting market to decide who was the key player. It had to be on.
Of course, and he was playing Secret Agent. He was behind enemy lines multiple times and still just made it happen. In the base, he was just a one-man defense. Everyone was going up against him, and he was just face tanking it, killing absolutely everybody, changing the item build every couple minutes. And he just did an unbelievable amount of damage and an unbelievable amount of work for his team.
Yeah, they had to find a way if they could dive him, and then they realized, point of no return, they actually just can't touch him. He is a fountain. He's actually just a fountain turret.
And, you know, you call it a one-man war, and it really was, because Westor this game, the walls were great, the utility from other players was great, but Westor hit 6 items at, 55 minutes into the game. He was doing almost nothing, just chipping the front line, and it was Arn's heroics again and again and again. One of those fights after 30 minutes, he dies, the game is over, and it just never happened.
Impressive stuff from AHQ, and it was well-deserved, an hour-long game. With that, we are going to send it over to a quick interview, so we're going to send it to Wendy for the translation.
You can hear the crowd chanting.
Hello
everyone.
Thank
you for watching the 2017 Rift Rivals. You can tell that everyone's very excited. So this is HQ's ADC Ann. So he sort of bumped his mic on his mouth. So did you feel very nervous because it was a long game? He said he finally won an international match against EDG. So you're afraid of not letting the ADG know all your strategy because you guys know each other very well? And he's like, yes.
那今天呢，因为大家都有在讨论说，在夏季赛部分 HQ 好像下路中线是比较状况不稳定的，可是，在亚洲对抗赛的时候表现却非常的好。
During bot lane, usually they are not very stable. However, this match at the Rift Rivals, they are doing very well. And he's saying that because we have always been practicing. And this time they were in a very good state.
感觉好像怪怪的。今天主播赛明说你是终于认真打比赛了，是吗？
So before the analyst desk was saying that you're finally very serious. Is that real? And he's like, I'm always very serious.
其实 EDG 的转线能力非常的强，你们是不是会觉得打得有点痛苦，有点棘手？
So did you feel that it was a very painful game?
但是就是一直稳住，然后找机会逆转。
So he's saying that everyone just wants to be calm and find an opportunity to turn the tides. So we did see that you were hiding in a bush. And did you want to just 1v1 another person?
开战就感觉就要输了，我先在那边背。
So he feels like if we don't fight, then we'll be losing. So he wanted to start a fight. And then he's like, oh, so many people coming around. So then for the team, he didn't start the fight.
没有，他们叫我蹲。
Oh, and the teammates actually told him to stay in the bush.
这个同意的不错。那所以你们这次的核心战术是在
So what is your core strategy? And he said that the core strategy is actually top, mid, and jungle.
因为打到后期嘛，后期 AD
跟
中路就是要
the late game.
是最后其实有一波感觉好像要结束比赛，可是你们是3人守塔嘛？但一
So
个人
there
就
was
带走
once where it was nearly, we thought it would end game, and there was 3 people defending the base. And he did think that, oh, I'm going to die. However, there was a miracle.
就默默的杀回来了。
And yes, there was a comeback.
那刚队友应该是有大欢呼一下吧？
And so, did your teammates really cheer?
我忘了，好像没
And
有。
he said, oh, I forgot.
只沉浸在自己的得到 MVP 的这个感动中。好啊，那最
So
后
he's like into his MVP's
身为这个
pride.
同赛区的队友，有没有想要帮他们加油的话？
So what do you want to say to the fellow LMS
坚
teammates?
持到底，我们刚刚都逆转了。
So he's saying, stay till the end because we have our
好的，
comeback.
稍后比赛就是马吉 N17对上 RNG， 休息一下，马上回来。
Fantastic to hear from Arn as well at the end of that one, the MVP of the series. And of course, it will be a comeback victory. Now, 2-1 means that the LPL have to win 2 games in a row if they want to take this series. And next up, they have Machi going up against RNG as well. RNG will be taking blue side for that one, so we'll see if they can take it in the end. It's going to be a tough one for the LPL here on out. We're going to send it to a quick break before we come back with more Rift Rivals action.
Scout and has closed the gap onto Ziv. In goes Mako, just wanting to get this fight as Albus might be the sacrificial lamb. He's so hungry as his catfish and gobbles up the Thresh. That is going to be the second kill. Westor's going to be taken down pretty quickly. Now Ziv does get the remount. They do take down Clearlove as Scout. He's over the wall. Mountain misses the Q, but just kicks him in the head, and that's going to be that. Zet's going to be knocked over the wall, but Mountain should be able to take him down. No, Zet's going to pick up the kill. Mako lasts for so long, but Arn is doing so much work. And Arn is now looking for it. He's looking to turn it around. Can he actually get there? Featherstorm comes in as now EDG. They're still alive, but now it's the 2v2. 80 carries. Oh my Scout God. turns around, and he took one step too far forward. Because now Piercing Arrow is going to make him a little bit less. There's the kick on a Scout, but he flashes his way out. Zet now completely in no man's land. We've got a lot of damage on the other side as Albus. He's going to be taken down, but you've got Audi. He's in the backline trying to deal with Arn, but he's massive. And now it's a fight all about AHQ. Zip jumps into the backline. Zet is at least free hitting his mountain. Energy looking for the kick. Albus takes down Scout. Audi is going to fall as Zet looking for the kite. Clearlove's going to die, and Zet needs to have the most incredible performance ever, but he's not going to. And now Audi flashes out of the way, but just take the base, AHQ. You deserve it.
destination for some meaning to explain feelings. Are we strangers in the night with open arms? I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're rather danger when I'm in sight, just seeking you shall find me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger in the night. Whoa, whoa,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Rift Rivals. I hope you guys have had a bit of a drink, something like that, shaken off the last game. We all attempted to, because that was certainly a long one. And now, Marchi versus RNG for RNG's chance to bring the LPL to 5 games in this series and to have our wildcard game 5.
Still feeling some tremors of disappointment. Haven't been able to shake it off. But you know what, Atlas? The team we've got coming up next from the LPL actually beat AHQ. So there is some excitement behind this.
Yeah. I did not expect this relay to go this long. The distance, it's happening. It's happening. And Machi could end it all. Machi could end it all, Rusty. How do you feel about that? They could shut the door.
Okay, well, let's have a look at the lineups here first, Raz. As Let Me, MLXG, Xiaohu, Y4, and Ming will make up Royal Never Give Up. And on the other side of the Rift, it is going to be the 7th place LMS squad. Easy towards the top side. Tazan, Apex, D, and Dreamer are going to be Marchi Esports, and they have upset before. Can they do it again? Most pressure possible to bring LMS up against LCK tomorrow.
Yeah. I love how you set that up, because immediately my eyes are on Taizen. And you, because you're the one who's disappointed. So that's why I just want to see you tilted. I should be tilted, but I'm not.
Didn't you get enough watching that last cast, Raz?
I did. I did.
We're okay. Leave the man alone.
Here's the thing. We saw Taizen. I'm going to immediately turn this into a Taizen show, because we saw him pop off on Rek'Sai. We saw him get the Rek'Sai pick. We saw him bully around OMG's jungler, Jieko. And he was able to make a showing of it. And I thought that was the best set, or at least best game for him, because you saw his focus once he had the lead. But then if you look towards the loss that they had when he was on the Ivern pick, they fell so far behind because they tried to go for a scaling composition, and it just did not work for them. So this one, I want to see if he can actually look for an early game. I feel like the entire set, or at least the entire game so far, has been based on early game compositions, except for the last one.
Happy to agree with you, Raz, but you have to remember that in the game he did well against OMG, it was Jieko, who isn't the best of junglers, but you contrast that to who was against in his loss, and it was a very good jungler most of the time.
Beyond is good.
In this case, though, MLXG has been playing extremely well in this tournament, and I have a very hard time saying that Taizen will be able to control the early game, do all of these things with the form MLXG has had in this tournament. Not his LPL form, but his current form.
Yeah, he has looked good, but what I want to see out of M17, out of Marchi, is to step away from what are their comfort picks and go towards what was meta and what was controlled and what was expected. Because they pick up the Ivern, they pick up the Cassiopeia, and yes, they are big picks for these players, but they looked so much better against OMG when they were just playing standard League of Legends, because their early game moves are fantastic. Their strategic play is fantastic. And against RNG, whose name suggests that they'd be a pretty random team, certainly does work out. If you have that control, you can stifle what is this very chaotic playstyle that this team has.
Yes, and I think that immediately that's why the pick ban's going to be so important. The only comfort pick that I'm going to be hoping to see is going to be Dreamer's Thresh. I thought it was fantastic, and maybe this is why bans should be a little bit crazy, because I think that D will really want that Caitlyn and find a way to get it, because of course they're going to start off on red side. It's going to be a gambit to see if, let's say, if they give away Caitlyn, they definitely don't want to. Y4 would want, let's say, Kalista pick, but I don't think he's going to forego a Caitlyn for that. And so that means, does D pick up a Kalista Thresh as a response? Are they going to be happy with that? I think so.
And we asked this as well, what is on the blue side that RNG have that super high priority for? Kalista is going to probably be that champion, but also by being on blue side, RNG get 3 targeted bans. They don't really need to go towards the Zac or the Galio, because Xiaohu can play that himself if it comes to it, and they don't need to ban the Zac, because it's Zac. You'd expect red side removes that. So 3 targeted bans away from Marchi, and suddenly the team composition compositions that are the perfect thing for Machi slowly dwindles, goes out the window for opportunities. And I'd say that's why RNG in this matchup did choose blue.
And I think it's actually interesting to talk about where Machi are playing as well and what position they're playing from. Because what happens after this is that the LMS get to send their best squad into game number 5 if they want to, and the LPL gets to do the same thing. And we've seen Tippy Top, LMS look good in that matchup. I'm sorry, guys, but that's what it looks like here today. We've seen these teams play, and they just look better. So Machi, they can now mix it up however they want. They're on red side. They can control all sorts of different things, as we are going to have a bit of a flashback to how Machi were able to dismantle OMG.
Yeah, and it was all on Tyzan's Rex. I'm sure he died on that last replay, but it showcased that they set themselves up to succeed. At this point, they were already in a lead. They had set up towards Baron, and on the Callista was able to just kite around beautifully around this composition. So
once again,
yeah, go for it.
Yeah, you can talk about that, but look at Easy. This Rumble play was absolutely fantastic, and yes, up against LCK teams, they're very used to going up against Rumbles. There are some pretty decent Rumble players in the LCK. However, the LPL hasn't necessarily been a region that's had to deal with Rumbles as much.
Yeah, and that's, again, one of the reasons that I think RNG may have chosen that blue side. Easy looked fantastic on the Rumble, as well as Tyzan in that particular game against OMG. But your best bet here is, if your top laner wants to be J4, which is where Let Me seems to have his preferences, then you probably get rid of the Rumble, unless he wants to go to the Renekton and, again, force the J4 Rumble matchup and just win his top lane. Because being on that side of the map means that RNG can look towards these possibilities. Getting the first pick, though, and the big question for me is still coming back to that draft. It's always coming back to the pick-ban phase. If you pick that early or ban that away and pick Callista, you give Renekton over to Easy, who can win lane and then carry the whole game.
Yeah, the power point for me is going to be in the top lane. You might even see a Camille simply because how RNG is playing. They're going to play towards top side. They're going to put the mid, have Xiaohu look to roam towards top side. So you might be seeing a highly skirmish like an Elise or Rek'Sai in MLXG's favor, even the Lee Sin perhaps. I want to see what's going to happen because top lane is going to be a big point of contention.
Yeah, and we just saw Ziv play, and it was Let Me that was able to deal with Ziv as well in their matchup against AHQ. So if you're going to put your eggs into a basket to try and take down Easy, then Let Me is a good option as far as what the LPL has to offer here as far as top laners. What we haven't spoken about yet is that mid lane as well, and Xiaohu has really been the linchpin for RNG. Is getting him onto a comfort pick going to be something that's important? Because getting 5 kills on a Corki, pretty good way to win a game, and did work out the last time.
Yeah, definitely the place you'd be looking forward to if you are RNG. Yes, you can diffuse top lane, but the question for me is, how much are we going to deny Machi, and how much are we going to empower ourselves as RNG? Because ultimately, you'd expect the weight of the matchup is heavily favored towards RNG. Get Xiaohu ahead, he should be more successful at carrying.
Yeah, and there is so much about this game that is all about the draft. So let's throw it over to our casters and get into it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Atlas. And we will be getting to the draft very shortly, but we're not quite there yet. But this is a little bit scary. We're, what, 2-1 now over to the LMS. Well, I really want to say LPL. My mouth wanted to say it, but I can't. LMS, 2-1, match point. And if they take this match here, we saw them pull out miracles before. They could potentially do it here again.
Yeah, I'm terrified.
Understandably, I feel like I'm the one, having the popcorn film moment. I got to watch the last game. It was great. Everyone was dying everywhere. I was having fun. I don't see those games in Korea too often. And then seeing you guys backs against the wall, desperately wanting to make it through to tomorrow. It's a very different feel on this side of the rift. And as we say, going into a 5th game, the Flash was also looming.
Oh,
Must-win time starts now for LPL.
And it all starts here, Papa, with RNG up against Machi. And hopefully RNG should be able to pull out the win here. We go to 5, but we'll see what they have for us in picks and bans. First ban with the Cassiopeia, the Zach towards Machi.
And theoretically, they should be able to pull out the victory here. And I want to echo kind of what Rusty started on the desk. This idea of we're not going to take too much away from Machi. We're going to try to empower ourselves. I would love to see a priority pick of the Elise. RNG are one of the few teams in the LPL that really do prioritize her as a jungler versus things like the Lee Sin. So hopefully that stays the trend.
And the interesting part about Machi was when they came in with a pre-planned strategy, the Ivern strategy they played just yesterday, questionable. It looked like they didn't really know how to play it. They fell behind. They fell woefully behind. Ended up being a pretty easy victory at the end of the day. I love the fact that on blue side, RNG can just ban away the pesky champions. The Callista is a nice ban. They can either first pick the Thresh or deny it away. And Rek'Sai, which was highly contested for both Ryzen and MLXG is actually going to be a blue side ban. So it feels like RNG are reaching.
Yeah, and there's a wealth of options now. You know, do you ban the Caitlyn? Do you take away the Thresh? Do you focus out that Elise? And whichever one you don't, it seems like it's going to be the Caitlyn. Now RNG. Do we take Elise? Do we take Thresh?
You have to feel like it would be Thresh right here, as it is being hovered right now from RNG and locked in towards Ming. A lot of faith, a lot of stock in this guy.
But I feel like that's a bit of a mistake since the Rek'Sai was taken off the board. If you had kind of the big power 3 junglers of things like the Gragas, the Elise, the Rek'Sai, and then maybe the Lee Sin, then you're okay, but I feel like Elise was the higher priority here just because it's then Lee Sin and Gragas that are left, and she has a good matchup into both.
Seems like that's going to be very much the tier list pick here. I think you go for Elise and you accept a Gragas as an answer, for example. You're not too concerned in that particular realm. So the Rek'Sai and Elise trading that has dominated the last few days goes away. I'm just so interested to know which direction Machi wants to go in. They have power on the Rift right now. How early a priority is Corki in a draft like this, given that has been such a staple pick of winning teams?
Well, I'm really going to answer it, and I think for sure RNG are going to pick up Corki in this rotation. We saw Xiaohu go off on that pick earlier on, and I would expect the same thing here.
Meanwhile, Jin was also locked in alongside that Elise for Machi, going down to D in the bottom lane. So back over to Royal. We'll see if it is indeed that pickup here.
Does feel a bit like an emergency Jin, though, with the Kalista taken away, the Caitlyn taken away. And Machi's bot lane woes recently has been one of the kind of news stories for them in the summer season, just trying to get them on complete comfort on the side of the Jin, but the Ashe seems to be the easy answer for RNG.
But with Ashe being picked up here, that could mean that the Corki falls down in priority, because you would think that, again, the jungle pool has been shrinking. Maybe they prioritize a jungler before their mid laner.
Take it now.
Exactly. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that.
We're doing some flip-flopping here. We're doing some razzle-plasms in this particular draft.
I'm real scared.
All right, here we go. Lee Sin over to MLXG as well. And I like him to have this jungler right here before Machi starts slinging bans his way. But that doesn't mean that Corki is left open if Machi wants to take it or deny it coming up as well.
Whoa, we're getting spicy with the hovers.
It's not locked in. It's not locked in.
They hovered it both times, too. I will speak to Firefox, the coach standing behind RNG. He was quite vocal yesterday saying that the LPL would reclaim what it had lost. He's a very vocal coach, very eager coach, if you will, really likes to step up and prove his worth, be very involved with the team. But looking at this draft, I feel like he's given away a lot of power points to Machi, giving away the Elise, letting them have the Corki, and I feel like the priority on the AD carry may stretch them thin.
And I like also the ban on the Caston. We saw Caston last night in the NA vs EU Rift Ride was doing really well mid lane into the Corki and just happily put out the Qs, and the 80-20 split now even helps him with magic resist per level and the big magic damage shield coming through. So they seem to be mostly providing coverage for Apex.
And I think it's so easy to double down on that and then ban the Taliyah, but instead it's actually going to be the Syndra, so at least Xiaohu has another option that fits very well in his wheelhouse.
At least something is left for him. Meanwhile, Tahm Kench will be banned away here against Dreamer. We're looking for the final ban now from RNG.
If you're going to ban Tahm Kench, it feels like Braum could be a second
Either
consideration.
Rakan or Braum.
And there it is. It will be Braum in the end. Machi, over to them. They get priority now.
Jin Rakan sounds like a really weak lane, so I think I actually don't mind taking the Braum over the Rakan as a ban in this particular game, given the little synergy between the Rakan and Jin. This is Hover scene. It's actually a locked in. This might actually be a support Nautilus coming through.
Well, they needed some hard engage. They do have a lot of, some pick potential with the Elise.
He can also stand in front of hooks and Ashe arrows very happily.
Yeah, but still, Nautilus, we haven't seen him for a while, especially on the international stage, and now he comes in to the bottom lane. Perhaps it's still technically a flex.
I like to think of it as a budget Thresh. He needed to find a hook champion in the bot lane. He's like, well, Nautilus, Thresh is taken away from me. Here's what I got.
I'm not feeling confident enough on Blitzcrank?
No, apparently not. I mean, that's a lot. It's a bit more committal than the Blitzcrank too. So surreal to see. And now the Orianna, actually, one of the comfortable lanes for Corki. One of the reasons Corki in the meta was that he can kind of boss around the Ori.
And again, I was thinking that this was going to be the Taliyah priority from Xiaohu. It certainly fits with kind of their semi-global composition, the Ashe arrow, the Taliyah wall. It's definitely a favorite of Xiaohu, but like you said, maybe picking a weird matchup by taking Ori. But now it makes sense with the ball delivery system. So they're they're going in full on the 5v5 versus trying to play those side lanes.
But then you consider Jin probably not going to be on the screen. Corki able to Valkyrie out. Who are they having this Rumble pit into. And if they go for the Fiora, very much a possibility from Easy going back to his split push routes. Yep. There's not going to be a lot of grouping from Machi with this sort of a comp.
Yeah, I think it's a great read by Machi. Frankly, you know, outside maybe the budget Thresh and the Jhin, I feel like they just outdrafted RNG by giving themselves more viable options as this game goes on. You know, we can play those side lanes, we can play the 5v5 because we can disengage from them.
And Easy was the unsung hero. His Rumble play, his equalizer placement was LCKS, was really on point in a way that other regions have struggled to get the same mileage out of Rumble. Now he's jumping on the Fiora, very much an old comfort for him. If he can match some of his spring games, put out the level of performance he can. RNG, they're looking for grouping, but the only way they can force grouping is really smart early rotation.
And just piggybacking on the 3Z build-up, this guy was picked MVP top laner over Ziv. That's a huge accomplishment. We just saw how phenomenal Ziv played in the last game, and he's against Letme. Letme has a very small, what I call effective champion pool. If he gets on the likes of the Kled, he looks great. As you start pushing him around towards things like the Jarvan, suddenly he starts to fall apart a little bit.
Yeah, and right now, there's still something in the arsenal for RNG. They still have Ming on Thresh right here, so there is a possibility for him just to land those hooks constantly in lane, maybe get the team rolling, but it is going to be about those team fights, and I just have to feel that M17 aren't going to be there.
It's a really interesting game, and honestly, if they draft as conventional, this is a very conventional draft coming through from RNG. If they win this game, maybe they're not leaving their mouses, maybe they're not leaving their keyboards, maybe you send them into Game 5, because if they can pilot this early to mid-game focused draft, maybe you do fancy them against the Flash Wolves.
I mean, they've certainly been the most stable and most consistent of any of the LPL teams that have made their berth here in Kaohsiung.
Can you imagine saying that a couple of days ago?
Absolutely not.
No, but they've stabilized the match. While they did get that one win, they also shut down the next day. So hopefully this should be the RNG win. The RNG win that the LPL needs as well, because if they drop it here, the LMS will proceed to the finals tomorrow. And LPL going at this stage would be huge for the Chinese community. Once to the Rift, RNG and Machi.
So already a fairly interesting level 1 coming out of RNG, trying to abuse the fact that Ming is leading with the Thresh, does have the Ignite, Courage of the Colossus.
He has no advanced information at all. Very shortly going to see a Thresh. Time to run.
Yeah, Ming will see if he can line up the hook. And it's going to have to be flashed away from. It was on point, so Easy losing that one early on to the game.
Yeah, and then snowballing that by making sure that they invade as a team, laying down the deep vision, figuring out where Taizan is going to be starting in the jungle. So open up the opportunity for MLXG to punish that flash.
But when you see a 4-man commit, you can also, as much, you get your own deep vision, as we saw the Corki pretty happily in the bot side. So the vision trade will happen, but more importantly, Easy having to lane without flash. Will he have to take Riposte to level 2 just to potentially deal with a very quick all-in from Letme and MLXG? These are some of the mind games that go through when you have this innate disadvantage with flash down.
Spells good things, though, for the top lane of Letme. Also, the Darren Shield picked up from Easy, so he's looking to be a little more defensive in that lane, trying to sustain up while Letme see what he can do. He's gone for the grasp in this game. We actually saw a Fervor of Battle earlier today, which is a bit interesting, but he's gone back to the traditional grasp. And Taizan starting on his Raptors, or MLXG starting on his blue.
Okay.
Landing, finds himself Northless. Not someone you can do a whole lot of damage to right now.
Pretty interesting that they decided to make sure that Y4 and Ming did get a strong start into the bot lane. Both junglers starting the top side of the map. Means that MLXG won't have that free pathway top unless he tries to do something funky with his pathing, maybe blue Gromp scuttle top, but I doubt it.
And the theory behind this is that you start where the enemy vision is so that it's not there to actually facilitate a smart contest on a second buff by the enemy jungler. So with a bit of an entourage coming to help him with the hard leash top side. It's not a hard leash on the blue side, on the blue side where you can actually get a fast level 3. It was more a defensive formation to allow at least access to 2 buffs.
Taizan coming down. He's going to take the crab first before he goes towards his blue buff. May even look towards bottom if they are pushing up, which Y4 and Ming aren't quite pushed up right now. It looks like to be just the crab. He's still out of vision.
It's the camps though, and they can kind of do the math here.
Yeah, he's sliding behind them here.
They did see the camps. They should know with 2 camps up that Taizan being bot lane is very likely. Lee Sin is coming, but he's not going to be there fast enough.
There's no dark passage. Here comes the hook.
On him to land the hook. The flash comes out very quickly. Ming as well. The flash, the stun, and the hook. The dredge line comes in. Riptide, but it's not going to be enough for now as the TP comes down from the response from RNG. Here comes Let Me jumping onto Tyson. D is a dead man for first blood. RNG take that one. The flag to drag. We'll see if we can take this one down as well. There it is. MLXG gets the second.
And you can see exactly what Machi were looking for. Unfortunately, RNG get the superior collapse. MLXG rotates down. The teleport trigger is pulled by Let Me. They clean up the fight.
And on a simple level, Machi did not line up their target, ended up hitting the deadly, the flourish onto the Jin W onto the second target as they were focusing in on the close target, so couldn't overlap their damage or the execute damage coming through from Taizan and pay the ultimate price. We'll see the replay here. In the end, RNG were far too far up, but the target selection needed to be clear. And if you notice, actually, Thresh flashed into the cocoon to keep Y4 alive.
Yeah, excellently played right there. The chain CC couldn't come through. There comes the teleport. They grab one target. Let Me sets up the other one. It's an easy 2 kills to RNG as well as the blue buff.
And we can give them the benefit of the doubt, right? That was a flash into a cocoon, knew exactly what he was doing. So the outplay by Ming, we only caught on the replay, is what allowed the deep teleport. It's Jarvan early. He already has CC. Big advantage, RNG.
That's a good reason why early on to the draft, if you do bring out Thresh, when you're RNG, you've got to feel a little bit good about that because Ming will make the hooks happen. He'll land it.
And remember, he didn't take the Dark Passage at level 2. He needed to make that play because he didn't have easy disengage. They had gone for lane presence. They were kind of caught with their pants down with the jungle gank coming through, and yet he still salvaged a trade up for RNG.
And these are huge shoes to fill. I mean, Ming is coming in and trying to take over for someone like Mata. He was coming off of his rookie split. He's now the shot caller of RNG, no longer the veteran Uzi standing next to him. So this only speaks good things as he cuts his teeth on the international stage, that he shows up when it counts.
And this guy really, he always shows up when it counts as well. There's been very few times, even domestically, where we feel like Ming had a bad game. More often than not, if he's not the MVP, he's definitely a runner-up for it. He's had some incredible performances.
Let's also, put a bit of lip service into what was lost while they were picking up 2 kills, and that is extra farm and experience in the top lane onto Easy in a matchup where he will outscale. So even though right now that is a small point where the game could be decided before an item advantage comes through for the Fiora, it wasn't a freebie in the bot lane because there was no counter teleport from Easy.
Means that that viable strategy of having that lane assignment priority in the split push is a reality for 3Z down the line.
For now, MLXG goes back to his jungle. I don't think he's bought yet, actually. Still has that kill and the assist to his name, but cleared the rest of his jungle first. See if he actually just go the mobility boot route. Last time we saw the Elise do it. We'll see if MLXG tries to accelerate the early game.
So what Let Me's trying to do right now is force out the teleport and making sure that 3Z has to TP back to the lane instead of retaining it and walking back. So there will be a split window here, and that's very important as we're closer to level 6, particularly for the Jarvan. Again, not so much sweat off of 3Z's back because he's the Fiora, but this now means that Let Me has a clear path bottom should they take it.
Double control wards picked up by MLXG is almost the worry enchant as well, so he's going to be hitting hard when he gets into these ganks. That being said, Taizan going to be spotted out on this ward, placing down deep vision as well, as deep as he can get it. We're back to a bit of normality for now, while these lanes look to farm up.
To put a lot of pressure around the bot side. Getting bot side vision, if you're Machi, around the enemy red side does help to potentially shore up any weaknesses the team comp has around fighting early. With the Fiora, like you mentioned, Froskuren, ideally they're playing a long laning phase. Fiora's getting her items, and they're not early grouping for something like an Infernal Drake. Teleport up in about 40 seconds. RNG, they'd love to start the Drakes going, and they have the innate compositional advantage to contest that Infernal first.
That Ash Arrow just about to come up as well, like you were talking about.
Xiaohu caught on this ward as well. A lot of people from RNG mobilizing their bot side. Looking towards this dragon, of course, it is an Infernal to start the game. MXG also a support towards him as he looks to take away these Merc Wolves.
Yeah, they're just playing with fire and confidence, knowing that they have the TP advantage. Do need to be a bit more respectful, though, as we get closer and closer to that package window. But for now, Apex is locked in lane, and it's not having a good time.
Well, knowing that Apex hasn't gone very respectful in his build, we see a lot of early Hex Drinkers, either first item or working towards its second item. Still could be coming through, but specifically in this matchup, where you very often have to sit on the ball to take the trades you want to as a Corki, Hex Drinker is not optional. You cannot just straight up rush the Trinity points.
See if it comes back to bite him. Meanwhile, MLXG turning the corner, finds Taizan, connects the Q as well. Of course, Repel able to come up. There it is. Still gets the damage. And everyone else coming in as well. MLXG, I mean, the spike comes down. Needs to take the Lantern. Not going to happen. Stunned in place. Let me also teleporting into the fight. Needs to get out of here. But the Dreadfly lands from Dreamer. No follow-up from the rest of M17. And MLXG, only casualty.
Hold me, Papa. What is he doing? MLXG, your top laner, was back. And again, you can see what they wanted to accomplish. Let me was trying to get into base, heal up so he could use the teleport. It makes sense. But he pulls the trigger about 5 seconds too early, dies for free. Let me continues his teleport, and I'm left here with my hands in the air. Like,
yes,
what?
It's not the first time this season. I have also watched MLXG make some interesting plays. Nidalee jumping into the mid lane and suiciding is one I will remember. This is what he does. He had the Lee syndrome, which, given the situation, you could have run RNG in game 1, and well, MXG giveth, MXOG taketh away. In this sort of a game, making a play like that was a lose-lose. You talk about high risk, low reward all the time. That was pretty much ultra risk, don't even bother trying this unless you're challenger, and no reward.
And then it compounds on the fact that they needed that teleport to play bottom. Ashe now has the arrow up and live. They wanted to contest this Infernal Drake, and they don't get to do that for 4 minutes because they don't have Jarvan.
Would you say it was bad? There we go. Didn't even need a word. A guttural utterance was enough.
I feel like a tennis player right now. Like, ugh.
There's a lot of sports references coming out of you today, Frost.
Okay, Korean Lysandra.
All right,
Can we bring this back to the female lacrosse?
I had a scholarship. Because of course I did.
I'm sure the overlap between League of Legends viewing audience and the female lacrosse audience is
cricket.
Very strong.
Well, let's go back to League of Legends. This is what I'm interested about. Lemmy's farming. Killing some minions in top lane. What else is happening? Easy's going back towards the top lane. He's got that CS lead. He's definitely salvaged out the early game. It's a good position for himself. MLXG didn't get contested on his red buff. Going towards this Inferno by himself.
Not spotted.
Not spotted, no. No wards around the area from Machi.
No real lane pressure for a Nautilus Jhin, so they're not going to poke over or peek over and find out too soon, although Nautilus, as we speak about it, takes the long route and has the information.
That moment when you just walk by, plant the ward.
Oh.
But this now means that Tyzen has the green light to look for the dive here.
Yeah, Let Me wisely backs away. He knew that the pressure was bot side from MLXG, so instead, MLXG will do, again, another follow-on play, see if he can make something happen in the ball lane.
That wasn't the hook he wanted.
I mean, he landed it onto the terrain.
This is still really dangerous. Let Me doesn't have teleport, 3Z does. So is he going to commit and help out his bot lane, or are they going to try to dive and kill Jarvan and push top tower? We're in a race.
The race seems to be going pretty damn fast for the side of RNG. We're not getting the turret HP update on the top side. Now we see it is going to be first brick over to the side of RNG to complement an Infernal Drake. So even after the brain explosion by MLXG at the enemy red, still, pace is going there, and it's a 1,600 gold lead for RNG.
Yeah, feels pretty good. Next round is also going to be another Infernal, so if RNG just maintain the control they have right now, 2 Infernals on the horizon seems pretty good.
And it's going to be a great window for them to contest second Infernal. It'll be about 15 minutes, close to 16 minutes in the game. And you'd think at that point that Ashe will have the completed Blade of the Rune King, as well as the Hurricane on top of that. So hitting those nice mid-game break points, whereas we'll see what Jin's going for. Looks like it's going to be the Essence Reaver.
Almost certainly gone are the days of something else being considered in this spot. It's been an Essence Reaver Rush tournament. Double longsword. Just no Infinity Edges. They do get the Rift Scuttler for their attention on the top side to answer out the Infernal Dragon.
And the Herald as well. So they will be able to place that in the lane. See if they can get some of this tempo back. They did also trade that tower, remember. Apex pushing in the mid lane, but it will be a while before we see Herald graces with her presence. And yeah, Apex is farming on up. What's he going for? Because he starts off with Machine. Looks like he's going for Phage next.
Could still be the Hex Drinker, of course.
Could still be, yeah, but it would be quite late now.
Depends where his lane assignment is going to be. If he's going to be sitting mid, clearing waves against the Orianna, then you go the Hex Drinker, but now we see Boots to Phage, very much just predicting that perhaps he'll be able to exit lane soon with the map being opened up, and now the rotation starting with RNG in the top side.
It's also got out of lane scot-free for us.
And it's also the other thing, you know, as we're looking towards the Infernal Dragon down the line, yes, Ashe will be making her breakpoints, but if he doesn't itemize into Hex Drinker, Corki will also be on track to have that Trinity Force ready for that big 5v5. But now looking at the top lane,
yeah,
who's going to get there?
The tempo here is a big issue with Machi having really low wave clear. This should just be a turret, because this is not a lot of chance of Machi all-inning without Corki topside.
Y4 locked in place, but there was a minion in the way, otherwise Dreamer definitely would have pulled the trigger on that one. So top lane is still alive for Machi.
But the query really is, the only reason you send those two topside and have at least path there is to once again force the 1v1 between Easy and Let Me and go fully all in on the Fiora being able to outscout. Look, she's 20 CS up, she's very comfortable, but it's a losing play to always try to counter-rotate the enemy. And all you have to show for it is the split push that still, with a couple of turrets rolling down, could mean very little.
Which means that the window is now closing for RNG to take onus of this game. Do something possibly with the Asher or maybe force that top lane tower as opposed... There you go.
It's good, it connects.
Mig
flashes over the wall, he goes for this one. Death Sentence lands. Xiao, who was the damage? And like a Hex Drinker, is not helping you now, Apex. Rams himself into the edge of the box, and I guess Ming will get the kill.
So, as I was saying, onus is on RNG because they want to avoid this. They know that the Jarvan's going to naturally lose, so you have to throw the Asher, make something happen, because the longer Let Me sits here, he's just going to cry.
And I actually did the same thing as Apex did in his play account. I put my hands in my pockets, and I was like, okay, you died to that. That's a problem. Had flash, had heal.
Was trying to predict the riposte right there and does find it. Cataclysm comes down. It will be an easy kill. The flash was unnecessary, but MLXG will take that one to the bank too.
And if you just give up map control and allow RNG to rotate around, then don't have the ward coverage or the outplay potential to turn around situations, something like Easy's split pushing ability late game is going to mean so little, as RNG feel like they have complete monopoly of top and bottom side map control.
And it's just choosing the wrong time to go aggressive. Your mid laner dies, you lose sight of RNG, and you choose that moment to go aggressive and overextend bottom. So cross-map communication maybe not quite syncing up for Machi.
And so small advantages that RNG will take every single time. And while we were talking about the good draft from Machi, it doesn't matter if you can't execute on the Rift. And that's what RNG are doing right now. Just in these small plays. MLXG on this Lee Sin making it happen. Has gone for those Merc Treads as well. So he didn't go for those early mobility boots, though he is still quite far ahead, has those 2 kills and the assist to his name. And that Dragon is on the horizon for us. We said it was around 15 minutes, 16 minutes, and it will be coming up soon.
And there's just as a small point, there is still the reality that if you look at both China and the LMS region, there is a premium on initiation. The team comp from RNG is very straightforward in what it wants to do, whereas Machi, to actually engage in the outplay, actually set up what they're trying to do, requires multi-step processes, and right now they're violating steps in just the incremental building blocks of the game.
This is a clever play from Machi using the Rift Herald to pull RNG across map. There's the arrow.
I thought the arrow does get dodged out, but it does put them in range for Let Me to come in for this engaged red line. Dragged out by Ming. Double knockup comes out, but it looks like Dreamer will be the sacrifice for the rest of Machi to escape. Still the chase continues, the heal for the extra movement speed, and D being tagged, kick against the wall. The follow-up as well, and MLXG gifts that one over to Let Me. A flash from Taizan. Ming has been on point with these death sentences.
And Jaiko, take notes from MLXG because that's how you make that combo work for you. Now, that said, Machi do get the inner tower on the top side. Theoretically, it should be treated as Xiao who's pulling the wave up, but still pretty well done.
Yeah, the caveats are starting to get smaller and smaller because, okay, Easy gets more time in a lane, more time to take down an answering turret in the bot side. But if they continue to just push up, not have the vision, or pull too far back and give up free turrets, again, the strength of a split push, it doesn't matter when the enemy has Baron or when the enemy has a 4 or 5 turret lead. And at the pace we're going so far, both in terms of the gold lead and also the pressure lead, things are really starting to tilt towards RNG, even if they have a turret disadvantage at present.
And in the end, this is the 2nd seed out of the LPL versus the 4th seed from the LMS. So you really do hope at this point that RNG can pull out a win and actually bring us that elusive 5th game. And you get to see maybe the 1st seeds go head-to-head once more. We don't even know who the 1st seeds are out of China right now because it's been all over the place. So we'll see about that one. For now, it's the Dragon on the board. Ming turns the corner. It looks like it's going to be another Infernal to RNG.
Yeah, there's not going to be a fight here for Machi. They don't want to give up too much more than they already have. They need to focus on their own backs, their own itemization. You can see Corki right now. There we go. Trinity Force finally completed, but after the Infernal.
And what does it mean? Does it mean that Jin and Nautilus are going to sit and wave clear in mid and lose turret HP because of their low wave clear while Trinity Force Corki goes top side and Fiora goes bot side? They don't have easy objectives to attack when they go there with the outer turrets already going down, and they don't have anywhere near the sort of deep vision they'd want to actually safely 1-3-1. So while they'll be enacting it now, I feel like this just gives RNG even more time to put down vision on both sides of the enemy jungle and then to start setting up soon-to-be Baron, but just the incremental advantages they've already been getting.
See, at this point, for me, it then means that Machi's defensive vision and their denial of RNG's vision becomes that much more important because their only options are skirmish and pick at this point. So they need to pull an AHQ, they need to go hide in the jungle, wait for RNG to inch their ward line forward, obviously without giving up their mid lane tower, and then see if they can catch another LPL team reaching their hand in the cookie jar.
It's the goal right now, but RNG getting scarier and scarier with those double infernals. Next one's going to be Ocean, so it's a bit of a respite for Machi on that one. But still, RNG are going to hit like a truck, especially when Y4 gets his second item, as you were alluding to towards earlier, Frost. And also that jungle starting to do quite a lot of damage. Oh. That was pretty close. Whistle past the ear of Apex right there, but it does secure the red buff for MLXG.
This play pattern for now isn't as ferocious. The teeth aren't there because Baron isn't actually live on the map. So not having that available is a pretty big query to making the plays they're trying to make, and they're still slowly chipping down turrets, but trying to play this Fiora split push when Baron is up, when they can actually push Vision and start up a Baron, is where Machi will really need to make a fast decision and commit.
And likewise, when you're throwing those type of cooldowns just kind of in the random jungle looking for those picks, it means that you can't use them here to immediately break mid, which is why RNG are now reaching towards those side lanes.
Well, he's going pretty transparently here.
Taizan's been spotted out by MLXG, though he is there at the right time. Jumps in, Cocoon lands, a lot of damage coming out, but the instant assassination onto the Spider Queen. 3Z, let's see what he's made of, but the flag drag comes out. There's no chance of getting out of this one. Riposte buys a couple seconds of time, but Ming, let's just give this one over to him.
Seems unnecessary, claiming it there. The Bloodthirsty support is certainly live. On the Rift, they had precious little vision apart from the one control ward on the blue side entrance to the Dragon.
This is greedy. I don't know why.
He didn't get it.
Okay, that's fine.
Thanks for the leash.
No worries. Moving back now. So that was the 2 kills going over to RNG. Just a nice couple picks once more. There was nothing else on the opposite side of that. Baron hasn't spawned yet for Machi if they wanted to go for it. So overall, just a nice little bit of a gold injection for RNG. And Y4 gets some pressure on mid lane tower as well before Jin turns up. And he's got the getaway driver as well. Ming ready to go.
Yeah, so at this point, the Baron is live. We're going to see RNG start migrating towards it. I would like to see them break mid lane tower before they reach for the Baron, just so they have the option to get that deep vision safely by playing the top and mid wave.
Yeah, mid lane priority is the one thing they don't have easy access to right now, because those turrets are still alive on both sides. Setting up around it very shortly, as seems to be the simple game plan, because they just want a Force Easy to teleport. The moment he's teleporting to a Baron team fight, then Machi don't have the same map threat they do right now.
But it should be very telegraphed what RNG want to do for Machi. So again, it should be about hiding in the jungle, waiting for RNG to walk.
Whoa! Okay. Oh, okay. We're just going to one-shot Taizan. That's fine. Jumps up in the air, but what goes up must come down. Nice heal out from Apex, saves his life, but so many summoners burnt on that play.
Okay.
I see that you're taking the okay approach. Basically, they're just started with the command protect, and Taizan just 1 second too late with the brain fade. Almost loses the entire health bar. They have to blow a heal summoner from their top laner as well. Massive cost there, and that's just from a brush camp from Xiaohu.
Did you call that a brain fade?
It was a brain fade.
Thank you.
It's a good one. But, man, Xiaohu probably thinking if I had an extra amp tome in my inventory, would have been a kill there.
No,
but still.
no amp tomes. Control wards.
Still. That's a lot of damage. Everyone knows it now. Good. Dredge line, knock up as well. And Y4 flashes away, turns around the ornament, but that's the pick that M17 were looking for.
Okay, at the end of the day, it's not Uzi, it's Y4. Unfortunately, those things do happen. Credit to Dreamer, but they do get the top tower.
There you go, technical net gain. Though Machi are knocking on the front door on the outer tower right now, though they don't seem too interested in going for this one since Ming and the rest of his team is there to contest it.
Xiaohu also reinforcing the wave clear. It's not going to be maybe a percentage play. MLXG.
Oh, the hidden MLXG is the deadliest, and he gets the instant kill there onto Dreamer.
Bit of overkill there using the Shockwave ultimate. Meanwhile, bottom.
Make sure he dies. Easy will back away here.
Super dead.
Very, very much dead, but still bottom wave being pushed out once again by Let Me. Has the TP, so does Easy, but the mid lane tower, not long for this one.
Easy has built exclusively for lane compared to the going for the Black Cleaver on the side of Jarvan. That's more of a team fight itemization to begin with, and yet still with no ward coverage on that side, Easy has to pull away, took a turret shot. Not going to be a massive factor in that particular situation. RNG might just go for the simple play of getting another Drake and setting up a win condition, because if they're able to stack away multiple Drakes while they already have map control, then Baron and Elder Dragon will both be places to fight. And Machi, they really don't want to fight with this comp.
Absolutely, and slowly but surely, Machi have just kind of been eroded backwards into their own map. You can see so much deep vision placed by RNG, makes the Baron that much easier. The Dragon spawning in 4 seconds, like Papa was alluding to, having that backup win condition, but I just feel like Machi are just getting pushed into a corner.
It's just such a different game to when we saw MMD on the Fiora and Flash was playing out that comp, where honestly MMD's job was to do what we saw from Easy, just push up. It wasn't like he was looking for solo kills, he just had pressure, and they had wards around that pressure.
Well, he definitely just flashed into that one. Luckily he's on the opposite side of the wall, so
he'll get out, but they're not actually gaining map pressure or wards around where the split pusher is going. It's kind of like a zombie split push, where at any point, if people move out from the mid lane or the top lane, they could be collapsing. That's not information available to Easy. So they're not actually gaining information, they're just gaining minions onto a Fiora. And that's the sort of thing that can be rotated around, as we see RNG doing very cleanly.
And pretty much just losing a whole lot. Repel was on point this time, but he will come back down. Slight mistiming there. I didn't see that, Ming. Don't worry about it. So the curtain call comes up. Kind of just a leaving present, I guess, for RNG. We'll see if Dreamer can actually catch up the dredge line, though doesn't seem likely.
They don't really have a lot to chase with there because, again, Easy still continuing to push down bottom. Eventually is rewarded with getting that tower. Here we go.
There's a fight in the mid lane. Dreamer under attack on Apex, trying to get away from the Lee Sin. Lots of damage coming in from Taizan, but it's not enough, and that's the double kill over to the Orianna in the mid lane. Okay, the TP was just completed. Let me quite happy to dive the back line. Down goes the top laner and everybody else. Taizan the only person remaining. And he gets the spear right now as Let Me just wants this guy dead.
And this is going to be a clear-cut path towards that Baron. This is what I was talking about. You know, Machi, they didn't want to chase into that. They don't want to 5v5 with the composition. They want to create space for Fiora. They choose to look for the engagement anyway. And RNG, okay, let's take it.
It feels like we had Machi in disguise on day one when they broke the Chinese hearts for the first time this tournament with their play against OMG. Kind of found out yesterday when they tried to run the Tristana-focused Ivern comp, and now here, a comp with clear win conditions. Clearly they're just not practiced enough to play it, because they're trading down in every scenario, and even where they're winning, they're not setting up to win more. As well, this is a really nice engage from MXG that we only caught the tail end of, and then they can fight front to back, because the one thing Machi with this draft can't do is fight these sort of fights.
And like you said, then here comes the teleports on the back end. Jarvan's just going to go ahead and chase down Apex and Taizan, making sure that the jungler is out of the fight. There is no option for a Baron contest.
Oh man, the triple kill over to Orianna. Taizan gets away on 8 legs, but the rest of his team, like, completing that TP as well, literally just face first into the meat grinder. And that was just, fantastic out from Machi. And that's also resulted in what? Another Dragon, a Baron for starters, 13 kills now, and a 7,000 goal lead to RNG. It seems insurmountable.
And then also the fact that Xiaohu was able to open up the mid lane in Hib, so if they want to at any time, they don't have to walk it through those towers. They can also just run up the mid lane.
And what do they have? They have initiation. Now they have a clear place to fight where Machi is forced to compete, and they just can't compete in terms of the draft when it comes to fighting in a narrow corridor around their mid lane inhibitor. And for now, at least, RNG content to just try and open up the map in other areas. They're just going to push the 5-man top, and, well, no way clear to deal with this. Everyone just has to back away.
Definitely gone, and you saw Easy tries to trade with Let Me. That doesn't work anymore. He definitely just lost half his health. He doesn't win that 1v1. And the Grand Duelist kind of obsolete at this point in the game. Top lane dies. And now it's just trying to crack that inner line of inhibitor turrets.
And now there's very few options because it just hurts 3Z to join up with his team to try to be that flanking maneuver. You talked about meat grinder. At this point, Machi just need to hang on until Fiora can get to that breaking point and Corki can join her.
I think that's just a bridge too far. We're just waiting. It feels like we're a shockwave away from the game being decided. Second inhibitor is going to break, and Machi, they just can't compete.
So slowly being chipped away. RNG probably just going to wait for another wave right here. They have a big wave in the bottom lane ready to crash, mid lane as well. And RNG just needs to play the waiting game.
And you know, I want to agree with you, Papa, but I watched the game last series and I'm hesitant.
I know you've been hurt. I know you've been burned. But with a compositional advantage like this, there is no outplay for Machi. There is not a 6-item Xayah to burn people down. They're going for an emergency engage, and Dreamer just has to flash away.
With that, a lot of the pressure has now been burned by Machi. Top tower dies, mid already dead. And that wave about to crash in the bot lane. RNG, just play it slow, play it safe.
And that's the nice thing. It's also the wave setup. It's why RNG are so punishing once they do get that Baron.
Okay, engaged by Apex comes in, but the Jarvan's just taking damage.
Everyone's
Massive damage in from RNG. They instantly evaporate 3 members. And now Easy about to drop as well to Y4. D lining up the shot, but he's got MLXG on his tail. 4 kills RNG. They smash open the base, and with 17 kills to 2, 28 minutes, it looks like they're coming in for the win.
Yeah, RNG keeping the LPL's hopes alive, and we are going to Game 5.
Tried to give Machi the benefit of the doubt, liked some of the things they did with the drop, but this really felt like the Machi down the bottom of the LMS versus RNG finding new form, maybe being able to turn their season around, their fortunes around after this tournament, because that was controlled, that was a draft that made sense. They had strong early game, able to push their leads, and Machi, at some point they just had to wave the white flag. They had nothing left to contest.
And now here's the million-dollar question. We all know who's going to come out in game number 5 to represent the LMS. Surely it will be the Flash Wolves. They have looked on a completely different level than any other LPL or LMS team. But is it RNG? Is it Team WE? The LPL coaches decide together. It's supposed to be a democratic system. They can vote for themselves, and Team WE does get a 1.5 vote advantage, being the MSI representatives, but is that enough? They can't vote
for themselves as well in that democracy, but honestly, just based off of what we've seen from WE, yes, they were playing against the #1 seeds in the group stage, but RNG simply looked more consistent. EDG, we saw what happened earlier against AHQ. That was a long, long game that literally could have gone either way. However, they could have won, like, what, 6 times? So coming into this last game, you have to feel it might even be RNG as the team to go in.
And it really feels almost like a fairy tale story, right? RNG coming in with the least expectations. I get that part. But when it comes to the 5th game, let's say RNG bail them out. Let's say RNG somehow pull out a victory over Flash Wolves when they were overlooked as the 4th placed in the power rankings of the Chinese teams. That really is the reality. I really have to say that, you know, if I had the selection, it has to be RNG every day.
Yeah, it's a tough one. And again, we actually saw Flash Wolves and WE go toe-to-toe, and that was not a pretty sight for the LPL or for any fan of the Chinese region. So if that is the case again, it will be very difficult. It's a tough question for us to answer. Hopefully the analyst desk can do it for us as we send it over to Atlas and the crew.
Thank you very much, Pulse, and I hope that we can do it justice as well, because this is a very difficult choice now for the LPL. You have to think that because WE get that 1.5 extra votes, that it might be them, but I feel like Papa Smithy's right on the money. RNG looked so, so good. And that game, man, the Ming and MLXG highlight reel that we have is it's just beautiful.
Yeah. That was nuts. There's not a lot, like every single time they made a play, Raz was just losing his mind. We were all yelling upstairs, and it was just good.
I'm just glad no one else is in this building. I would have definitely disrupted some form of work, because I legitimately turned into a monkey. That was so hype. And I know we have this graphic, but I immediately want to go into the level 3 play in the bottom lane, because that was so sick from Ming. I thought Ming picked it up like a monster, because we talk about the level 3 Elise, or at least like any jungle route every time. Raptors, Red, Scuttle Crab, level 3 suddenly like it's magic. Ooh, look at it, I have rune pages. Well, and then you get to this play where Ming and Y4 get caught off guard because they're naturally pushing. And so this should turn out to be a great play for Taizan. Boom, boom, the guy took the bullet and came out alive. In fact, the rest of RNG were so ready. You follow up, you get D, you hook him. The TP comes through as well. First blood. Jarvan goes back top lane with a Doran's Blade. Everyone shared in on the goal.
You know what? Make it 2 kills at the end, right? And the big thing here is that flash was godlike, and there is no reason against a Jhin, a Nautilus, and an Elise ganking that early that anyone lives there unless you make a play that sick.
And now we have to talk about Jahu as well, because this guy did a hell of a lot of damage. That explosion onto Taizan on the top side of the map, I thought that Taizan might have needed to emergency pause and be rushed to the emergency room, because that dude took his whole health bar in damage and could barely find his E button.
Yeah, he drained it pretty much immediately there. It was a big performance from Xiaohu, and the big thing for Xiaohu this time around is we know he's a star on the team.
Yeah.
But his team set him up. The Jarvan was good, teleporting and controlling the Fiora. The Lee Sin was immaculate coming out of MLXG, and again, he was the inconsistent member of RNG before this tournament. He was a big part of the reason they were losing, while Xiaohu was trying so hard to carry, and when the stars align, it's because MLXG is playing well.
He played so well, along with Ming. I thought that this was probably his best game, even though it is a Machi game where you look towards what team you're playing up against. Because, sure, RNG is expected to win, but this was a great tournament for MLXG. Not even just this game, a great tournament. And so there was another replay, too, where you just saw how MLXG was able to just line them up like bowling pins.
Oh, yeah.
And then knock them down. I felt like throughout this game, and sure, it felt like a quick one.
Well, it was a quick one.
It was a quick one. That's probably why
I
felt one. It felt so immediately. You could see it right here.
That was actually after the kick, but it was a kick through 2 members of the team as well. The double knock-up, everything that they needed, and the triple kill eventually for Xiaohu at the same time. Just stunning stuff to watch, and there just was no answer from Machi almost the whole game.
Yeah, of course, that's the big thing that we mentioned, you know, right? Everyone sets it up. Xiaohu will knock it down. He'll get the doubles, he'll get the triples, and it's all set up by the beauty that is MLXG's kicks into Ming's Flay, locking them down in the box and just sending them all on a bouncing castle of doom.
Just outstanding stuff. And also that final team fight as well, where they're all fighting on top of the orb. Xiaohu was just totally set up, and then they knocked down each of the bowling pins one after the other. RNG looked completely unstoppable. And I want to go back to MLXG. I know we've been talking about him a lot, but this is so important. MLXG is such a form player. This guy utilizes momentum so incredibly well. He is going to get the key player because, my God, he played immaculately. Honorable mention goes to Ming. But if you've got MLXG playing like this in this tournament, he can take that momentum, move it into the game number 5, and we can have LCK versus LPL like a lot of people were predicting.
Yeah, there are a few key Lee Sin players that really do make your jaws drop. And of course, 2 of them, and this is one of those moments where you're like, do we get Kandi on Lee Sin? Do we get MLXG on Lee Sin? Who's going to be coming out on game 5? For me, I'm going to get my vote. It doesn't count. For RNG. I feel like my vote, if it counts, doesn't. RNG.
You have to whisper doesn't count. I would pick the same team, to be fair. I definitely think RNG is the one you would go towards, just based off tournament form, honestly. WE, yes, they got better between yesterday and today, but I don't think that even compares to how good RNG actually looked throughout their 3 games they've played so far.
And we're sort of discounting here as well the fact that LMS are going to choose Flash Wolves. Yes, it looks like they are performing the best, but is this definitively going to be the choice that the LMS take, or are there arguments for the others?
Yeah, I think that you can go J-Team. They both have strong early games, either one.
Well, we'll see what happens, but we are going to go to an interview, so let's hand it over to Wendy to take us there.
Hello, 现场以及正在收看直播的各位观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到
Welcome to the 2017 Rift Rivals.
那现在有请到的是
So we now have RNG support Ming.
你好。
大家好，我是 RNG 的辅助小明。
He's saying hello to everyone.
其实呢，现在很多人都说你们现在是全村人的希望。那顶住
everyone's saying that you are everyone's hope.
接受我们的采访，你有没有觉得压力很大
So do you feel the pressure right now?
压力其实还算蛮大的吧，但是
So he's saying that he does feel the pressure.
下来的表现还算可以吧。
However, he is impressed with his own performance.
那我很想问到。 那今天呢，其实可以看到，在下路那一波，对面打野来gank的时候，
so we can see the bot lane.
帮你们的 ADC
You flashed into the Elise cocoon to protect your ADC.
谢谢，应该就不用了吧？晚上请吃饭就可以了。
And he's saying that, oh, you should shout me dinner, you know.
，Y4 那魔法水晶剑命中对面的中单的时候，你闪现那一勾。
And there's also once where the Ash arrow hit the mid lane, and then you flashed the hook.
看一下中路，感觉他大招很自信嘛，然后我也
So the ADC was very confident with the ult, and that's why he made the moves.
的下路默契也是越来越好。
You can see that the compatibility with bot lane is very good.
最近的2天比赛当中，我会发现 LMS 赛区的辅助都很喜欢带钩的英雄，比如说
So you can tell that recently the LMS support really like hooking champions. The hooking type champions, sorry. So how do you rate your own performance?
一般般。那你觉得今
And
天
he's
这场
like
比
so
赛
so.
你们5个人当中，谁是你心目当中表现最好的那一个？
So who do you think was the best performance out of the 5 people in your team? And he said, I think I did very well. So do you want to name anyone?
那就小虎吧。
And he said 小虎。
确实他的这个发条玩的也是很好。
And yes, his Orianna was very good.
在这2天的比赛当中呢，其实也可以看到 LMS 赛区所有的战队，我觉得表现都非常的好。
So we can tell that over these 2 days, LMS's teams are very strong.
赛区当中学到一些什么呢？
So what did you learn from these 2 regions?
应该是一些视野方面的很多问题吧。可以增强视野，我自己。
你自己可以学到很多视野，包括
So he's saying that I'm learning a lot from vision, and I can improve a lot on vision.
哎，那最后一个问题呢？因为今天已经打入到决胜局了，接下来
So now it is the final round.
LMS 赛区和 LPL 赛区最后的一局比赛。
The last round.
跟 LPL 赛区的其他的战队
So what do you want to say to other teams in LPL?
不要有太大压力，
So
尽
don't
自
be
己
pressured.
全力就好了，不要
Try
留
your
下任
best.
何遗憾吧。
And don't leave any regrets.
LPL 赛区所有的战队呢，能够
So
不
let's
留遗
hope
憾。
that they won't leave any regrets, and thank you very much to
接下来
me.
决胜局的对决将会由闪电狼
It will
对
be
战
Flash Wolves versus WE for the last round.
And that is very interesting because we on the desk here thought that it could be RNG. However, we are going to go to a break, and when we get back, it's game number 5, WE versus Flash Wolves.
To Tyson. D is a dead man for first blood. RNG take that one. The flag to drag. We'll see if we can take this one down as well. There it is. Dreamer under attack and Apex trying to get away from the Lee Sin. Lots of damage coming in from Tyson, but it's not enough. And that's the double kill over to the Orianna in the mid lane. Okay, the TP was just completed. Let me quite happy to dive the back line. Down goes the top laner and everybody else. Okay, engaged by Apex comes in, but the Jarvan's just taking damage. Massive damage in from RNG. They instantly evaporate 3 members, and now Easy about to drop as well to Y4. Welcome back to Rift Rivals 2017. It's all come down to this, our final game of the semi-finals. And it will be Flash Wolves and WE going head-to-head. And I can't believe we're sat right here. It definitely should have ended, honestly, at the EDG game, but it just did not work out for them. And right now, LMS have their shot to take down the LPL.
And it seems like an initial prediction of if they actually picked up that win EDG, as they were so loaded and so in a fantastic position to do so, it would have eventually been the 3-1. But suddenly, it's all down to this.
Yeah, they felt really close. We all saw those games. A few of them were casting it. Went to 60 minutes. Not going to happen. Seems like our last hope's going to be on WE versus Flash Wolves.
And WE playing a lot more standard today. I think they really had it together. The Corki Callista duo were working well. J-Team predictably over-edging themselves in team fights. Flash Wolves, though, had a vintage performance, and I feel like since the SKT performance, we've seen two sides of the Flash Wolves playing around MMD's Fiora in the first game, and then just kind of out-rotating the Blitzcrank coming through. I feel like they have more aces available to them, but we've seen WE 3 times recently. I'm surprised to see them in this match, but there is certainly a chance they can give us a really good 5th game.
Sure thing. And for the last time today, we are going to take a look at those lineups. So let's see who will be on the field this time for WE and the LMS representatives. Flash Wolves are starting off with Team WE, 957, Condi, Shie, Mystic, and Zero in support. We'll see if they can make it happen for the LPL.
Yeah, and going in here for the Flash Wolves, MMD for the top lane, Karsa in the jungle, Maple and shoring up the mid lane, and Betty and Sword Art in the bottom lane.
Flash Wolves, so much to like about them, so differing in their positioning and the way they played in their 2 series, and also trying to pay back the 2-0 that they suffered at the hands of WE back at MSI.
I mean, yes, but at the same time, it was a complete demolition in the group stages of the Rift Rivals tournament. So if they replicate the performance in the standing they were back then it doesn't look like great for WE. And they have to assume that it was going to be Flash Wolves coming out. So, I mean, Raz, you said it yourself, that maybe we could see like an RNG game here because they have been way more consistent.
Yeah, we have. And I think that for me, looking towards what's going to matter, what's that matchup? It's going to be in the jungle position between Condi and Karsa. Karsa has had such a fantastic tournament. We say that a lot. Condi, not so much, but today has been a good step forward. And so we want to see who gets the Lee Sin. I guess Gragas is a bit of a contested one as well, but I think that Lee Sin is going to be the one that takes it.
And I think I've been surprised that Rek'Sai has been kind of deprioritized by a lot of junglers. There's some bans, but also going through picks and bans. I'd love to see that picked up, because when you respect your enemy jungler, a control jungler like Rek'Sai with the Tremor Sense, I think, just shoots up in value.
Yeah, 100%. So is it all going to revolve around the junglers, or is there elsewhere on the map that could be a big impact?
I would say top lane, because one of the major adaptations WE has made has been putting 957 back on a carry champion. Not only just a carry champion, but a carry champion that has priority early on. So Renekton was a good one to see coming forward from him. Even though Renekton has been a global pick in a lot of cases, it's been a pick that WE has moved away from. So the fact that they've decided that's going to be the change in draft for them, I think is a positive one.
That's a really good point. I think the Renekton will be heavily contested. Still, there is the Kled as a possible answer. MMD could maybe just jump on Fiora again, because it wasn't a Fiora outplay in terms of mechanics like Audi was really striving for in previous games. It was much more about Flash Wolves playing around vision, playing around pressure on the map, something that we saw Machi clearly unable to do in our last game. That's something that Flash Wolves have already shown this tournament.
Is bot lane perhaps a power point, maybe even for the Flash Wolves in this one, because Zero, of course, is the sub coming in. At the same time, you have Sword Art being fielded on the opposite side.
Sword Art just had such an amazing game. We had a Blitzcrank highlight reel earlier on today, and so sure, Zero has been playing okay. He's been playing well individually. I think what the difference is going to be in the support matchup is just coming in the vision control, how Sword Art really moves around Karsa to look for proper invades, to just get deep wards down, if not actually challenging the enemy jungler.
And to me, it's the put up or shut up time for another member of the bot lane. This time it's Betty, who of course had the fantastic performance in the Callisto. Say, okay, arrived at the international stage. Now he jumps in against Mystic, who is a much stronger laning AD carry than BB, who we saw being taken down pretty straightforwardly earlier. The matchup here could be simple. It could be Ashe and Varus on the other sides, or it could be a significant counter matchup or a carry matchup. I don't see him just running Jhin and being okay in a game like this. So I'm very excited to see, does the Callisto make it through pick and ban? What will slip through? Because I have a feeling one of the must bans, one of the frequently bans, is going to be forced out. It's going to be more about getting the head of the enemy than necessarily grabbing a Galio.
Sure, and at the same time, when does Mystic start to turn up? Because he's had some incredible domestic performances, but we just haven't really seen it yet at this tournament. I mean, you've got to do it right now. There's any time on the verge of the LPL almost being eliminated from the tournament. Right now would be the time for Mystic actually to show something.
I think that's fair. I think that when WE have performed at their best, it's Mystic coming in deep in team fights, but in the laning phase, the priority has gone towards 957. So I think that you might see him kind of AFK in priority until he can start showing up in proper positioning as we've seen in WE's wins.
But I hope it is on something with early presence. I hope it really is on something like the Ashe that was big pick for him back at MSI rather than the LPL special, the Cogmore, that hasn't been working so far this tournament. I think they have to pack fire for fire because I do feel like Flash Wolves are going to really try to pick for lane in the bot lane.
They will.
Yeah, and outside of the lane as well, it's also about that mid game because it's also when Team WE, for the most part, do turn online around 35 to 40-minute mark. You know, we say, it sounds like a broken record, but that is just the recipe for success for Team WE. Though we have seen that Flash Wolves have been able to dissect them not only at that stage of the game, but during the laning phase and around the roaming phases.
If they can get to that point, I think WE has a good chance. I think that's true. There are a few teams in the world, like for instance Samsung, as we've seen in this tournament, that when they get to that point, they do feel like a well-oiled machine, that they can have proper sideways control and group up as a team, know how to play around objectives and place down wards. I think one of the problems that we've had of WE this tournament are not putting down the proper control wards, and I think they are getting better at that.
I mean, it was certainly better today. I mean, it couldn't be much worse than yesterday, but it was better. The Flash Wolves, to me, though, it's interesting because in previous iterations, you would say early game focused team. We saw them meander at Baron, especially last year, if you remember, at Worlds. I have more confidence after seeing their display with MMD on the Fiora. They can play around ordered vision. I think if it goes late game, sure, WE have the advantage, but we just had a series with Flash Wolves earlier where they had a comp that was like, okay, 25 to 30 minutes, we've either won the game or lost the game. They went with the early Moby boots on the Elise. They made it happen. So you have to have optimism that Flash Wolves will draft a comp they can play to. Because the one thing you can say about them is that when they draft a comp, they know their identity. They know their limits, both as a group of 5 and also to play to their draft. And that's already something that separates them from some of the other teams at the tournament.
From the tape that we've seen so far as well, it does seem like Flash Wolves are favored to win this match. So quick predictions before we toss to casters.
Ooh, I'll actually give it to Flash Wolves.
Papa?
It's crazy to say, but Flash Wolves desk for us.
We'll see if it is the Flash Wolves indeed. We are going to send it back over to the casters for our final game and the core of the day.
Thank you very much, Pulse. And guys, do we have any rebuttal? Is it going to be some LPL dreams being left alive here on this desk?
I am wounded by their predictions right now. I am still going to say that WE are well and truly in with a chance. And what's most exciting to me is this is still the battle of the first seeds. We've actually seen them play before.
Yeah, it's true. And it worked out quite well for WE for the first 3 minutes. And then it was very, very dark on Summoner's Rift, and Flash Wolves were just everywhere, and WE had no idea.
And that's my big concern. You know, if we keep seeing this iteration of Team WE where they're looking for those late games, the Flash Wolves have already showcased a beautiful blueprint that they can come out and smash you in the first 20 minutes.
Well, we'll see what they can get done. As already, a couple of the bans have come in. LeBlanc and Elise both taken away, and the Caitlyn has been the first ban here for WE.
Surprise, surprise, you'd expect the, oh, never mind, left turn. I was going to say the Galio and the Zac to be the other bans from Red Side from Team WE, but at least one of those champions will make it through unless Flash Wolves ban it here.
And we have seen a lot of blue side bans of the Galio or the Zac. Sometimes they just don't want to be the Zac themselves, and Galio is usually the one you'd expect to see taken away or not banned at all, particularly by the Flash Wolves. WE will have a choice to make if the Flash Wolves target ban.
Yeah, and it actually has been waited out for the last second, so Callista is going to be the final ban. And I believe Team WE probably just throw away this last ban and then say, we're going to get at least one of either Galio or Zac. So Zac is going to go through, Caster's going to get it. It means Galio for Xie, or 957, or 0, or wherever they want to put it.
But the problem is one of those champions is significantly worse than the other one. This is 7-12. Zac is still a massive problem, and that's in the hands of Karsa. I don't agree with this at all.
Yeah, well, it's a gambit, and they've certainly thrown it. And Condi has an opportunity to pick up something like the Rek'Sai or the Lee Sin or the Gragas, but the jungle pool still does have those top-tier picks available.
Yeah.
Okay, so the answer to the Zac, what is it going to be?
In the LPL, they tend to take a very heavy, fast-farming jungler like the Nidalee, and they try to invade and put constant pressure. If they decide to go for Kog'Maw, Nidalee can still be an option down the line, because then you have Primal Surge to work with the attack speed.
They're just so LPL. Like,
this
why would you go for the Kog'Maw here? We know that Kog'Maw is a good pick, and you have to wonder, you're against the Zac. You've decided that the immobile AD carry is definitely the way to go this time around.
It's okay, they can just pick through. Oh, wait, hang on.
Yeah.
No, they can't. That one's been banned. Also, Thresher, fantastic answer to the Zac, and is certainly not there. Oh, goodness me. This is so incredibly dangerous for WE.
It does put a higher priority on Tahm Kench as well for Zero, just because, especially with that Syndra being picked up, you think that they need something to add protection to this Kog'Maw. I don't think it's going to be a Lulu.
It has to be a Tahm Kench locked in pretty much right now before the second ban phase comes through from Flash Wolves.
But that means the jungle pool is going to shrink further and further, and I'm terrified that Condi's going to reach for the Rengar, and we're going to have the exact same problem where Team W are just going to get blown out in the first 15 minutes.
There are not enough bans, though. We've got Rek'Sai, we've got Gragas, and we've got Lee Sin available. So they cannot ban out Condi, and that is going to be a Lulu being considered. Lulu Kog'Maw, of course, the Juggernaut opportunity is there.
It's a hard flex, though, because you'd have to have the Galio top lane. So they'd be moving two things at once, and that's not ideal in terms of lane assignments already. And so the second ban phase, we look towards Flash Wolves and say, okay, the ball's in your court. You don't get the first pick, but you do get to ban away 2 priority junglers from WE if you would like. What is it going to be?
I think you ban top laners here, because there are 3 top-tier junglers still available. You can't ban out Kondo. We know he can play Rek'Sai, Lee Sin, and Gragas just fine. Let him have one of those and make 957 uncomfortable. I think the Kled needs to be looked at, something like that.
Maybe. I would still look at the Rek'Sai, I think, if I was to prioritize. And then if you get rid of Rek'Sai, you kind of just have to remove Elise.
Well, Elise is already gone.
Yeah. So that's the Rek'Sai.
Okay, we'll see what they decide to do.
I think you just take away any sort of bridge that Team W would have to have any front in the early game and then continue to abuse them there. So I don't mind if they continue to pinch the jungle pool in particular, because again, most of these top laners are going to take time to scale.
Well, Sword Art's pool has been pinched quite a lot, to use your vernacular, as the Blitzcrank and the Thresh have been taken away. Braum also gone. Of course, Nautilus is available if we're going to go jumping into the Marchy camp.
You still have the Kench.
Yeah, plenty of other options there as well in things like range casters. We've got Karma that has fallen completely to the wayside in this LMS LPL matchup. If we were in the LCK, Karma would have been picked or banned by now, most definitely.
Yep.
But we're not there.
You have to remember that they're picking, and they still have the option of really like trying to flex champions and rolls up. Karma's always going to be there as a potential consideration.
The most LPL composition that could come out. It's the Jarvan Galio combo. So we all know how the cannonball mechanics work together.
Yep.
But this is just so telegraphed.
The old cataclysmic entrance, as we like to call it. Okay, MMD considering going for that split push once again. Was, of course, the last time Flash Wolves were able to get a decimating victory over OMG.
And this is kind of the support that slipped through the cracks here, ultimately. When you've got a Braum and a Blitzcrank and a Thresh taken away from the Flash Wolves, they still get an engaged champion. They don't go for the Tahm Kench, and I agree with that, because you want to lock down the Kog'Maw. You want to actually get to the backline, and Rakan is uniquely equipped to be able to do that with the Zac.
Well, finally figuring out our top lane pick for MMD. He was thinking about split push, now back to the Renekton, and that's going to be locked in. So wants a good lane matchup and can create a body in the backline of these team fights. They haven't decided to go for the split, and their lanes are actually looking very strong as far as being able to push, apart from maybe that bottom side of the map where Jhin doesn't necessarily clear waves all that fast, and Rakan doesn't offer a lot early.
I mean, pretty much it's the best of both worlds. If Renekton gets ahead, he can still be that split-pushing threat. He can reach the backline, like you said. He can look for the 5v5. And Flash Wolves just have so many power points across this composition. They don't even have to fight 5v5 because Zac is so tanky.
Okay, well, we've got Shie jumping back onto his tank in the mid lane there in the Galio. That does make some sense. And you've got Super Comfort Kled on the top side for 957 because Condi has headed towards the J4. He didn't want the Lee Sin. He didn't want the Gragas. He wanted to get on that J4, pair it up with the Galio, and really create some havoc all around the map because they can all collide on a particular point very quickly with the charge, the heroic entrance, and if Condi's there in position to get that flag and drag into the Cataclysm.
And a lot of this team composition for WE is have tanks stand in front of the Kog'Maw, and if someone happens to get to the backline, we've got a Lulu to help defuse that one in the first place. And ultimately, what I like about WE's draft is that they flex the J4. They early rotated, and they still try and give 957 a better lane assignment for himself, a better matchup.
And there's also the flexibility of not using the wild growth on Mystic. If he positions appropriately, if he stays out of harm's way, that means that you can use the classic Kled-Lulu combo. Kled flies in, falls off Skarl, gets the wild growth, remounts, and he's infinitely tanky. Can pretty much match Zac for as long as he can stay in the thick of it.
All right, so there are a lot of good news stories that we can talk about for WE's composition. However, what Flash Wolves have put together is something that's utterly terrifying. The top side of the map for this team, honestly, should never be on Summoner's Rift in this three-person duo. Having Zac in general is disgusting, but Renekton will always shove. Syndra is incredibly strong. I mean, I know I've been casting the LCK, so we see Syndra permabanned, and if she gets through, it's basically, well, let's hang up our hats. We know that she's going to win. We'll see whether Maple is going to be able to bring that out, because we know this guy is the assassin. We know this guy is being able to deal so much damage for his team. And as we get onto Summoner's Rift, I don't know whether WE's super LPL composition is going to be able to stand up, but I'm excited to find out.
And you have to remember that when we're talking about WE's comp, we are reaching just a little bit, because you do look over to the other side of the Rift and you just immediately say, wow, they got so many good champions put together. Jhin may be the only question mark, but we have seen successful Jhins from Betty in particular, and from Betty with his team being able to work with the Ws and lock everyone down.
And there's the versatility of itemization. You know, Flash Wolves right now in the comp can spike so hard in that mid game. You talked about Renekton's ability to push the dive threat potential up there alongside Zac passive and dominance is so threatening. When Syndra gets level 6, when she starts to work up that passive, your ability to invade for free because you have kill pressure on anyone. And then if Betty decides to go for a mid-game spiking Jhin build or late-game spiking Jhin build, I feel like all of their bases are covered.
Well, Mystic's going to get a few auto attacks off here. Nicely done.
Take that, Sword Art. It's 1 minute 20 in the game. He's happy. He's confident.
This is the type of game we're about to have.
Oh, dear. And I actually misspoke earlier on, guys. I said that MMD picked Fiora in their matchup against OMG, and he most certainly did not. However, still now on the Renekton, more than happy up towards the top side against 957. See whether 957's Kled this time around is going to be the hero, because it all comes down to this. 2-2 for the LMS and the LPL.
He's on a ward. I don't think he minds, really.
Yeah.
Again, extra pressure because the bottom lane does the super leash. They're trying to set the Zac up to succeed. One of the biggest problems Zac tends to have is that he's clear super average, but when he's on the blue side of the map, he gets a better leash, he gets a better start to the map, and suddenly you can almost forego the difficulties that he has. Whereas Condi, playing Jarvan, still not the greatest of leashes, or greatest of clears, I should say.
Yeah.
Bit more experience coming into this Jarvan jungle, though. It's been cropping up quite a bit in the LPL. Condi, one of the first teams to really pull it out alongside MLXG. We've seen a couple of the rune adjustments. I know going more of the AD runes, so you can clear Raptors much easier with your passive. But so far, doing okay, not as brittle or fragile as he once was in the jungle.
Now, at half health, used up all of his mana though, so not going to be able to head in for any sort of gank towards the top side of the map. Karsa is here taking down his blue buff. Actually looking to try and pull both of these together.
Now kiss.
Just the old head knocker.
The 2-for-1 special.
And he's just so healthy.
And the fact that blue is still in leash range. What an experience.
Just bonking him over and over again. The Gromp is getting upset. However, doesn't matter, he's still going to fall down, and Karsa makes short work of both of these solo camps.
We'll get the Scuttle Crab as well, which is available as Condi ran out of mana. He started on the red side, did Krug, so he needs to get his blue to actually set himself up to continue to jungle clear and gank, or he'll be out of mana during those gank passes. This means Karsa gets a free level 4, gets the potential to gank as he's going to stay full health. Scuttle Crab only gives him that HP back.
He's also going to grab information into Condi's jungle and figure out that he's on the bottom side of the map. So yeah, Zero's giving it away by being so aggressive, trying to abuse with Lulu, but it's also telegraphed for Betty and Sword Art that Condi could be hanging around.
Well, they're sacrificing a heck of a lot here towards the bottom side of the map. 9 minions to 23. That wave is crashing forward on the side of WE, but a lot of these minions will die, and Betty doesn't have enough deadly flourishes to pick them all up.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Even if you have the knowledge that Condi is bot side, or even if you knew he was top, there's not a lot you can do here because your Zac is on the other side of the map. So he's recalled now, Karsa. He has the Krugs to clear. He can go from Krugs to bottom, and WE have to pay their due respect just for not knowing where the Zac is now. It's still going to be a nice experience / CS advantage, whatever you want to call it, for WE, because they're controlling a lane 2v2 with a Kog'Maw.
And they're making sure that they get their flanking vision. Again, so many teams, we don't see Zac on the map so often. They need to adjust to his gank pathing, making sure that they have the proper deep flanking wards to watch for that slingshot.
Right now, MMD is slaughtering 957 as well, and it feels like Flash Wolves have just sacked the bottom side of the map to prioritize getting extra farm on their mid and top lane. Maple is ahead by a few CS. Xie is just going to teleport back into this mid lane and keep the pressure on. Xie, of course, a fantastic user of teleport because I'm not sure he takes any other summoner spell in the mid lane.
Once this tournament is Corki. That's
brilliant.
actually it.
Well, at least he was not the teleport Corki that we have seen as well.
Here we go.
As in goes Kasa, thinking about Zero, but not going to be able to find something to knock him against. As Maple's getting chunked out against Xie, but of course he hasn't gone back to base yet. And that is double Doran's Ring as well as that Null Magic Mantle picked up for the Galio.
And ultimately, we do have to look big picture. At MSI, when Team WE faced across from Flash Wolves, it was a much better story than we've seen over this tournament. So while I'm very hesitant to get behind the LPL in this match, especially with Flash Wolves' current form, they've proven before that they can do it.
Right now, Kasa is looking at Xie, but at least the Zac has been discovered. The scariest thing in the world is a Zac that isn't accounted for. Betty's going to find Mystic, but good shield. Grand Entrance comes in.
WE didn't really slow down at all. They're happy to take those trades. They'll use the fact that their Lulu can empower the Cogmore. They've got Warlord's Bloodlust, so they're just trying to auto-attack their way back up. And Betty's starting to run low on mana. They can start to bully this lane out and use the minions that are pushing.
That is still a burn of Exhaust, however, whereas Sword Art doesn't have Exhaust, still has the Ignite, but here comes CA.
Yeah, Grand Entrance is going to lock down Mystic, but there's the heroic entrance. And Xie is going to at least stop any trade, but is going to sack a lot in the mid lane.
But that's now two major resources burned for Team WE, the Exhaust and now the ultimate from CA, and nothing really gained.
Yeah, no flashes actually burnt there. They did get the heal out of Betty.
And Ignite, of course. They got the offensive summoners, but the flashes are still there to keep themselves alive. Or on the same side, you can say the same thing for WE. That's okay, though. You know, the Galio ultimate, free to be used. It doesn't matter too much. Just means that as it stands, they're happy to continue farming, clearing waves for about another minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes, before the action really kicks off.
Yeah, and MMD is having one hell of a laning phase right now. 54 CS to the 37. Kasa was waiting up here, so some added pressure given by the Zac.
I mean, effectively, that's reflected between Mystic and Betty as well, so the opposite side of the map just as strong for Team WE.
Yeah, and to be fair, that's partly how the lane does work for the Kled until he gets his first item purchase, whether that's a Tiamat or a Phage. Yep. He doesn't really have any offensive stats that even compare to a Renekton until then, as they're teleporting bottom.
There's the double knock up the route there as well. Zero's taking so much damage. Sword Art's going to battle dance his way back, and MMD, he's blocked off Mystic, who's just trying to get something for his trouble. Betty gets the first blood, and that is so important. No way Pugmore can get in, and Flash Wolves, great start.
And that's the difference. When Flash Wolves' top lane is winning, it can bleed over to the bottom with that TP discrepancy between Renekton and Kled. So while Mystic did have the lead on Betty, Renekton bleeds into the lane and evens that up.
Yeah, not a lot of respect paid by the 2v2 of WE, and rightly so, of course, trying to bully him around and push them. But you mentioned it, the top lane, that's the risk that you're going to have to put up with and deal with. Sword Art playing Rakan will be able to find engages, especially when Zero steps up next to Mystic, gives him a double knock-up, and then Zero immediately gone from this fight. So any chance of survival for Mystic is out the window. He gives it up. The Pugmore just rolls over.
Yeah, MMD just perfect position as well to get in for that teleport. Nothing that 957 could do, as I believe the Renekton was already underneath his turret. Oh my god. Insult has been well and truly added to injury.
And again, credit to Flash Wolves' vision. It has been the defining factor this tournament for the LMS teams over the LPL. It was a deep ward in that brush to open up the teleport for MMD, and another defensive ward on the blue buff to allow Maple to just rock up and take away any tempo advantage that Team W were trying to build.
Now Maple's actually looking to see whether Kasa can get in here. He's actually taking his red buff at the moment, so Maple's just going to do the round trip, but not going to be punished for it. No one's here hanging out in this mid lane. Condi's desperately trying to find his way in, his way to impact this map, and he does now have the Cataclysm, can start some stuff up.
Galio also has the ultimate available once again, as does Kled, and the teleport will be up sooner for the Kled than it is for the Renekton. Of course, he just used that to get some kills in the bottom lane. So the opportunities are there now. They're starting to crop up and present themselves, but realistically, how are they going to make those plays, and what on earth is it going to be for? But I don't think Flash Wolves are going to actually take any of those fights.
Well, we're going to have a Rift Herald up very, very soon, Rusty. So there are opportunities on the top side of the map. An Ocean Drake, not exactly coveted, but is certainly something that they can go for.
Yeah, and frankly, Team W got pretty lucky with the Dragon spawn there, that they're not forced to make a play in the early game, although they have tried moving Galio out into those side lanes. They can continue to elongate the lane phase, try to find the necessary farm on Kog'Maw, but that does expose Kled.
Well, but Betty, very happy that he picked up that first blood, means Ninja Tabi and the BF sword have been picked up. Now going to be able to get a lot of damage on the Mystic as well, who fights it back. Yeah, nicely done. And he's the one with the lifesteal.
This is
In goes Condi. Betty has no option. Grand Entrance gets sorted out. Good flash. As 957 wants the tower dive, he'll get it all too easily there as well as Betty. Yeah, this is called between a rock and a hard place and another hard place and another rock, because he is well and truly dead.
And the race is on. You can see that Zach and Renekton are trying to get it made up into the top lane, but I think this is going to be Team WE's tower.
And remember, even if it came to it, Galio was a stone's throw away from coming down to that bottom lane. He was in the river, will clear mid wave, so they get the first turret. Top lane will still be traded from Flash Wolves, and it's the correct move from Caster. He's not on the bottom side of the map, immediately pivoting to where they don't have the teleport. But at the same time, WE, they make the big play. That's where it has to be. In the lane it has to be in.
But now they need to make sure that their lane assignments are set up correct. Again, it's just an Ocean Dragon. Rift Herald is live. I want Mystic and Zero to go towards the top side of the map, pick up the free farm, but it's 957 who gets there first, and Kog'Maw and Lulu looks like they're going to be banished towards the bot side.
Well, Zero's first going to hang out and pick up some popcorn chicken that Caster had prepared for him. Maple clears out that mid wave as well. He's still ahead, but only by a few creeps. And it's only MMD. 30 CS advantage. Adaptive Helm now done, actually, for Xie. And Morellonomicon is already there for Maple as well. So the Syndra will be a problem, because they're going to need all of the shields that they can get, all the heroic entrances that they can get to stop that Unleash power popping this pug very quickly.
Just makes Locket that much more valuable, or Redemption as well.
Yeah, definitely for the support. But the support is a Lulu, so in saying that, Redemption Locket may not be seen. You might even look towards the Jarvan for that, or the Galio if it comes to it.
And Condi's lurking.
Okay, Ultimate's about 10 seconds away for Condi.
I just feel like this is always so greedy from Team W whenever they open up these lanes for Mystic. And sometimes it works where they get to keep him there. He gets to absorb all of this farm and rock into mid-game, a powerhouse.
Well, Condi, he was unseen as the quickness does go out. Sword Art is fine. And there it is.
Comes Galio.
Picks them up, bops them together as there's the kidnap. In goes Mystic back into the fight, but Casa will get taken down to that passive. We do have a teleport from MMD who can keep him alive, but they are going to just take them down. And Maple now inside the Thunderdome picks up the kill as Condi just isn't very tanky. Now Xie on the wrong side of this battle. There's a big crit coming in for Betty. And now Sword Art, he wants to find more captive audiences set up. So the Xie is once again slowed. Not going to find it as there's the flash, the slice, the Ruthless Predator, and Maple gets another one.
And MMD is having a phenomenal game. 957 did what he could to try to keep Renekton out of that fight, but Team WE, they overreach, they overcommit. MMD finds his entrance and cleans up the back half.
And again, using the teleport advantages, using the fact that the timing windows between top laners are completely different. And WE are the one trying to create these fights, trying to create these objectives. But when you have a Rakan on your team engaging for you with the ultimate, with the knock-up, and Jarvan tries to come in and help, well, he's just charmed as well. They're all staring at the beauty of Rakan.
I'm Jarvan, I'm helping.
But again, it's the greed of Team WE, and when they try to open up farm for Mystic, they tried to freeze this wave. They bring down all of Flash Wolves' resources because they want to break it. And then Team WE just match them. They say, okay, we're all going to cannonball into here. Galio gets involved. It looks good because Xie is able to block the Jhin ultimate. Mystic's going to go off on Kog'Maw. The problem is when they overreach after they kill Karsa, and Maple has joined the fight.
You know what? Ultimately, it's okay for WE. It ends up becoming a trade. Condi definitely too far forwards into Maple as a squishy Jarvan. And Xie will eventually go down himself as well. What they should be doing from the point where they get the first kill is just run away. You don't have to Cataclysm forwards there. Maybe you will still go down for that, but if you're running, you give Xie the avenue to walk out past you through the Tribush where your Lulu and Kog'Maw are to safety.
Beautiful thing about picking Renekton here as well is the fact that you can set up your W and then do all of those flashes. Yep, that is going to be a heck of a lot of damage. Unleash Power is going to kill Mystic. In goes 957, but he wants the heck out as quickly as possible. That pick was too fast from the Flash Wolves, and now mid lane pressure.
And this is where you say maybe the Tahm Kench was a better idea for Team WE here. Syndra is going to be able to start to run away with this one. Damage reduction's nice from Galio, shields are nice from Lulu, but you can see what happens when Flash Wolves get their opportunities and they get Rakan again with these sick flanks.
And that is Unleash Power almost back off cooldown again, because Maple has 30% CDR just in his items alone. If he has a blue buff, that's 40% now at 14 minutes in. And he's just going to have so many rotations of spells in these fights, and it's only going to get worse as he builds that flat damage.
Maple is very warmed up right now. Cast has also got that Zac to a point where he's going to be super powerful, very difficult to kill. You've got a massive Crocodile in the top lane as well for MMD that really only Mystic will be killing right now, and that's a lot of what this comes down to.
And I think at this point, Flash Wolves should feel confident enough to either commit to the Ocean or the Rift Herald, start taking and moving the pace of the game forward, grabbing up these available objectives.
They need to start doing something, but as you can see, the red wards on the map aren't necessarily where they need to be once again in the mid-game for WE, and Flash Wolves are set up. Look, the ring of vision around the Rift Herald. I believe one of them actually just died, but still, once again, the mid-game being owned by Flash Wolves to set themselves up.
And to be fair, right, there's still wards in just different areas of the map for WE compared to Flash Wolves. They're prioritizing the Rift Herald, WE are prioritizing the Ocean Drake, and there's also a really deep ward that just got pinged, the control ward near the enemy blue buff, that WE may want to consider teleporting towards, because that's the thing that we've been seeing a lot of, teleporting when the other one doesn't have it.
And again, it does make sense that Team WE are still trying to just sit in their lanes, get Kog'Maw closer to kind of that 2-item breaking point, as opposed to overreaching for things like an Ocean. Yeah, they want to contest the Rift Herald, but it's a bit of an easier and safer objective to approach just because of how long it takes teams to burn it down.
We'll see where they do decide to go at the moment. Things have calmed down. 1,200 gold is the lead for the Flash Wolves as it stands, but they're on a bit of a timer. Whenever you see a Kog'Maw, you have to be a little bit frightened about the late game, and when it's Mystic that's in control, that is also a very difficult one. In goes Sword Art. Okay, once again, the Kog'Maw is well and truly dead. That combo was beautiful. Maple, he's going to be the option. Heroic entrance is going to be enough to take down the Cinder's Casa. He's doing the best he can to get out. Oh, Bear Trap on a rope's going to do a double kill. Now is the passive still down, and Xie is going to answer back.
And yes, Team WE did get the collapse earlier before MMD was there, but we have another Essence Reaver Jhin with Ninja Tabi. So as soon as the Syndra is dead and the Renekton's not in the fight, Betty is not doing any damage here. And you have to think, is this another itemization mistake from another Jhin in this tournament?
Well, he played it in the first series today, and Betty actually looked pretty good. He managed to get to that 3-item spike. It was in a very early spiking composition. Felt like he was sort of late game insurance or something like that, but wasn't necessarily... he was being carried a little bit more by his team.
But it's also understanding the different roles there. At this point, you're going to be that ult bot. But if that's going to happen, then you need to make sure that your other damage stays alive.
Yeah.
I mean, Syndra's a very good bridging point as well to get to those 3 items. We get to see this team fight again, Frostgren, and a lot of this for me is kind of just funny that it all happens without a Mystic. They still manage to get the team fight victory. A lot is used to secure him, sure, but we're early enough into the game where tanks can do damage, significant enough to be able to take apart even Caster right now. And a lot was used. The engage from Sword Art was almost primarily just onto the one member of the Kog'Maw, but that's a big concern later for WE because Flash Wolves have shown they know how to do it, and they can kill Mystic often.
All right, well, Caster needs to hit at least one of his buttons in order to get that to work, and instead he's just going to take half of his health bar. Of course, Kog'Maw very good at taking down your maximum health total. Caster does need to be a little bit careful of that because Zacs do like to build a lot of that one.
They do.
Okay. Resetting.
You really have done your research, Atlas.
Yeah, look at me. I'm basically an analyst. Don't worry about it. Xie's going to head back towards this mid lane. Betty and Sword Art just doing their best to keep pushing this one out, but we have hit some normalcy as it's a bit of a 1-3-1 now for the Flash Wolves. Or 1-2-1, which I used to drive. A Mazda 121 for
I've
those
missed
playing
you
at
so
home.
much.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, mate.
You're welcome.
Oh, boy.
This is what happens when things go to like just a normal state on Summoner's Rift. We can have this opportunity to be reacquainted.
Okay.
What have you guys been getting up to?
Driving, hard advancing. Here we go. The Rift Herald's about to despawn, which means that Team WE, we did it. We held off Flash Wolves. They didn't get to take all of the objectives, eat up so much of the map during this kind of mid-game lull that their composition had. So now we're just waiting on big cooldowns. It's going to be the constant rinse, wash, and repeat of the Jarvan Galio.
And yet, mid-game lull kind of is eradicated by Maple's build on the Syndra as well, going towards the flat penetration there with his Haunted guys. That will soon be upgraded to a Leandra, as you would have to expect. And with that item purchase, you look to the other side of the map and say, okay, anyone without magic resistance is going to be one hit. And funnily enough, there is someone there that's a pretty prime target, very primo meat.
Yeah, that's Mystic. See, once again, I've been doing my research.
That is definitely the Kog'Maw. So whilst there may be a mid-game lull, when you have an Essence Reaver on your Jhin who's just going to be throwing out ults and Ws, your Syndra can still kill the Kog'Maw because no one can protect him. There's no Tahm Kench to save him.
They're going to try their very best with things like Wild Growth.
It does help, though, that Syndra is busy and secured up into the top lane by 957. And it looks like Team WE inside track. Of course, they want to be hanging around the Baron area, but Maple's also pushed up to a possible dive, which is why it's so important that Flash Wolves are keeping tabs on this group of 3 as they start rotating around.
And needs to be noted, Sword Art has found that control ward that was placed very, very deep and also did get a lot of vision for a very long time. One of those money control wards.
I just feel like if you're in a situation or you're making the conscious choice where you're just trading CS with a Kog'Maw, it's always going to be a bad idea unless you're just that confident that Maple has the answer in Syndra.
And to be fair, you know, the last time the Flash Wolves played, they were against that Kog'Maw. They had the exact same principle in mind they had to remember, but they had a Blitzcrank to make that just that little bit more easy for them. Rakan's still very good at engaging, and that's where my attention still comes towards Sword Art. Can he find the engagers, perhaps? Can the Zac get in with his very unique gank positions that he can jump through from, actually catch somebody out with all the vision control that starts to come around the Baron at 20 minutes? I mean, Kog'Maw's very good at taking it, but perhaps Flash Wolves can get in there first and find that pick.
Well, Betty does manage to take down this red buff, looking for his second item. The Zeal item will be complete. A lot of CDR will then come through. And then he'll be looking for that Infinity Edge. We are moving towards the 3-item spike that this build does mean is very, very difficult to go up against. Yeah, that was an odd sentence, not going to lie.
I knew where you were going, though.
Yeah, thank you.
I was on the ride.
Okay, Sword Art's not going to find the engage. Thank goodness, because with me with dyslexia, that would have been a difficult one to call. Okay, Zero going to clear out some vision. I'm going to figure out how to speak again.
And such is the vision battles that will ensue here, no doubt. Of course, you want to prevent the Zac from getting those engages. And whilst we mention all of the things that Flash Wolves can do to secure kills or get objectives, it's obviously the anti-goals of... Anti-goals of WE. That's just the opposite of what they want.
I'm contagious.
Who'd have thought?
I see the English language is getting real hot tonight.
I've been in Korea too long, you know. Please don't remind everyone that I still commentate in English.
Mountain Dragon is coming up in 1 minute, so there will be another objective other than this Baron area that both teams will start to have to juggle here. But so far, it's just been this ebb and flow of, again, trading CS into Kog'Maw and Jin's hands.
WE actually do just have a way in to this mid lane if they want to go against it, but you can see them playing very passively because they feel like they've been gifted this mid game. It's incredibly even, and they're more than happy to let this game go late.
And you have to question, where did the intense Flash Wolves of just the previous start of the series go? That was the Flash Wolves I was terrified was going to show up. This one, a bit happier with.
Yeah, MMD only just evened out that level lead as well, so nicely done by 957 to get himself back into a position where he can take charge of this pseudo split push.
That cancel was actually a really important there. So Sword Art making sure that Team WE don't get their free backs right before the mountain spawns, which means that Flash Wolves inside track on getting vision in this area, but also delaying some of these item power spikes.
Kasa is in a little bit of no man's land right now. Majin Buu going to get knocked up as 957 makes his way in, but MMD is here. Kasa kidnaps himself out, but that is going to be the flash. Does have the passive, of course, so wasn't going to die. However, that is the jungler very, very low health and almost a free dragon here for WE, most likely.
I think Condi's just realized what happens with Zac interactions. He may not Jarvan ultimate the Zac again and just let him waddle on past. Does get out with his life, but you're right, the objective will be secured. You'll be happy with that once again. Something extra, something that Flash Wolves aren't contesting, aren't fighting for, and are letting the Kog'Maw go stronger with.
And that's super uncharacteristic of Karsa. You very rarely see him make some of those errors, forced to burn his flash there. But I guess Team WE did a good job trying to trip him up.
When was the last time he played Zac? I mean, that champion is banned in almost every solo queue game. Like, he's not going to be playing it in scrims because you just don't get him. Like, let's be honest, it's going to be really difficult for that to be a pick that he's been practicing recently.
Here we go. Teleport coming in.
Yeah, WE are looking for it. Condi's going to get the double knock-up. Heroic entrance. The perfect combo is Betty.
They really want
completely
Betty
on his own, but in goes Karsa, trying to make this one happen. Slams some heads together, but he's going to be evaporated. Maple has vacated this fight, and this means the jungle is dead, and the Baron, he's right there.
No hesitation from WE. They get the pick. It's onto the jungler. There is no smite. Mystic destroys this Baron. Sword Art has nothing up. It's all on Maple and MMD.
Well, they need to go in very, very soon to try and get this one done. Dominus is there for MMD. Who's going to get the Baron is the question. It's going to be Condi who locks that one up. Maple, he's been exhausted. It doesn't stop him from killing the Lulu, but they're losing so much more. MMD goes down to join Karsa, and then Betty's going to follow. WE really looking great for the LPL to move forward. 8 kills now to 6. They've got the gold lead, and the Cogmore is online.
And we've been complimenting the LMS's vision control all tournament long, but finally, they make a mistake and it punishes them massive. Game 5, decider here who faces LCK tomorrow. They wander into the jungle without mid lane priority into a dark map. They have a teleport ward behind them, and 957 gets a perfect flank.
And the crazy thing is 957 chooses to take that teleport, but by the time he's teleporting, there's already 2 people in front of him. One of them's a Cogmore running down Betty, who, again, if you think about the team fighting positioning of Flash Wolves, he's meant to be where he was. It's just that the vision to the side of him was not protected enough that he could get flanked.
And the problem is that Flash Wolves have been struggling to try to crack this mid lane tower. Again, we've just been trading the farm between Jin and Kog'Maw, and they haven't been abusing their side lane strength, making picks, and then exploiting advantage there to get that deep vision.
Well, Condi might be caught out of position here, flags and drags, and he actually hasn't lost any of his health bar, so that's totally fine. Mystic now going to continue to take down turrets. See whether they head towards bot side now, where they can just move through some vision that's created by Zero.
And at this point, the Baron is just going to guarantee Team WE that this will be a late game Kog'Maw, that he'll at least get to 3, possibly 4 items, and that's the terrifying moment.
Yeah, he's got a red buff now as well, so things just mounting for the Flash Wolves. They need to make something happen that's positive, and this Zac pick honestly just hasn't been working out. And Mystic is just starting to go off on the Cogmore. I wonder whether we're making Papa Smithy a believer just yet on the priority Cogmore picks.
Absolutely doubt it.
Well, here's another fight. We've got massive knockups. Condi's he's going to fall down. The curtain call is just freely getting thrown in as Mystic way too late to this fight. And they just get the one pick, and Flash Wolves may have stifled the push for at least a moment against WE.
That's the Flash Wolves I expected to see, that confident, decisive move. Seeing that Mystic was on the bottom side, knowing that they had an opening.
Here comes WE for decisive.
Okay, Betty, he's in so much trouble. Redemption's going to do absolutely nothing as the Eddie carry's taken down. Karsa going to kidnap himself to the death chamber. Is WE going to continue pushing? Maple was absent.
Yeah, and it's because Maple was bottom, Atlas. That's the thing. WE, they don't want to take the fight, but Flash Wolves pushed forwards to secure more vision, maybe control the minion waves, and suddenly there's a mismatch, and now WE get the fight and just push mid.
I'm pretty sure she is tanking that turret, but I wouldn't know. His health bar is not moving. So he's got 3 big tanky items now on this Galio. He's unkillable, but the inhibitor most certainly is. That's going to go down 27 minutes in, and WE have broken the base.
And what should have been just maybe 2 to 3 broken outers is now an inhib broken open for Team WE. So massive success over this Baron. We said that this was going to be the bridge to make sure that they got that late game Kog'Maw. And again, uncharacteristic oversight from Flash Wolves. We know that Maple and Karsa, they spent some time off of the roster this current LMS season, but coming into this international event, it looked like they just left off where they were at MSI.
Yeah, it's looking good, and the items are coming in thick and fast for WE. Very excited, Rusty. We're going to get a Locket and the Gargoyle Stone Plate as well.
Absolutely.
Oh, fantastic. And the Guardian Angel's already there for 957. Everything's looking good. We even have Zero finishing off his Ardent Sensor to make that Cogmore into the beast he can be.
And I do love, of course, that you bring up the Gargoyle Stone Plate with the Locket for the mid lane Galio of all people. Of course, Xie is going to be going towards that one. If Syndra ults and Galio's next to the Cogmore, well, I don't actually think the Syndra ultimate even gets through the shield amount that he will be getting given by Xie.
And now there's a Ginsu's Rage Blade completed. So Mystic has bought my favorite item, and is just an absolute beast.
I thought that would be a wit's end, actually.
But that just speaks to the mentality that Mystic is in. You know, he started this at minute 0, doing some taunts, dancing a little bit, dragging himself on the ground, and he finishes it now at 28 minutes with a Rage Blade.
Yep, absolutely fantastic.
Not quite finished yet, though.
Now we are speaking a little bit too soon. Flash Wolves have some opportunities to try and defend their base. 6,000 gold is the lead for WE, but with this composition...
Why are you going to cut me like that?
It's very...
You said it was finished.
Whose side are you on?
I mean, yeah, if you say stuff like that, people might just turn off the stream, trust me. You can't be doing that, because it's not finished. WE still need to finish this one off. And if we've learned anything, it's that anything can happen. EDG, they tried to teach us, and if we don't get it, then we don't deserve to really know. As in goes Casa, they're trying to prove it. As in goes the quickness as well. Big kidnap. Mystic will fall down. This is gigantic. The heroic entrance way too late as 957. He still has his Guardian Angel, but Casa, he's still alive. It's a double kill for MMD. And there goes the Guardian Angel. Skull has to try and come back as Xie. He's got a big health bar, but he's got no team. And the Flash Wolves cannot be underestimated.
I think they'll finish off this last kill, Atlas. Eventually, it's a tank after all.
I didn't want to keep play by playing this.
I mean, it's just he's going to go.
Smacking into a brick wall.
Just like that, Frostgirl, unfortunately. It's not over yet, WE. They actually lose 4 members. 957 gets back on Skull and is only able to make it away compliments of his ultimate. And that's the overreach. That's the over-aggression. A little bit too soon.
To clarify, I was saying that he finished the item and played along to the finishing of the game.
Nope.
But thank you, Flash Wolves, for putting me in my place.
No, this is good. We've got another, you know, it's still a 4.3 thousand gold lead. WE still in the lead, but we just wanted more. We just wanted more of this game.
I don't want any more of this.
It hurts. The reward is going to be a Mountain Drake here for Flash Wolves, though, unable to push any more turrets. They are now going to reset. That inhibitor is going to be respawning relatively soon, and we've got about 40 seconds on the bench.
You know, if I just cover up the nameplates, I can just appreciate how gorgeous this is to look at. All of the CC, all of the primary targets, the fact that Mystic burns his flash at the beginning of the fight, but it doesn't matter. They still find the Kog'Maw, instantly pop him, and again, MMD is just having a phenomenal game on this Renekton.
And that's the thing, right? As well. We don't often get to say it, but the reason that Zach is honestly so broken right now is because he can use the Q and auto-attack you together and then ult you back into the team. It's not just that the E range is obnoxious, that's always existed. And so by being able to kick off the fight, always being in range of your slingshot, well then you're going to get the follow-up. And Kog'Maw, not very safe in those situations.
Yeah, it's the old bomby knocker them together situation. And it's working out very nicely. However, they're going to need a few more of those fights to make it work, as Sorta, very fast, doesn't even use the quickness just yet.
And this is why I said maybe we want a Wit's End from the Kog'Maw approach to the Quincy's Rage.
He backed up real fast on that Hex Drinker.
He straight up went for a Hex Drinker. He's adjusted.
I love that. Lifeline passive as well when he goes down low health. Of course. As a machine gun. Feels very, very good, man.
You've no doubt he will be going to low health pretty much at all times in teamfights.
If not, just instantly getting popped like the last one.
Well, if the timings on the shields can work out, then he can get that lifeline passive and have it for the rest of the fight and basically be immortal.
And that's where you have to look at someone like Zero. You know, he hasn't been on the roster the entire split. Can he get that split-second perfect timing with the rest of his team to keep Mystic alive?
Casa. He's going to have to start it right now as the tanks have been knocked together. Into the backline goes Sword Art with the quickness of Zero, getting taken down very low, but Mystic, he's untouched. Casa jumps on top of him. They are going to lose Condi, but you have to look at the Kog'Maw. He's going to be falling low. In goes Xie. Justice punches his way forward, and Flash Wolves know that with this 1-for-1 jungler trade, they cannot fight WE.
And look, the engage was good for Flash Wolves. You give them some credit where it's due. Sword Art charmed, knocked up pretty much the whole team, but there's no damage behind them. The distance they covered was actually far too great that the rest of the side just starts to waddle in behind them like, oh my god, I can't catch up. Kog'Maw's suddenly free to hit.
And ultimately, nothing was gained in terms of map pressure here, so Flash Wolves did a good job disengaging now that Karsa was dead, which means that the threat of Baron is still alive.
And this is the biggest part of it. Karsa, he goes in, MMD's there and Sword Art's in, but the two damage dealers, you still can't see them on your screen. It's a Jhin ultimate, still no Syndra, and as he starts to show up, yes, people may start to go down. You know, Condi will be chunked out. Mystic still free hitting this entire time, and that's the real concern.
Yeah, Flash Wolves do identify this, though, back themselves out, and are going to be safe, so just a jungler trade. Not going to give up too much more. Baron is now a point of contention for both of these teams, currently warded by the Flash Wolves.
But we now finally have the 2 live lockets, so Lulu has completed hers, so it's that much harder to kill Kog'Maw as long as the team is synced up when they're using all of their shields and all of their defensive tools to keep him alive. Flash will also be back and available. Mystic did that last team fight without it.
Okay. Terrifying stuff for a Flash Wolves fan because You could feel the audience would be using bated breath at this particular stage because Flash Wolves need to kill Mystic before all of the buttons can be pressed from all of Mystic's friends.
And you can see you keep your eyes on Casa.
Yeah, well, in he goes. Oh, it's going to be 957 stopping the elastic slingshot with the ultimate. Kidnap comes in, but that's on the main tank for WE, and MMD's just trying to buy space. But Mystic, if he gets anywhere near this Crocodile, the Crocodile is definitely going to die. Betty is going to root share up, so he's not going to be able to continue. And thankfully, Flash Wolves do survive, but Casa solo.
And Team WE do need to be careful here. They've lost track of MMD. He could look for a flanking teleport, and the curtain call is still available from Jin. So smartly, very tense tug-of-war game, disengage, reset the map. It's, again, little inches over Baron.
Okay, in goes Maple. He's looking for Zero as Condi has to flash his way out. Curtain call has to be cancelled. No one yet in range.
957's going in.
Yeah, they're going to try and get people out of here. Mystic, Xie, and 957 are a big deal,
hungry.
but there's a lot of damage right here. Maple has to flash his way out. Zero is going to make his way back in, and Xie, he's found it. Mystic's going to pick it up with the living artillery. Flash Wolves lose 2 and will probably lose the Baron.
Maple gone, Sword Art gone. Zac is nearby, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be something worth contesting. They'd have to be suicidal to go into this pit right now against the Cogmore. It's just going to be the free Baron.
Yeah, they have to watch it go down as well. That ward's still in the pit. Xie, he's now going to sweep it, but they don't even really care about clearing that ward until the very end as Condi's going to smite it, and that's going to be another Baron for WE.
And it gets that much easier for Team WE to continue to inch. That said, the last time they approached Flash Wolves' base, that's where they stood strong, that's where they took them out. So still, give a lot of respect to the Flash Wolves, but ball back in Team WE's court.
And defiantly, Mystic is going to pick up just a Ruby Crystal instead of a control ward. Absolutely fantastic. They are still probably going to win this game, so it might just be spitting in the face of us analysts.
First pick Kog'Maw, Ruby Crystal over control ward.
Oh, the dream.
At least he's a Cogmore is what you can take away from that.
You know,
he's like, I am Cogmore, hear me roar.
If they do win this game, at least they did it in just LPL style. They're like, we could learn from our mistakes, or we could double down.
What I do really appreciate, though, is the itemization choices towards stacking magic resistance. Syndra was the one big mid-game threat. Jin, he'll scale up. He will be a monster to deal with, but that's where the Lockets can even come into play here to try and counteract that. And then you've got 3 tanks that should just be running at him. So there should be no context or situation where the physical damage dealers of Flash Wolves are dealing physical damage for the most part.
Oh, that's adorable. Little critter. He's going to grand exit his way from WE, but they have so much control of the bottom side. Yeah, teleport did get used, WE's mid laner, but nothing really going to be found other than an inside track to this inner
Zac has a free engage as well. Free flank positioning if he wants. And WE are in.
Yeah, that's the charge. MMD is getting taken down so low. As in goes Casa. He wants to find this Cogmore, but he can't. He's going to be able to kidnap a lot of the members of WE, but they sort of want this. They want to get in on the fight, and MMD is already dead. You got the Winds of War onto Sword Art. He's being slowed down, and Maple once again very late to this party as the turrets are getting destroyed. Inhibitor going to follow very quickly. The middle of the base is already broken. They're just going to be able to re-kill that.
Oh,
Sword Art 3-hit right there. Look at all of the shields.
My God.
Didn't even touch his health bar. That was an entire unleashed power. And you know what Mystic says? He says, well, I'll see you in hell, my friend, as Maple has been taken down. My God, he didn't lose one bit of health. That was just ludicrous. There's the grand entrance from Sword Art. He's just trying to do what he can, but Mystic, he's most definitely unstoppable. That's going to be another turret falling down as Xie, the fountain laser, decided not to hit him as WE are going to be facing off against the LCK tomorrow. A heroic performance and in such LPL fashion.
The legacy themselves, Team WE, the Kings, they return to the international stage. Backs to the wall, the LPL pressure, the weight of the world on their shoulders, and they take down the Flash Wolves.
Jesus, did they make it hard.
Yeah, they did.
Our whole region just made it as difficult as they possibly could. But you know what? They got there, Frosker.
If LPL does anything, it entertains, and it most certainly did today and will again tomorrow, Frosker. And you can breathe a sigh of relief because they've done it. And honestly, they looked in control for almost that entire game. The Cogmore lane was winning from the get-go, just doubling CS, massive stuff from Mystic, who's really stood up today.
And you have to look at Flash Wolves' mid-game. That's where they could punish this. That's where they could look for that sucker punch, and they held it. They didn't hit them, and Mystic got to walk free hand into late game.
Yeah, they definitely did, of course. Flash Wolf, still very much commendable performances. The LMS actually looked super competitive coming into this, and that's exceptional to what we expected from the whole region before this tournament started.
Well, the desk had actually been unanimous on the Flash Wolves' victory. They looked fantastic earlier today, and honestly, there were question marks for WE. It's understandable that you take that mark, but I just feel like the draft from WE was intelligent. They utilized this Jarvan-Galio combination beautifully well. I just felt like it was from Champ Select that WE put themselves in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they certainly did, of course. WE, they actually played the Kog'Maw out. They got through that early game hiccup where other LPL teams struggled.
Yeah, they certainly did. But we are going to throw it back to that desk that we mentioned before to close out the night.
Thank you so much, Atlas. And man, they finally did it. WE took the win in the end. And LMS, they were so close. They were on the precipice of taking this entire series, but they couldn't quite do it at the end. WE managed to make it happen. But it was scary. It was very, very scary.
And I think we were going to invite Froskuren to join us on the desk for thoughts.
There she is.
I think the first time we set this up, it was maybe to eulogize the LPL. Because like you say, we talked about LMS come in, big favorites. The draft, it started off and you're like, Zach's open. And they banned Thresh themselves. So this is going to be a Zach party. And it started off that way, but I don't know about you. Yeah. Some of specifically you, Raz, but when I saw the Jhin, I thought that's when it started coming apart.
The Jhin definitely held a lot of question marks because for me, we were talking about it. Varus, Ashe, there were so many picks you can go towards that would challenge Kog'Maw's position, that can challenge the front line diving you, and it felt like they really made it difficult for themselves, specifically Betty, who couldn't really get anything in these mid-game team fights, couldn't really get proper positioning, and his ultis were useless.
I mean, I want to invite Froskuren to talk because there is some adrenaline running through the veins right now. So how are you feeling after that win?
That was definitely white knuckle on the driver's seat right there. The fact that the LPL doubled down, went for a draft like this, like you can't get more China than this. This is the Kled Lulu composition. We were the region that pioneered this. Again, has Kled rocks in, he falls off Scarl, you use the wild growth, allows him to get back on. They go for the Kog'Maw. We've been criticizing this all tournament long, and yet they make it work, and they showcase why they put so much value and so much effort on this composition.
Sure.
Was it worth it? Will it work every single time? It did in this instant, and I'm not ready to say that Team WE are definitively better than Flash Wolves. You know, if that goes to a best of 5, I would still actually weight Flash Wolves. We've seen more maturity from them over this tournament, but it got us across the line. Unfortunately, I'm really tired of saying that at international events, that the LPL just manages to scrape by with as much talent that we have in the region.
And you can say that the composition was good there for an LPL team. Maybe didn't need to give all of that away because, Papa, we were walking upstairs and you were like, imagine if they just gave away Zach over to Carson. We're like, that wouldn't happen. I mean, and we walk in and everything's burning down.
My last prediction was very much like, okay, maybe this is going to be a different game. You leave open some priority bits, try to get the Caitlyn. The Caitlyn didn't come through. The issue I have with this draft is that they leave open Zach and you're like, okay, they get Galio as an answer. Galio Cog also pretty clean. I actually do favor WE's full draft. I tweet and say, oh my goodness, Thresh banned, Zach first pick, it's a mistake. Yeah. Sure, that part is true, but from there, a Jhin Rakan is perhaps one of my least favorite duo lanes because the synergy they have is almost zero. They also have a Stoneborn-packed Zach that goes in the back line, lots of procs coming through, no auto attacks coming through. Any other AD carry, any auto attack AD carry, I think, fits this comp a lot stronger. And so often we saw fights happening off screen with no one able to follow. There was just a huge anti-synergy, whereas WE, at least they had clean identity, very strong, unkillable frontline, and also the Kog'Maw. So as it came together, I actually thought WE outpicked them.
And the proof was in the pudding there, Raz.
I actually would have looked towards WE, and I think what we've seen globally, Jarvan and Galio is usually just such an easy composition to make kind of come to fruition. If you can get them diving backline, then I think that Kog'Maw's life is 10 times easier because suddenly, like, he doesn't really have to worry about too much if that's such a large diving threat. And then Galio can just peel back with his taunt. So I thought that the combination of it made the Kog'Maw's life 10 times easier.
Again, we all recognize this type of composition and what it's supposed to do, but it's about getting it to that point. And constantly throughout this tournament, because the vision control has been so lackluster, the LMS teams in particular, and also the LCK teams, have just ripped LPL apart and punished them in the early game. And it's about time that that's happened. And so looking ahead, you know, at the finals, LCK versus LPL, personally, I don't necessarily think maybe we don't deserve to be here. I mean, EDG, that was a pretty wonky... back and forth, yo-yo
It looked like the LMS were actually going to take the series. I mean, it literally came down to this game. And when you look at historically, like Flash Wolves did just smash WE in the group stages. So it was like, oh, we're just going to get a replay of that. Luckily, they'd come out on top this time. But still, praise to the LMS.
Yeah, I think that what this tournament shows us is that LMS is much closer to the rest of the international competition, specifically LPL. And that's, I feel like every time we go to an international competition, that seems to be what we learn, and then people forget about it, and then they come back and they showcase that once again. You do have to fear them.
And the thing is that the LMS have pretty much every single disadvantage against them. You know, they have a smaller region, 8 teams. They play almost half as many games right now. They play like 20 less
53,
games.
I think,
exactly.
altogether.
Than the LPL right now, smaller champion pool to, population to pick from, and it's just time and time again they step up to the plate. They show that even though there's a separation between their practice at home, that they can play big on the international stage. So to the LMS, I have nothing to say but GG, well played. You guys are amazing.
Yeah, definitely agree. However, we do need to praise Mystic for a second because it was revolving around his Cogmore. And yes, his goal was definitely to bark at the back of the team, but he definitely barked his heart out.
I mean, he was barking from the start. They actually had a big lead in CS coming through from the Cogmore lane as Jin just had to surrender. Jin Rakan don't have any lane presence of their own early either. Yeah. So they had to surrender. Sure, some kills went the way of the side of Flash Wolves early, but still the farming came through. He was ahead. He was actually hitting his item spikes cleaner, and it was another one of these slow Jin builds. Sure, Jin from ahead that we saw earlier can look very strong, but Jin from behind costs, I feel, Flash Wolves in many different scenarios.
Yeah, and behind he was, and Flash Wolves just couldn't really come back from that, and they still managed to get the Zac pick, and when you're looking at Carson, it's like, man, he gets Zac in this game, really, on the final game that could decide which region's going to the finals in Rift Rivals. It was just like, you just expected the game to implode, but Carson got picked a couple of times, and the Zac pick wasn't as impactful as we may have thought.
I think it's kind of uncomfortable for him, simply because with the composition, we've talked about what the composition had for Flash Wolves, but what happens when he jumps in? We saw a few times. He jumps in, immediately Galio ulti is triggered, so it's zoning off the rest of Flash Wolves, and there's no follow-up damage coming through. So that's what I'm worried about. Sure, if Zac has a lead in that instance, in this composition, he will fly ahead. But then you saw if he was in deficit, those deaths will stack up.
Last thoughts before interview, Frosk?
Frankly, Karsa for me wasn't the problem. It was actually Maple. You know, we never got that assassination potential from Syndra. She was too busy out in a side lane, not really pushing the mid lane tower, and Flash Wolves were never able to break that when they had a power champion like Syndra.
And we'll get back to that one. For now, we are going to send it over to a quick interview courtesy of Wendy on translations. Take it away.
Hello, 现场已经在收看直播的各位观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到2017亚洲对抗赛。我是主持人余霜，也是有幸邀请到了西野来接受我们的采访。西野你好。哎，那其实呢，我觉得今天应该非常的开心了，总算是没有辜负全村人的希望，顶住压力赢下了最后的决胜局。
Winning the last round of the Rift Finals.
谢谢他们对我们的信任，然后我们
thank you everyone for your belief in us.
赢下了比赛。
And because it was your belief that we won the matches.
So
we were very worried when we were watching. So when we were interviewing Condi, because there was not much pressure before, did you feel the pressure now in the last round? So he said that obviously there was pressure. However, once we're in the match, we will think and we will choose to win the match.
以后谁说西野2米，我觉得我都不高兴了。
下一
个想问到就是，
I think this is a pun in the Chinese language.
今天呢看到你们是没有搬掉加里奥，也没有搬掉扎克，然后对面是先
So we
抢到扎克。
you didn't ban
这个
Jack.
是你们设计好的吗？
You
还
didn't
是说
ban
有一些其他的想法
Galio. So was that planned or did you have another thought?
跟扎克一人一个。
So we did think that Zac and Galio, we wanted one each.
所以都是设计好的。
So it was
那其实也可
very
以看
planned.
到，对方选出了扎克之后，你们一直对扎克都是有做非常多的针对的。这是
So we
你
did
们
say
想
that
到的一
once
个
they
点吗？
chose Zac, you did follow Zac and picked on him.
作用比扎克大的。
那其实
So
我
this
还
is
有
an
个
early
问题
game,
想
Galio
问到，
had
因
more
为
impact.
昨天西野同样也是拿出了加里奥，虽然说效果不是很好。
So yesterday we did say that Shia picked Galio, however the impact wasn't that big.
为什么呢？
So why are you still
昨
choosing
天出了点
Galio?
意外。
So yesterday there were some accidents.
就有一波没小心被打海gank了，然后被国人选
So there was once where there was a gank and then they snowballed with it.
所以说
So learning from yesterday's mistakes and coming out today. So yes, that's like 3 meters for Xie. You can see that they chose a Kog'Maw composition. Very brave. So we did see that Kog'Maw was picked on a lot. And what did you do to counter that? So we tried to snowball jungler and focus on the bot lane, so that's why we performed well. So what do you want to say now? Just be stable, don't rush. So yes, tomorrow you'll be facing LCK, and do you have the confidence? And he said, yes, I have the confidence. So what do you want to say to the other people in LPL? So let's all do this together, and thank you for your belief. So we hope everyone facing LCK to have the confidence and overcome all the hardship. And we hope LPL do well.
So you can
see tomorrow's schedule.
The
finals are 4 o'clock. So good night, everyone.
Thank you so much, Wendy, for the translations there. And also great to hear from Xie to round out that day. So that's almost going to do it from us, but any final thoughts before we close the show?
Are you prepared for LCK to have, I want to say, the tried and true interesting day? Are you prepared? I don't.
Here's a question.
Okay.
The prediction part of the let's leave that for tomorrow.
Okay.
The predictions are probably going to be stacked, but if you're the LPL, who do you open with against LCK?
I think you open with RNG, or maybe you try to burn OMG because you assume it's going to be SKT leading the LCK. But I mean, anyone other than MVP is still going to be a terrorizing uphill battle for the LPL, especially in its current condition.
I mean, they opened strong today. I mean, that was the thing. They opened WE today, and J-Team also. So both sides did open strong. I think we were kind of predicting yesterday the AHQ, kind of the OMG, true. The time bomb. I think one team, I think OMG or MVP will start tomorrow, just to open with a time bomb and not just have it be SKT opening the central.
And I do want World 6 to play. So if OMG is the team that starts out, and I would like that, I think that you start out with World 6 and switch it up.
Yeah, and it does feel like the tier list may have changed a little today, especially for the LPL in terms of how strong those teams are. But that is going to do it from us here on the desk. So thank you so much for watching and joining us on a crazy ride of a show. Went to 5 games, and it was almost the LPL being eliminated. But in the end, LMS couldn't make the final hurdle. So again, congratulations to LMS, everything they've managed to achieve this tournament. But that will be it from us. So thank you so much for watching once more, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Heroic entrance is going to be enough to take down the Cinder's Casa. He's doing the best he can to get out. Oh, bear trap on a rope's going to do a double kill. Dominance is there for MMD. Who's going to get the Baron is the question. It's going to be Condi who locks that one up. Maple, he's been exhausted. It doesn't stop him from killing the Lulu, but they're losing so much more. MMD goes down to join Casa, and then Betty's going to follow WE. As in goes the quickness as well. Big Kidnap. Mystic will fall down. This is gigantic. The heroic entrance way too late as 957. He still has his Guardian Angel, but Casa, he's still alive. It's a double kill for MMD. There's the grand entrance from Sword Art. He's just trying to do what he can, but Mystic, he's most definitely unstoppable. That's going to be another turret falling down as Xie, the fountain laser, decided not to hit him, as WE are going to be facing off against the LCK tomorrow.